Along the way, Xianxia finally learnt an unknown side of Wen Zishan. Wen Zishan was a chatterbox. He chattered on and on without stopping. Although Xianxia used to think that Wen Zishan was rather unreliable, they had never interacted with each other for long. Therefore, he did not know what kind of personality Wen Zishan had. It wasn't until now that he finally experienced it for himself. Wen Zishan initially pestered Gao Shueting for a bit, but his enthusiasm naturally received a cold reaction. In the whole of Azure Sun Temple, only Gao Shueting dared to be so openly disrespectful to him. After being rebuffed by Gao Shueting's attitude, Wen Zishan slowed down to keep pace with Xianxia and the others instead. He began talking about the past and the present with a burst of joy. Luo Chun and Xiao Baiyi had relatively cold and aloof personalities and were men of few words, so they responded tersely out of respect since Wen Zishan was still technically their temple master. However, they closed their eyes after a few words as if to meditate and rest. Thus, Xianxia and Murong Xiao got the worst of it instead. Fortunately, Wen Zishan did not pester those two for long. Half a day later, he fell behind to join the others at the back, smoothly inserting himself into the group of Dao Source, Origin King, and Origin Returning Realm Juniors, allowing Murong Xiao to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the group of disciples at the back were rather polite and respectful. Wen Zishan was so approachable even though he was the temple master, so how could his disciples not get along with him? Especially those disciples that were patted on the shoulder and loudly praised by Wen Zishan as he declared, "You are the future of the temple. The temple's prosperity will depend on you from now on." They were practically glowing with pride and feeling emotional beyond words, seemingly on the verge of digging out their hearts for him to see how loyal they were to the temple. Xianxia looked back at Wen Zishan from time to time, and the expressions on his face were very colorful. "I have to admit that I am pretty unreliable as the palace master of High Heaven Palace, but compared to Wen Zishan, aren't I like a rock for everyone to lean on?" The group traveled non-stop, passing by several cities along the way and even using a few space arrays to cover vast distances more quickly. When evening rolled around, the group arrived at Orthodoxy Temple. The undulating mountains here were extremely majestic and looked like a large dragon crawling on the ground. The scenery was beautiful and the weather was pleasant. Orthodoxy Temple was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. Therefore, it was only natural that it occupied a cultivation paradise. The environment here was no worse than Azure Sun Temple. In addition, it had a beautiful landscape. Looking out into the distance, the clouds and mist rolled off the mountains everywhere the eye could see. Moreover, the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the world in a golden light. There was a crowd of people in front of the main gate of Orthodoxy Temple, making for a lively scene. Since the martial gathering was right around the corner, many people had arrived to participate in the event. It was no surprise. The martial gathering was a grand event for the entire Southern Territory after all. Putting aside the generous rewards that made one green with envy, one could also gain the attention of their respective elders if they performed well during the competition. Moreover, there were many cultivators from humble backgrounds who wanted to create a path for their future in the martial gathering. It wasn't as though there was no precedent. The cultivators from humble backgrounds might not be able to join the group events, but if they could deliver a stellar performance in the individual competitions, most of them would be able to successfully join a major sect or force. On the other hand, the major sects were striving for rankings and reputation. The generous rewards came second. Meanwhile, those rewards were very tempting to some of the smaller sects and clans. It was also a chance to achieve unlimited success. Who would be willing to miss out on this opportunity? Hence, each and every martial gathering was extremely popular, and the participants entering the competition were too many to count. Tomorrow was the day the martial gathering officially began, so it appeared Azure Sun Temple had arrived just in the nick of time. It was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory after all, so it was only natural to show off a little. Although Wen Zishan was not very reliable, he still understood the importance of such things. Orthodoxy Temple's sect defending array had been deactivated today, and many people were standing outside to welcome the guests. As soon as the group from Azure Sun Temple landed, an elderly man dressed in black and an elegant-looking young man immediately came forward to greet them. Both of these men were in the emperor realm, with the elderly one being a second-order emperor while the young man was a first-order. Welcome, Temple Master 1. It is an honor for Orthodoxy Temple to have you here. Do forgive us for any discourtesy in our hospitality. The elderly man stepped forward and greeted them with a smile. When Xianxia also put on the appearance of a dignified temple master, acting as though that chatterbox during the journey had not been him as he smiled faintly. Elder Feng, you are too polite. Are you here to greet the guests today? The elderly man was none other than Feng Ming, an elder of Orthodoxy Temple. Yang Kai had met him several times before, so they were not strangers to each other. Besides, Feng Ming had worked together with Gao Xueting on many occasions and had also been present at various events, including the Four Seasons Realm, the Demon Chi eruption outside Maplewood City, and the Demon Spirits revival at the Southern Swamp. It was just that he and Yang Kai did not belong in the same generation, so they rarely interacted with each other. On the other hand, Yang Kai was on rather friendly terms with the young man behind him. It was clear that the young man had noticed Yang Kai, and his eyes lit up as he cupped his fists. Brother Yang, you came too. Yang Kai replied, Brother Zhuang. This young man was the rising star of Orthodoxy Temple, Zhuang Bufan. He had been present at both the Four Seasons Realm and the Shattered Star Sea, as he was from the same generation as Yang Kai, Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao Xiao. Therefore, they were not strangers to each other. Now that they had gathered in the same place, it was only expected that they wanted to have a chat together. As a result, Luo Chun was pushed to the side and forgotten. Fortunately, he had an aloof personality by nature and did not feel embarrassed by the situation. He simply stood there quietly without saying a word. While they were chatting away, they suddenly heard a sniggering sound coming from afar. Everybody turned to look in the direction and saw a giant longsword rushing in their direction at a high speed from the horizon. The terrifying sword intent felt as though it could cause injuries despite the distance between them, so no one dared to underestimate it. Feng Ming smiled. Holy Master Ma has arrived. When Xianxia spat disdainfully, already feeling fed up, he sure knows how to time his arrival. He seemed to have felt like he had suffered a loss just by arriving a little earlier. It was well known that Star Soul Palace would send their people over to watch the Southern Territory Martial Gathering. So even when Xianxia had to personally lead his team as a sign of respect. Therefore, it was only to be expected that Heavenly Martial Holy Land, which was also one of the top sects in the Southern Territory, would not be any less respectful. Holy Master Ma Qing also personally led his sect's team this time. Since they were old acquaintances, when Xianxia immediately knew that Ma Qing was here the moment he saw the sword light. The sword light approached from afar and soon arrived, dissipating to reveal several dozen people, with the one leading them being a ruddy-faced, white-haired old man. His figure was thin, but his gaze was as sharp as a sword, and he held himself tall and straight, giving off a piercing aura. He's Ma Qing. Yang Kai couldn't help glancing at the man curiously. It was his first time meeting the Holy Master of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, so he was surprised to learn that it was an old man. In comparison, when Xianxia was more pleasing to the eye. Feng Ming apologized and took his leave to give his greetings to Ma Qing. Ma Qing and the others cupped their fists and returned Feng Ming's greetings. The number of people who came from Heavenly Martial Holy Land was similar to Azure Sun Temple. There were 4 emperors, each leading a team of several dozen disciples of various cultivation realms. They were clearly the elites of the elites. Brother 1. Ma Qing held one hand behind his back and stroked his beard with the other, nodding slightly at when Xianxia spoke in a pointed voice, Brother Ma, you're as punctual as ever. He seemed to be teasing Ma Qing for arriving just in time. Ma Qing replied calmly, My disciples were a little absent-minded, so there were some delays on the road. When Xianxia laughed, If you knew that they were going to be a little absent-minded, then you should have departed earlier. It's rude of you to make Brother Lei wait. You seem to have just arrived yourself, Brother Wen. Tisk! He curled his lips into a sneer. We arrived a long time ago. I was simply chatting with Elder Feng until now. The two seemed to have some grievances between them, so they went at each other's throats the moment they met. It wasn't just the respective temple master and holy master who were acting in this manner. The disciples under them were also behaving in a similar fashion. The disciples of Azure Sun Temple were glaring daggers at the disciples of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, while the latter was not backing down from the challenge and glared right back. Both parties got along as well as oil and water. Yang Kai was amazed by the sight. He might be a high-ranked guest elder of Azure Sun Temple, but he didn't know much about Azure Sun Temple's actual situation. He did not know what kind of grudge they had against Heavenly Martial Holy Land for the disciples to get into a silent confrontation with the other party as soon as they met. The Temple Master and Holy Master standing at the top were not to be trifled with, and the disciples under them were no pushovers either. The same held true for the Emperor Realm Elders of the two forces. Yang Kai turned his head to see that Murong Xiao and the others were also glaring at the 4 Emperor Realm Masters of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, sparks almost flying in the air between them. What is with this situation? Yang Kai was utterly confused. Then, a young man walked out from among the 4 elders of Heavenly Martial Holy Land. The young man had a wild and rebellious air around him, and the look in his eyes was sharp and cold. He looked like he had a beast that could jump out to attack others at any time lying dormant inside him. That wasn't all. His eyes were very strange too. The left pupil was red and the right was faint blue. The skin and hair of the left side were fiery red, but the right side of the body was snowy white. It was an extremely unsettling sight. Wu Chang. He sure lives up to his name. There was a rising star in every generation among the top sects of the Southern Territory. The rising star of Azure Sun Temple was Xianxia, Orthodoxy Temple had Zhuang Bufan, and Heavenly Martial Holy Land had Wu Chang. Yang Kai had exchanged blows with Wu Chang before in the 4 Seasons realm, so he knew just how difficult an opponent this boy was. Wu Chang seemed to have some sort of special constitution which greatly enhanced his combat ability. During the last Southern Territory martial gathering, Xiaosheng had apparently been defeated by Wu Chang and placed second in the individual rankings as a result. Although Azure Sun Temple regained its pride by ranking at the top in the group competition, the first person people thought of when talking about the number 1 among the younger generation in the Southern Territory was Wu Chang, not Xiaosheng. Not to forget, Lan Sun of Star Soul Palace, who was also an extraordinary talent. Unfortunately, Star Soul Palace did not send any of its disciples to participate in the martial gathering, so Lan Sun was not included among the rankings. Yang Kai secretly made a conjecture in his heart. Could this animosity between the two sects be related to the last Southern Territory martial gathering? Xiaosheng had been overwhelmed by Wu Chang in the individual rankings, which upset Azure Sun Temple. Meanwhile, Heavenly Martial Holy Land had suffered a terrible defeat to Azure Sun Temple in the group rankings, which definitely upset Heavenly Martial Holy Land in return. Wu Chang swept his gaze over the crowd with his heterochromatic eyes before turning to look at Yang Kai. Xiaosheng didn't come? He seemed slightly disappointed. Yang Kai replied, Senior Brother Xia is stationed at Spirit Lake Palace and is unable to leave his post. Coward! Wu Chang coldly snorted. Xiao Baiyi's lowered eyes lifted abruptly as he glared at Wu Chang with a gaze as sharp as a sword. Likewise, Murong Xiao also glared at Wu Chang angrily. Wu Chang had insulted one of them the moment they met. Moreover, the person he had insulted was none other than Xiaosheng. Xiaosheng was a leading figure who represented Azure Sun Temple, so how could Azure Sun Temple take this insult lying down? Feng Ming glanced over in this direction, whether intentionally or unintentionally. However, he did not seem inclined to stop them and just continued chatting and laughing away with Wen Zishan. Wen Zishan was also acting as though he had not heard a thing. As the temple master, it was not appropriate for him to intervene in the fights between those below him. The same went for Ma Qing. The top 3 sects in the Southern Territory might cooperate on many occasions, but the competition between them was very fierce too. Every one of them wanted to dominate the others. Unfortunately, nobody dared to confront each other openly with Star Soul Palace watching over them from the top. Hence, it did not hurt to let those below them make a little commotion here and there. Why do you feel the need to insult him? Yang Kai looked at Wu Chang calmly. Wu Chang sneered. He doesn't even have the courage to face me. How is he not a coward? Murong Xiao angrily snapped. Senior brother Xia has responsibilities he must attend to. It's not because he doesn't dare to meet you. Wu Chang put his hands behind his back. Anybody can make excuses. He is probably scared of the embarrassment he will face if he loses to me again. That's not true. She wanted to continue arguing with Wu Chang, but Yang Kai raised his hand to stop her and spoke ambiguously. I've heard about the last martial gathering. Momentary gains and losses are truly nothing special. Before coming here, Senior brother Xia told me brother Wu Chang was an enthusiastic and active man. So he asked me to keep you company. Yang Kai had not even seen Xiaosheng's face recently, so his words were naturally a lie. However, he was now representing Azure Sun Temple, so how could he willingly let somebody else humiliate them? It was only expected that Yang Kai would retaliate when attacked. Yang Kai first had to balance out the aggression before they could talk about anything else. You? Wu Chang swept his eyes over Yang Kai and nodded lightly. You just barely qualify, I guess. I hope I won't be too disappointed. Who knows? You might be in for a pleasant surprise. Yang Kai raised his brow in response. You rabid dog. You better not end up in my hands, or I'll make you regret it. Shameless boasting. Wu Chang sneered. Then, Chun Wenhao turned around and shouted, Wu Chang, enough. This is Orthodoxy Temple. Stop acting so presumptuously. Gao Shueting also spoke up. That's enough. Both of you. Wu Chang looked sullen, but he could not refute his elder in front of outsiders, lest he embarrass his sect. With a flick of his sleeves, Wu Chang turned away and looked elsewhere. Yang Kai and the others couldn't be bothered to continue pestering him either. Hence, the commotion passed without incident. They all knew that nobody could make a move under these circumstances, so if they continued arguing with each other, they would only embarrass themselves instead. When Zishan laughed, the younger generation are truly vigorous. Good. Good. Feng Ming did not comment on that statement, instead just cupping his fists and commenting, most of our fellow cultivators from the Southern Territory have arrived, and the Temple Master is entertaining them right now. Gentlemen, please come this way. Turning to look at Zhuangbu Fan, he instructed, Xiao Fan, bring these two seniors to the guest hall. Yes, Zhuangbu Fan replied. Stretching out his hand, he beckoned. This way, please. Feng Ming followed up. Temple Master 1, Holy Master Ma. Please forgive me as I still have a duty to carry out and cannot accompany you further. Don't worry about it, Elder Feng. Let's talk again later. When Zishan smiled lightly and followed after Zhuangbu Fan with his hands behind his back, heading towards the top of a nearby mountain. Similarly, Ma Qing nodded at Feng Ming in acknowledgement before leading the people from Heavenly Martial Holy Land and following closely behind the rest. Surprisingly, they didn't quarrel over who took priority. As the group of people slowly drifted into the distance, Feng Ming suddenly looked back, fixed his gaze on Yang Kai, and slightly furrowed his brow. When there was nobody else around him, he took out a communication artifact, poured his divine sense into it, and delivered a message to an unknown person. Halfway up the mountain, the group came across a three-way fork in the road. There were Orthodoxy Temple's disciples waiting both on the left and right paths of the fork who bowed when the group approached and stretched out their hands in a welcoming gesture. Zhuangbu Fan turned around and said, Seniors, please arrange for the disciples participating in the martial gathering to go either left or right. Only Emperor Realm Masters were qualified to ascend to the top of the mountain, so the disciples behind them could not follow along. That was something everybody had known since the beginning. When Zishan turned around and motioned to the rest, after which Gao Shueting immediately arranged for the disciples of Azure Sun Temple to follow a servant along the path to the right. On the other hand, Heavenly Martial Holy Land naturally chose the path to the left. The disciples of both sects did not get along, so if they were housed in the same living quarters, they would probably start fighting each other before the martial gathering even began tomorrow. It should also be noted that there would not be an Emperor Realm Master around to suppress their fights. After that, the remaining group of people followed Zhuangbu Fan and continued onward. Whilst climbing up the stairs, the people of both sects were cleanly split into two groups on the left and right sides respectively. They soon arrived at the summit of the mountain where a magnificent palace entered their vision. It had an extraordinary aura about it, and maidservants were already waiting for them outside. Zhuangbu Fan led the group of people into the palace and entered a hall, at which point a loud noise came from within, causing Yang Kai, Murong Xiao Xiao, and the others to look at each other in surprise. They had not expected it to be so lively already. Glancing around, they couldn't help feeling shocked. There were no less than 500 or 600 people inside this hall. Moreover, most of them were Emperor Realm Masters, while the rest were servants who navigated freely among them. The hall was filled with tables, and the tables were covered with various delicacies and fine wine. The hall was full of guests, and the atmosphere within was extremely lively. People came and went from time to time, lifting their glasses in toast. A group of more than 40 young girls were also dancing in the middle of the hall. They were not dressed scantily, but they were all quite beautiful, with slim waists and ample curves. Dancing gracefully, they attracted some people to watch them with enchanting smiles. Although these dancers had been arranged by Orthodoxy Temple to add to the excitement, the sect's reputation was on the line. Therefore, they did not create any kind of obscene scene. People might look down on them if these girls were dressed scantily, so the current arrangement was much more suitable to show off the impression Orthodoxy Temple wanted to display. However, most of the attention was not on the dancers, as this was the place where many of the Emperor Realm Masters of the Southern Territory were assembled. The sect masters of each sect and the patriarchs of various clans had gathered in the same place, so it was a prime time to make connections and form relations. Who would still have the time to pay attention to those dancers under these circumstances? It was not easy for so many Emperor Realm Masters to convene in one place after all. The moment when Zishan and Ma Qing walked into the hall with the rest following behind them, somebody immediately put down their wine glass and stood up to greet them. Temple Master 1, Holy Master Ma. As soon as the voice sounded, the noisy hall went silent. Everyone turned to look at them, and the greetings poured out endlessly. When Zishan smiled and returned the greetings in all directions while walking all the way to the front of the hall under Zhuangbu Fan's guidance. Meanwhile, Ma Qing didn't even glance to the side, his expression remaining cold and aloof. Fortunately, those who knew him well were aware that he was always like this and that he wasn't disrespecting them. A sturdy man in black attire sat at the head of the hall and glanced over with a smile, tilting his head towards an elegantly dressed middle-aged man sitting on his right as he said, "I told you, right? They will surely arrive within a quarter hour, and look. They're here." The elegantly dressed man smiled in response. "You are truly astute, Brother Lei." The only person who could sit in the main seat in this place was the Temple Master of Orthodoxy Temple, Lei Gu. No one else had this qualification. It went without saying that the elegantly dressed man was the sect master of one of the sects in the Southern Territory, a second-order emperor. Moreover, his seat was placed quite far to the front. Brother Lei. When Zishan and Ma Qing stepped forward and cupped their fists, Lei Gu stood up. "Many thanks for coming all this way. Please have a seat." Although there were many tables in this hall and every seat was occupied, for tables located on the left and right of the main table remained empty. Nobody dared to occupy these seats, as these 4 tables were clearly reserved for the people from Azure Sun Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land. When Zishan and Ma Qing separated and moved in 2 different directions, each sitting with their elders at the left and right tables. When Zishan and Ma Qing each occupied a table with the elders from their sects. Azure Sun Temple had one more person than Heavenly Martial Holy Land, so the seats at their table were just enough to accommodate all of them, and a servant immediately came forward to serve wine for everyone. Afterward, Lei Gu got up slowly, held up a wine glass in his hand, and spoke in a loud voice. "The time has once again come for the Southern Territory Martial Gathering. This is a momentous event, and I offer my thanks to all the support from the Southern Territory's masters. This Lei will be hosting the Martial Gathering at Orthodoxy Temple, and both the sect and I shall do our best to create a fair environment for everybody in the Southern Territory to compete. I wish your disciples great success and prosperity. May you lead the future hope of the Southern Territory. I offer this toast as a sign of my respect. Cheers." "Many thanks, Temple Master Lei." Everybody in the hall replied in unison, lifting their wine glasses and drinking together. It was an extremely lively scene. Raising a toast was part of the etiquette Lei Gu had to follow as the host of the Southern Territory Martial Gathering. Following that, everybody was free to do as they pleased. Tomorrow was the day the martial gathering began, so it was inevitable for their disciples to suffer injuries and losses once the event began. At the time, they would not be as harmonious anymore. Many people came to Azure Sun Temple's table to offer a toast, but most went straight to Gao Shueting. Luo Chun rarely interacted with others, so he did not have this honor. On the other hand, Yang Kai, Xiao Baiyi, and Murong Xiao were only there to gain some experience and did not know many Emperor Realm Masters. It went without saying that they were ignored, but they were happy to have time to themselves. Yang Kai took the time to inquire with Murong Xiao and finally learned why their relationship with Heavenly Martial Holy Land was so tense. Turned out as he expected. It was indeed because of the competition for first place in the individual rankings and group rankings during the last martial gathering. Neither sect was willing to admit defeat, so it was only natural for there to be some friction between them. 1 hour later, Lei Gu, Wen Zishan, and Ma Qing left the venue early. They had to gather together to discuss matters regarding tomorrow's martial gathering, the arrangement of the name lists, and the planning of the venue. Although everything would be taken care of by Orthodoxy Temple in the end, Wen Zishan and Ma Qing had to check just in case Orthodoxy Temple sabotaged anything. After these three people left, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became more energetic. It could be seen that the presence of these three people still stressed the others out to a certain extent. Yang Kai looked around while eating and drinking, looking rather bored. He had been a little interested in the martial gathering at the beginning. However, after coming to this place, he realized that it was nothing special. If this matter had not been pushed onto him, he would have gone home by now. Although nothing major would happen to High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, the dust had yet to settle from recent events and it was a little worrying not to be there in person. It was also because his cultivation was higher now. Yang Kai was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Hence, the competition between those in the Dao Source Realm, the Origin King Realm, and the Origin Returning Realm no longer raised his interest. He had already killed off numerous Emperor Realm Masters, so these little fights no longer excited him. Even so, Azure Sun Temple had assigned this matter to him, so he had no choice but to follow along. He suddenly recalled something and turned to look at Gao Shueting as he asked, "Senior Sister Gao, what did that Wu Chang mean when he said that Senior Brother Xia is afraid of losing to him again? Does this martial gathering have a competition between emperors?" Gao Shueting replied, "No, not during the martial gathering, but there will be an exchange of pointers after the martial gathering. However, it is entirely voluntary. It doesn't have any prizes either. It's purely for improving relations between each other." Yang Kai grumbled in a non-committal manner and secretly decided that if Wu Chang came to provoke him again, he would definitely teach the latter a harsh lesson. Who cares what kind of special constitution he has? He can't be stronger than a third-order emperor, right? Yang Kai was certain that he would have no problem dealing with a third-order Emperor Realm Master with his current strength, and if he used all his trump cards, a third-order Emperor Realm Master could only retreat before him. I wonder if Wu Chang will give me the opportunity to go all out. Lifting his wine glass to his lips, Yang Kai glanced sideways and saw Wu Chang heading in his direction. Wu Chang's one blue and one red eye was rather strange. Yang Kai snickered with a scornful expression, which nearly made Wu Chang mad with rage. The banquet ended in the middle of the night and the people of Azure Sun Temple were led to their accommodation by a maidservant soon after, arriving on a mountain peak with rich world energy and beautiful scenery, covered in soft moonlight that spilled across the ground and illuminated the land. There was a palace on top of the peak where the people of the Azure Sun Temple were staying. The disciples had long arrived to rest and the maidservant respectfully took her leave after leading them here, while local staff led them to their respective guest rooms. It didn't take long before everyone was settled in, and after tidying up a little, Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly. Taking out a communication artifact and studying it for a bit, he frowned slightly and opened his door to walk out. Turning a corner, he came to another room and knocked gently on the door. "Come in." Gao Shueting's voice came from inside. Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered the room only to see Wen Zishan, Luo Chen, Xiao Baiyi, and Murong Xiao inside the room, so he couldn't help but curiously ask, "What's going on?" When Zishan held up a jade slip and waved it slightly, "You have work to do." Saying so, he threw the jade slip over. Yang Kai reached out his hand to catch it. Closing the door behind him, he swept his divine sense over the jade slip and murmured, wondering, "What is this?" The jade slip contained a series of name lists, and each name had a corresponding number associated with it. Reading this list, Yang Kai felt utterly bewildered as he saw his name appear more than once. Gao Shueting explained, "The reason we brought so many elders here is not only to encourage the disciples to do their best in the competition, but also to act as referees." Referees? Yang Kai was stunned. "That's right." She continued explaining, "The martial gathering is divided into 3 categories, namely the Dao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and Origin Returning Realm. Putting aside the Origin King Realm and the Origin Returning Realm for the time being, the fights between the disciples in the Dao Source Realm should not be underestimated. An Emperor Realm Master is needed to act as a referee. The first reason is to ensure that the competition is fair, while the second reason is to ensure that there are no accidental deaths during the competition." After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai understood the situation a little. The martial gathering was supposed to be a friendly competition, but many things could go wrong during a fight. The probability of unnecessary injury or even death occurring was very high, so a stronger master was needed in order to prevent such occurrences from happening. However, only an Emperor Realm Master could stop or provide emergency assistance in the competition between cultivators in the Dao Source Realm. After all, it would look very bad for all involved if hundreds of people died in the martial gathering. Upon learning this, Yang Kai studied the jade slip carefully again and then asked, "In other words, I am in charge of the 8th arena for a total of 5 days?" Gao Shueting nodded. "Yes, the martial gathering will be held for a month. Junior brother Yang, you only need to be in charge of the 8th arena during the individual rankings. Don't forget the time slots. The rest will be taken care of by the others in turn." Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he had memorized the information. Many of the Emperor Realm Masters in the Southern Territory were here this time around, and for that reason, he only needed to participate for 5 days rather than for 30 days all by himself. Mulling over it, he asked, "Doesn't that give some people the opportunity to cheat for personal gain? If the disciples from my sect are on the stage, I will inevitably be more biased towards them." When Zishan chuckled, "Everybody has their pride, so even if they have this opportunity, nobody would be too obvious in their actions. They will try to ensure fairness as much as possible. Besides, there will be many others watching the arena aside from the referees in charge, so I'm afraid it won't be that easy to cheat." Gao Shueting added, "In any case, there is only one thing you need to keep in mind. There must be no deaths. Other than that, you can use your own judgment." Yang Kai nodded. "I will do my best." He did not take this duty too seriously. Although he was being a referee the first time in his life, protecting and preventing 2 Dao Source Realm Masters from killing each other was no big deal with his current strength. Aside from Yang Kai, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao were also given the same task, and they all had to act as referees for approximately 5 days each. When Zishan talked about a few other things before everyone dispersed. Following that, Gao Shueting took out a communication artifact, summoned the disciples participating in the competition, and gave another round of explanation. At the same time, in a secret room on another spirit peak, a burly man sat on the ground. His body was wrapped in black qi that filled the entire room, constantly twisting and writhing like a snake. It was a terrifying sight. A knock sounded on the door, and the burly man suddenly opened his eyes that were swirling with red and black light. There were no whites in his eyes whatsoever, and a less courageous person would have been frightened to death by the sight. As soon as he opened his eyes, the black qi wandering aimlessly in the secret room swiftly retracted into his body, as if it was being summoned by something. The red and black colors in his eyes gradually returned to their original colors, and the black qi disappeared. He now looked no different from an ordinary human. "Come in." An imposing voice rang out and the door was opened, after which an elderly man walked in. The burly man looked up at the elderly man and asked, "Why is that boy here?" The elderly man frowned and replied, I was extremely surprised too. I have not heard from him for more than 10 years, and it was said he was no longer in the Southern Territory. I don't know why he appeared here at this point in time. The burly man cursed. Damn it. Is this when Zishan doing? He couldn't have called that boy over just for the martial gathering, right? Maybe it's all just a coincidence? The burly man coldly snorted. Coincidence or not, this person cannot remain. He will become a huge obstacle to my plans. The elderly man frowned. Sir, do you mean? We need to prevent trouble before it happens. Think of a way to get rid of him. The elderly man was silent for a while before he frowned deeply. He won't be easy to dispatch. If he were easy to remove, would I call you here? The martial gathering will last for a month, so find a safe way to do it within that time, and be sure to leave no traces. Yes. The elderly man bowed, and seeing as there were no other instructions, he took his leave. He came out of the secret room and let out a long sigh. It would not have mattered if it were just an ordinary Emperor Realm Master. If that was the case, all he needed to do was gather enough manpower and it would all work out somehow. However, that person had a particularly annoying ability. He was proficient in the Tao of space. Even if he couldn't win a fight, he was good at escaping, and if he were to escape and spread the news of their existence, their plans would be endangered. This is going to be difficult. After mulling over it for a long time, the elderly man made up his mind. It looks like I can only ask the people over there to take action. Besides, only those people can stealthily sneak up on him and strike a fatal blow. After making up his mind, he left in a hurry. The sky was clear for tens of thousands of kilometers, as though it was washed clean. Banners were being displayed and people were crowded around in a huge valley surrounded by mountains. This was the place where the Southern Territory Martial Gathering was being held. Tens of thousands of cultivators from across the entire Southern Territory had gathered in Orthodoxy Temple, and apart from this valley, there was no other place that could accommodate so many people participating in the competition together. There were hundreds of arenas scattered around the inside of the valley like chess pieces, all of which were carefully crafted and protected by spirit arrays. There were enough to ensure several hundred pairs of cultivators could fight to their heart's content at the same time. On the eastern side of the mountain, there was a row of stairs lined with newly built pavilions that were set up with tables. Sitting in this spot gave one a full view of everything in the mountain valley. The Emperor Realm Masters of each major sect in the Southern Territory came here in 2s and 3s. They took their seats after some polite talk. Naturally, the people of the top 3 sects sat at the top of the stands. The sect masters of all 3 top forces made an appearance on the first day of the martial gathering, whether they wanted to or not. That was because people even more important than them would be arriving on the scene, and they could not afford to be impolite. In the mountain valley, tens of thousands of cultivators who were about to participate in martial gathering held their breaths in silence as a tense atmosphere spread across the area. Many looked up at the mountainside with a look of reverence, secretly fantasizing about sitting there one day. The martial gathering was the best stage for them to achieve great success overnight. As long as their performance stood out in the martial gathering, those that already had good backgrounds would receive better resources for cultivation, while those from humble backgrounds might obtain the chance to join a more powerful force. Unfortunately, the Emperor Realm Masters in the stands seemed oblivious to this mood and continued to talk and laugh happily among themselves. All of a sudden, a stream of light came from the distance and headed straight to the stands. They're here. Legu smiled and got up first. Everybody else hurriedly stood up too. At first, some people secretly wondered who it was that dared to fly into Orthodoxy Temple so arrogantly. However, they could make a guess after seeing how Legu was acting and did not dare to be disrespectful either. The light landed in front of the crowd to reveal several figures. The leader looked magnificent and heroic. He was a third-order Emperor Realm Master with an imposing aura. The people behind him were well-groomed and had extraordinary temperaments, regardless of their cultivation. The people from Star Soul Palace had arrived. Moreover, their leader was none other than Xiao Yuyang. Greetings, Brother Xiao. Lei Gu and the others bowed in unison. Xiao Yuyang smiled and responded politely, Please rise. It was this Xiao who was tardy. I apologize for being late. Every time the Southern Territory Martial Gathering was held, Star Soul Palace would surely send a representative as this was a huge event. As the patron saint of the Southern Territory, Star Soul Palace would definitely participate in it as the hegemon sect. Be that as it may, they did not send their disciples to participate in the event but took on a supervisory role instead. Not at all, Brother Xiao is right on time. Lei Gu chuckled. Although their cultivations were technically the same, Xiao Yuyang came as a representative of Star Soul Palace, so how could he be disrespectful? Lei Gu showed Xiao Yuyang to his seat and made casual small talk along the way. Then, Xiao Yuyang declared, "It's almost time. Let's begin." Nodding in response, Lei Gu signaled Feng Ming with a look. Feng Ming immediately stepped forward, took out a scroll, unfurled it with both hands, and read out loud from it. Today, tens of thousands of young handsome men and women from the Southern Territory have gathered together for the martial gathering. Orthodoxy Temple is honored beyond words. Led by Star Soul Palace, several rules for this competition have been drawn up, and all participants are expected to abide by them. If these rules are violated, severe punishment will be given. His voice wasn't loud, but it spread throughout the mountain valley under the use of his Emperor Qi and allowed everyone to hear clearly. There were not many rules, of course, as that would be meaningless, but some restrictions were still necessary. For instance, attacking a person who had already given up was not allowed, and the use of spirit pills during the competition was not allowed, especially those items that stimulated one's potential to increase their strength temporarily. If the consumption of spirit pills was detected, not only would the participant be punished severely, but the sect they belonged to would be in trouble too. These rules were the same for each martial gathering, so before coming here, the elders of their respective sects would have repeatedly told their disciples about them. As such, the tens of thousands of participants had already memorized these rules. Nevertheless, certain procedures were still necessary and had to be carried out. For a time, Feng Ming's voice was the only sound echoing in the mountain valley. Once all the rules were read out, the rewards would be announced, which was the real highlight of the day. Most only joined the competition to fight for these benefits. Thus, the tens of thousands of disciples in the mountain valley were all looking forward to this announcement. The rewards for every martial gathering were extremely generous. After all, if the rewards were not good enough, then they would not motivate the people to try their hardest in the competition. Under normal circumstances, the rewards were jointly prepared by the top 3 sects, while Star Soul Palace would also contribute. The prizes usually included pills, secret arts, and secret techniques that were highly coveted. What excited the tens of thousands of participating cultivators further was that the first place in the individual and group rankings would not only receive generous rewards, but they would also obtain the rights to enter the restricted areas of the top 3 sects to cultivate for a time limit of 1 month each. Each of the top 3 sects in the Southern Territory had their own special cultivation zones. Azure Sun Temple had the Divine Ascension Mirror World, Heavenly Martial Holy Land had the Martial Intent Temple, and Orthodoxy Temple had the Outer Astral Wind, each with its own advantages. There was no need to explain much about the Divine Ascension Mirror World, as it was naturally a place for cultivating the soul. On the other hand, the Martial Intent Temple was a restricted area to perceive various Daos, while the Outer Astral Wind of Orthodoxy Temple was an excellent place for body tempering. These areas of the 3 top forces covered the cultivation necessities of a cultivator. If one could visit each of these 3 places, then their future would be boundless. Who wouldn't be moved by rewards like these? Things like cultivation resources were auxiliaries, while one's own strength was their foundation. In addition, the first-place winners would also have the right to choose to join any one of the top 3 sects and be nurtured as one of the core disciples within that sect. As soon as the rewards were announced, all the cultivators in the mountain valley became short of breath and beside themselves with excitement. Having said that, the first-place winners of the past martial gatherings had always belonged to the 3 top forces. Moreover, they were all core disciples of their respective sects, so while these rewards might be hugely attractive to 99% of the participants, to the disciples of the 3 top forces, they were nothing more than an extra flower in a bouquet. The reason for putting out such a reward was so that the cultivators, other than ones in the 3 top forces, would be motivated to go all out and strive to obtain the best ranking they could get. In all the years that the martial gathering was held, upsets had certainly been seen. Moreover, they had happened more than once. Those existences that had originally been unknown had emerged victorious in the martial gathering and were taken in by the three great forces as a result. In the end, they would eventually achieve extraordinary results. The rewards for second place were slightly inferior in comparison. They could still choose to join any one of the three top forces as a core disciple. However, the reward of entering all three restricted areas was reduced down to only 2. The rewards for third place dwindled once again as they could only choose to join any one of the three top forces and enter any one of their 3 secret areas. Further down, the cultivators would only receive material rewards. They could no longer choose to join the top 3 sects nor receive the chance to cultivate in the restricted areas. With the announcements finished, the tens of thousands of cultivators in the mountain valley rolled up their sleeves and secretly vowed to themselves to perform well in the competition. After all, this was their chance to achieve great things. When Feng Ming finished reading out the rules and the rewards, he turned back to glance behind him. Xiao Yuyang smiled at Feng Ming slightly, indicating that he had nothing to say. Only then did Feng Ming raise his hand and shout, "Let the competition begin!" Guang. The deafening sound of gongs and drums resounded throughout the valley from somewhere. Following that, figures flew out from halfway up the mountain. Each figure was a different color stream of light, which made it look as though a meteor shower was falling out of the sky. One after another, they landed on the stages that were scattered across the mountain valley like chess pieces. Yang Kai was among them. As a referee, it was only natural that he was the first to appear on the stage. Speaking of which, it was quite funny that he was acting as a referee for the first time in his life. Nevertheless, he was rather calm about it since he had the knowledge and life experience to adapt. Standing on the 8th arena, he took out a jade slip and used his divine sense to check the contents. The jade slip contained a series of numbers, and each number represented a cultivator. The order of appearance and their respective opponents had been prearranged, so all he needed to do was call out the numbers of both parties, monitor the match, and make a fair ruling at the end. Lifting his gaze to look around, he loudly announced, "Round 1. Number 3018 against No. 15,611. As soon as his voice sounded, a petite figure flew out from below the stage and landed firmly on the arena. That person bowed at him and greeted him crisply, "Greetings, senior." I became their senior just like that. Yang Kai sniffed a little. I seriously wonder whether I am older than this girl. However, with his current strength, not many people across the entire star boundary could still stand on equal footing with him, much less claim to be his senior. As such, Yang Kai nodded and smiled at that person, only then studying her carefully. It turned out to be a petite woman with 2 delicate ponytails at the back of her head. Her black hair swayed in the wind, and her modest dress set off her exquisite and curvy figure. She certainly did not look very old, as the aura of youth had yet to fade from her face. Additionally, her cultivation was fairly good. She was in the second-order Dao source realm, but he could not tell which sect she came from. While Yang Kai was still studying her, another person appeared on the other side of the arena. It was a brave and heroic-looking young man dressed in black attire that flapped wildly in the wind. He had an assertive aura, and his eyes were filled with a fierce light, making him appear extremely dangerous. A third-order Dao source realm. Yang Kai glanced at the man and secretly thought to himself, "This is going to be difficult for No. 3018. Not everyone was capable of fighting above their realm or killing opponents that were supposedly stronger than themselves like Yang Kai could. Most of the time, the difference of one minor realm was enough to create a huge disparity in strength. If not for that, why else would everybody do their best to cultivate in hopes of a breakthrough? It went without saying that these kinds of things could not be generalized, of course, and in a life-or-death situation, mental state, grasp of the situation in the battle, and ability to adapt to changes were the keys to determining victory or defeat. That was why there were so many examples of the weak defeating the strong. Number 3018 bowed upon seeing her opponent enter the stage and politely greeted, "Wuxia of Luosha sect." Regardless of how the battle progressed later, the necessary etiquette should still be maintained. Besides, the referee was still watching from the side. On the contrary, the young man in black attire did not seem to share the same sentiment. He simply lifted his hand, pointed at this Wuxia from Luosha sect, and expressionlessly demanded, "Scram. You are no match for me." His tone was not arrogant but simply matter-of-fact. It sounded as though he was just stating the truth, and he was certainly qualified to speak in such a manner. His cultivation was higher than his opponent by a whole minor realm after all. When Wuxia heard those words, a flash of anger flitted across her face and she bit her red lips lightly and rebuked. "We haven't even fought yet. How can you be sure that I am no match for you?" The man in black attire replied, "Do not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Wuxia was livid, but nevertheless, she abruptly took a deep breath and calmed the rage in her heart. Turning to look at Yang Kai, who was standing there calmly, she asked, "Senior, may we start?" She was already standing here, so how could she be chased away with just a few words from her opponent? Even so, the other party's belittling attitude had truly incensed her. If not for her good upbringing, she might have already attacked without even caring to check with Yang Kai. Yang Kai lowered his gaze and folded his arms in front of his chest in a calm and easygoing manner and nodded. Of course, the truth was that those two could have started fighting the moment both of them stepped onto the arena, but Wuxia's respectful attitude had gained her some favorability. As soon as the words left Yang Kai's mouth, the man in black attire lunged toward Wuxia like a whirlwind. A sword as tall as a man appeared in his hands and flashed with lightning. He appeared in front of her in an instant and brought his sword slashing down on her head. There was no holding back just because she was a woman, and from his posture, it seemed like he wouldn't be satisfied unless he cut her in half. Wuxia was shocked as she had not expected her opponent to attack without any warning. Moreover, his attack came so abruptly and there had been no prior indication at all. In a flurry, she hastily summoned a soft whip that she used to immediately protect her vitals. A series of clashing sounds rang out and sparks flew everywhere. Two figures moved across the arena swiftly, with one falling back while the other pressed forward. The young man in black attire was pursuing his opponent closely, and the power behind his sword was extremely heavy. Each swing he made wide and sweeping. His posture was completely focused on attacking, and he did not put any effort into defending whatsoever. His attacks pushed Wuxia so hard that she could barely keep up with them. His cultivation was one minor realm higher than hers. Furthermore, he had momentum on his side as he had launched the first attack, so it was only natural that he had the upper hand in the fight. Be that as it may, Wuxia wasn't bad either. The soft whip in her hand was like an extension of her arm, and despite losing the initiative in the fight, she had instantly defended herself against her opponent's sudden onslaught of attacks. Although she was a little out of breath and even showed some signs of being defeated, she displayed neither weakness nor vulnerability. Yang Kai watched the scene before him with a slightly raised brow and began observing seriously. He had no choice but to be serious here, as he was the referee of the 8th arena, and it was his job to prevent unnecessary death or injury. In other words, he had to stop the fight as soon as he noticed that one side's defeat was clear and before unnecessary harm was done. It was only the first battle on the first day of the martial gathering, so he didn't want anything to go wrong either. If he had to be honest with himself, he was biased towards Wuxia from a personal standpoint. It had nothing to do with gender. It was just that Wuxia had been polite to him, while on the contrary, that man in black attire's arrogant attitude annoyed him. "I am the referee of the 8th arena. It's bad enough that you didn't greet me as senior. But what do you mean by not even looking my way even when you come up to the stage?" However, referees could not be partial to any one party, so Yang Kai could only watch the situation and sigh inwardly at the same time. This Wuxia is at a great disadvantage. Not only is her cultivation lower than her opponent's, but she also lost the initiative in the fight. If nothing changes, the victor will be decided soon. The two continued their high-speed chase in the arena and reached the edge of the ring in the blink of an eye. Wuxia had been forced to retreat all the way here, so she didn't have the time to pay attention to the situation at her feet at all. By the time she lost her footing and noticed that something was wrong, it was too late. She would lose the moment she fell out of the ring, whether she could still fight or not. The sudden change made her panic, and she let out a cry of surprise as her body fell backwards unstably. Conversely, this was exactly what the young man in black had been waiting for. He had been in pursuit all this time, so he saw from a different perspective and noticed something Wuxia couldn't. Thus, he smiled savagely as he shouted, "Fall!" While speaking, he slashed his sword down at her body. Yang Kai nearly couldn't stop himself from making a move, but at that critical moment, Wuxia's body bent at an incredible angle. She had one foot holding onto the edge of the arena as her body bent backwards just enough to avoid the blow from the man in black. Immediately following that, she flicked her soft whip and wrapped it around her opponent's sword and used it as leverage to twist herself up and landed softly behind him. Their positions were reversed in an instant. Many cultivators watching from the audience were stunned while a certain group of cultivators cheered wildly. They were, without a doubt, Wuxia's fellow sect members that were cheering for her. Even Yang Kai was stunned as he had not expected Wuxia to find a way out of that desperate situation under those circumstances. He could tell that she had not planned for this to happen as her reactions and the panic on her face when she lost her footing just now had not been faked. She simply overcame the crisis and prevented herself from falling out of the ring entirely by relying on her ability to adapt and react to the situation. Wuxia didn't stop to take a breather even after escaping her crisis. She flicked the soft whip in her hand, sending it striking like a snake out of its pit. The soft whip struck out at the man in black's back like a gale of wind that could not be stopped. The man in black slashed backwards as he spun around blindly, having already noticed that things were dire when he lost his target. Guang! A clashing sound rang out as the man swayed for a moment before catching his balance. On the contrary, Wuxia was sent flying by a powerful shockwave from his counterattack, coughing up a mouthful of blood midair before landing on the ground unsteadily. Yang Kai secretly thought to himself, "What a pity. If Wuxia had the same cultivation as her opponent, she would have won with that attack just now." Unfortunately, she was one minor realm weaker than her opponent, so with her hasty attack, she failed to make use of this great opportunity. Instead, she even suffered some minor injuries from being countered by her opponent. In the middle of all that tension, the two of them had narrowly escaped defeat. It was truly a dazzling and mind-blowing fight. Yang Kai couldn't help but cheer up somewhat. He couldn't believe that he managed to encounter these two people in the very first round on the very first day of the competition. He could tell that both of them, be it Wuxia or the man in black, were extremely impressive in terms of strength in the Dao Source realm. People like them would have been prioritized and nurtured carefully even within the top 3 sects. Yang Kai suddenly discovered that he had underestimated all the smaller sects. There was a reason why a sect could establish its heritage for thousands of years. It wasn't just the top sects that could produce outstanding talents. He suddenly thought of Luo Yuan from Eight Paths sect. Back then, the Four Seasons realm had raised the reputation of two people. One had been Yang Kai as he had successfully refined a batch of extraordinary treasure pills, which were known as a heaven-defying item, with only a Dao Source realm cultivation. With such an achievement, it would have been hard not to take notice of him. On the other hand, Luo Yuan from Eight Paths sect was the other rising star. Eight Paths sect was a small sect in the Southern Territory, one that couldn't even compare to Blue Feather sect at the time. However, Luo Yuan, who originated from Eight Paths sect, was a fearless rising star. He was not even afraid of Wu Chong and fought against him in an almost even manner. His strength was evident. Speaking of Luo Yuan, Yang Kai suddenly recalled seeing somebody who slightly resembled Luo Yuan yesterday. Unfortunately, they had been too far apart and he had not paid much attention, so he couldn't be sure if it truly was Luo Yuan. It might actually have been that guy. Eight Paths sect is also from the Southern Territory after all, so it doesn't make sense for them not to participate in the martial gathering. While Yang Kai was caught up in his thoughts, Wuxia and the man in black began exchanging blows again. Their figures clashed in the arena as sword met whip, releasing loud clanking noises. One was aggressive while the other was flexible, but they were fighting on equal terms. Both parties were unable to determine a winner. It was not a one-sided situation. Thus, the unusual situation attracted many other cultivators to come and watch this fight. It didn't take long before the 8th arena was surrounded by spectators. They all had solemn expressions as they watched the fight in the arena, secretly analyzing how they could win if they encountered either of these two as opponents. Yang Kai was watching with great enthusiasm too, and if it wasn't for High Heaven Palace no longer accepting new disciples, he would have asked Hua Qingxi to hold a similar competition. A competition like this might be tedious to organize and run, but it was indeed the best way to select outstanding talents. Unfortunately, it could not guarantee the personality and character of these talents. A quarter hour later, the man in black became more and more hostile. It was no surprise. His opponent's cultivation was lower than his, and he believed that he should have been able to finish her off easily. Conversely, the woman who was running around endlessly turned out to be the most difficult opponent he had ever faced. He couldn't help feeling frustrated, and his attacks became fiercer as a result. Wuxia was constantly meeting his attacks by relying on her rapid reaction and flexible movement skills. However, the gap in their cultivation was her biggest shortcoming. Fighting up until now had not been easy, and while winning the fight would not be impossible, it was certainly a difficult prospect. With her hair a mess and many wounds on her body, she appeared quite disheveled and her breathing was ragged as her chest heaved heavily. Fine beads of sweat were sliding down her face, but nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and refused to admit defeat. Even so, Yang Kai could see that Wuxia's hand holding the long whip was trembling. She had been constantly clashing with her opponent's sword, so how could she bear the violent force transmitted through the whip to her arm for so long? The man in black was aware of this too and was utilizing his strong point to attack her weakness without giving her any space to catch her breath. Instead, he kept forcing her to keep up with him. Finally, the sound of something breaking rang out when that sword came into contact with the soft whip again. That soft whip was cut into two by the sword, and the front end flew out. The man in black was overjoyed by the situation. He had enough of his opponent's whip, and now that he had destroyed this artifact, his opponent would have no power to fight back. He looked up with a cold and stern gaze to see a flash of panic flitting across Wuxia's face as she hurriedly tried to back away. But how could he allow her to retreat so easily? Die! He roared as his sword came slashing down and a triumphant expression appeared on his face, as though victory was already in his grasp. I won. It sure wasn't as. Before he could finish his thought though, he suddenly saw the panic on her face disappearing and a hint of cunning flashed across her eyes as she executed some kind of secret technique. It was accompanied by the sound of something slicing through the air behind him. This is bad. His expression changed drastically. He might not know what trick she was trying to pull, but it was clear he had fallen into her trap. Unfortunately for him, it was too late to pull back at this point, so a vicious glint flashed across his eyes as he pushed his sword even harder to bring it down faster than before. Wuxia hurriedly guarded herself with the half of her whip that remained in her hands. But the other party's blow at full strength was too great, and she could not stop his attack. Consequently, the sword slashed down from her shoulder all the way to her abdomen. It almost cut her into two. Blood spurted out of her mouth when the powerful force hit her like a tidal wave and she flew backwards like a sack. While she was flying through the air though, the secret technique she cast just before took effect. The man in black felt something tightening around his body and finally knew what she had been planning all along. The half of the soft whip that had flown away after being cut by him had flown back while he was not paying attention and wrapped itself around him while he was caught off guard. Then, an inexplicable force emerged from the soft whip and suppressed his cultivation, making him unable to circulate his source chi smoothly. Raising his head, a look of despair appeared on his face as he saw Wuxia hurl the half of her soft whip in her hands at him. The whip segment was flying straight towards his forehead, and he knew that if this attack landed, he would undoubtedly die in his current suppressed state. I surrender, he hurriedly yelled. The whip froze mid-motion, just a finger's length from his forehead. Just a little bit more and it would have bored a hole through his head. Even the energy from the tip of this whip was pressing against his forehead painfully like an awl, frightening him so badly that he broke out in a cold sweat. The reason the whip had stopped in front of the man in black was not Wuxia's doing, of course, but rather it was because Yang Kai had made a move. When that man in black surrendered, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed at something in the air, catching the soft whip mid-flight and protecting that young man from death. He simultaneously lifted his other hand and caught Yujua's body that had been thrown backwards by freezing her in mid-air. The man in black glanced in Yujua's direction in shock. Then his expression turned incredibly ugly. That was because her body was floating right at the edge of the arena. It was only a little bit more before she left the range of the arena. Damn it! I almost had it. If I was slightly slower in admitting defeat, she would definitely have lost this match. However, it was a matter of life and death, so how could he dare to hesitate? It was useless to be upset now. Yang Kai released his grip, and the soft whip that had stopped in front of the man in black's forehead fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Yang Kai slightly retracted his other hand and Yuzhua, who was lifted by an invisible force before she slowly floated over to Yang Kai and landed in front of him. Lowering his gaze, he studied this girl at his feet and frowned. The first match was rather brutal. The man in black might not have suffered heavy injuries, but he had narrowly escaped death. After suffering a loss, he would never underestimate a person with weaker cultivation than himself ever again. On the other hand, Yuzhua was in a far worse condition. She had faced a huge disadvantage in this confrontation, and at this moment, both her arms were shaking uncontrollably. There was also a bloody wound stretching from her shoulder to her waist. Moreover, blood was spurting out of the wound without stopping. It looked extremely terrible. This was a serious injury that, while not life-threatening, would definitely preclude her from competing in the next battle if not treated properly. Yang Kai sighed softly and crouched down, pressed one hand on Yuzhua's shoulder, and used his Emperor Qi to stabilize her injury before he subtly took out a healing pill and stuffed it into her mouth. Yuzhua's gaze was a little dazed, as it was obvious that she had been beaten up pretty badly and had yet to recover from the impact. When she saw that Yang Kai was healing her, she couldn't help looking a little apologetic. Nevertheless, she asked in a trembling voice, "Did I win?" Yang Kai looked at her expressionlessly and announced in a loud voice, "The winner, number 3018. Upon hearing those words, her eyes sparkled with a look of surprise and she laughed happily. She had yet to exit the arena when that man in black had surrendered, so she had won. However, she soon couldn't bring herself to laugh anymore, as there was a debilitating pain radiating from her wound. Bracing herself mentally, she lifted her head to examine her condition and immediately blushed beet red. Her clothes where the man in black had slashed her were torn open and exposed her delicate belly as a result. The people in the audience might not be able to see anything due to the angle, but the referee was crouching down right in front of her could, so it was impossible for him to not see her exposed skin. Yuzhua instantly had the urge to pass out from shame. Yang Kai had not noticed this and only sensed that this girl was too stiff. When he noticed something strange about her complexion though, and he followed her gaze, his expression twitched slightly in response before he took out a set of clothing from his space ring and covered her wound with it. After that, he lifted his gaze, turned to the audience, and shouted, "Who here is from her sect?" Two beautiful women immediately rushed forward and cupped their fists. "Senior, bring her away for treatment." He waved his hand dismissively. The two women thanked him, stored Yuzhua's artifact away, supported her on both sides, and helped her off the stage. There was silence in the audience. When Yuzhua walked off, everybody involuntarily moved to the side and opened a path for her, their expressions full of respect. On the stage, the defeated man in black stood there for a while before he shook his head silently and bowed to Yang Kai before flying off the stage. He had lost in the first match, but it was not without gain for him. He still had more chances to return, so he was not too worried. As for Yang Kai, he stood on the stage and fulfilled his job as referee. With a meticulous expression, he took out a jade slip and shouted, "No, 6051 against number 8036. Perhaps it was because the match between Yuzhua and that young man in black had started off so well that the next batch of cultivators who entered the arena went all out to showcase their abilities. All sorts of profound methods were used and the fights were extremely exciting, even drawing a nod from Yang Kai in acknowledgement. Of course, some fights were boring and lackluster where nothing really stood out about them. Yang Kai would have dozed off if not for his job as the referee. A day passed just like that, and when evening rolled around, the sounds of fighting coming from all the arenas in the mountain valley stopped. Tens of thousands of cultivators rested at different spots, waiting for the fights to continue tomorrow. Xianxia returned to the spirit peak that was Azure Sun Temple's temporary living quarters. The entire day had worn him out. In reality, he only stood in the arena and watched the fights, rarely having to take action, but maintaining focus for the whole day was still mentally taxing. He had just rested for an hour when Gao Shueting sent a message and told him to follow her somewhere. With no other choice, he pushed open the door and stepped out. Several elders of Azure Sun Temple were standing outside the palace, and as soon as Xianxia appeared, when Zishan grinned, "Let's go." "Go? Where?" Xianxia couldn't help feeling suspicious. "You'll know when you get there." When Zishan had an enigmatic expression on his face as he led everybody to fly in a certain direction. After asking Gao Shueting during the journey, Xianxia learned that they were going to participate in an exchange meeting. The Southern Territory Martial Gathering was a grand event where tens of thousands of elite disciples and hundreds of Emperor Realm Masters gathered together, making it a rare opportunity. During the day, the Emperor Realm Masters were responsible for being referees and maintaining order around the martial gathering. They were unable to extract themselves from their duties. Therefore, they would only get together at night to communicate with each other. That was the standard practice at every martial gathering. With so many Emperor Realm Masters present, every one of them would have something valuable in their possession. These items might not be cost-effective to sell, but they could be exchanged with others for the treasures they needed. Needless to say, Orthodoxy Temple, as the host of the martial gathering, would collect many treasures especially to get the ball rolling during the exchange meeting. The exchange meeting was also not just a one-time thing and would be held on the first night, then every 5 days going forward. Hence, a total of 6 meetings would be held to ensure that all the Emperor Realm Masters present would have a chance to obtain things they wanted. Upon hearing about the exchange meeting, Xianxia became a bit more interested. When they arrived at the meeting place, he saw hundreds of Emperor Realm Masters gathered inside a hall. Although there were many people inside, it was not noisy as only surging waves of spiritual energy, indicating that these people were silently communicating with each other via divine sense, could be felt. Once the people from Orthodoxy Temple arrived, they gave a simple opening speech and the exchange meeting officially started. As the host of the martial gathering, Orthodoxy Temple took the lead in bringing out several valuable treasures to get everyone excited. Following that, a constant stream of people came up on stage to exchange the things they didn't want with others for things they did. The exchange meeting was just a platform. As for how the exchanges went down so that both parties were not at a loss would require both sides to discuss the details carefully in private. For the time being, the people from Azure Sun Temple were not making any moves. Xianxia did not know what the others were thinking, but in his case it was just that he had not seen anything that he was interested in. His current experience and knowledge were no longer comparable to the past. Ordinary treasures hardly tempted him anymore, so he mainly came here just to join in on the fun. On the contrary, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao seemed to be fascinated by many things. However, they only became Emperor Realm Masters not long ago, so their assets were not abundant. They had nothing to bring out that could be exchanged for these treasures, so they could only sigh at their own helplessness. Just after the first half of the night, the exchange meeting ended and everybody dispersed back to their own quarters. It wasn't until the next day when the martial gathering started again that the mountain valley, which had been quiet for a night, became lively again. Xianxia did not join in on the fun again and simply sat inside his guest room meditating and resting. There was no need for him to act as a referee today, so he had some free time on his hands. Seeing as he had nothing better to do, he decided to enter the small sealed world and check out the situation inside. He had been very busy recently and failed to pay much attention to the situation of the small sealed world as a result. Hence, it was only natural that he wanted to take a look now that he had some free time. As soon as he entered the small sealed world, he felt something in the world similar to an invisible will observing him for a moment. It felt as though a sleeping dragon had opened its eyes and glanced at him before closing its eyes again. Knowing that it was Gun, he wasn't bothered by it. While he was in the star field, Xianxia had used the small sealed world as a medium to display the heaven-devouring battle law to devour a number of cultivation stars. His actions inadvertently gave birth to a sentient will in the small sealed world, which was Gun. Could be said to be a significant harvest. It was just that Gun did not have much self-awareness. Its existence itself was very peculiar and, even now, Xianxia did not know how it came to be. Even if he was given another chance to repeat his actions, he wasn't sure if he could produce a second Gun. At present, the small sealed world was vast and its vitality was flourishing. Gun had devoured several cultivation stars in Grand Desolation star field, and not only did it merge the territories of those cultivation stars with its own, but it also brought all the creatures that were living on those cultivation stars into the small sealed world. They were now living inside this place, introducing a cycle of life and death, as well as creation and destruction, which allowed the world to take its first step in acquiring a cycle of reincarnation. It was hard to explain in words. However, Xianxia could sense that the current small sealed world was different from how it had been before. Felt as though this was now a real world. With just a thought, he felt an invisible and magnificent power pouring into his body, giving him a sense that he was the world itself. World force. Only by comprehending world force could a person qualify to become a great emperor. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised by this power that he could distinctly feel now. Although he could control the small sealed world in the past, he never felt the world force as clearly as he did now. It would seem that Gun's actions of devouring those few cultivation stars and introducing countless living creatures had brought about various changes to the small sealed world. Xianxia was only a second-order emperor right now, but he wasn't going to stop at the emperor realm. He was destined to climb higher, even if his future was full of thorns. Taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, Xianxia released his divine sense into the surroundings and concentrated on obtaining enlightenment. It was a wondrous feeling that made his whole body feel warm and indescribably comfortable. It was as though his entire being had melted and integrated into the world. At the same time, it felt like he was lying in his mother's arms. Without any interference from the outside world, he allowed his body and mind to drift endlessly. There was no need to deliberately try to feel anything, as the world itself had turned into a warm bed that tempted a person to fall asleep in it and never wake up again just so that they could remain in this intoxicating state forever. Invisible and intangible power converged from all directions, surrounding Xianxia in layers like a silkworm's cocoon. The entire world was silent as Xianxia closed his eyes to maintain this amazing state. All of a sudden, a coolness suddenly entered his mind and all of the comfortable warmth disappeared without warning. An indescribable sense of crisis washed over him, causing him to open his eyes abruptly. His vision blurred, and all he could sense was that the divine sense he had released into his surroundings was showing signs of fully merging with the world. This horrified him so much that his expression changed greatly, and he pushed his spiritual energy hard to force himself awake. His divine sense that had been spreading outward like a tide rushed back into him all at once with a loud explosive sound. Both his ears went deaf and his vision went dark. Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, Xianxia stiffly collapsed to the ground, and he did not know how long passed before his dazed eyes gradually focused again. An unimaginable pain came from all over his body, as though he had been stabbed thousands of times over. In particular, his head felt like it was being torn apart. His fingers twitched slightly as his consciousness slowly came back, and it was only with great difficulty that he finally managed to sit up cross-legged and meditated to adjust his breathing. At this very moment, his entire body was covered in sweat as though he had just been fished out of the sea, and his expression was filled with a lingering sense of fear. Xianxia did not know exactly what had happened just now, as he simply wanted to use the small sealed world to comprehend world force. But that act alone had caused his soul to show signs of disintegration instead. If it wasn't for the soul-warming lotus coming into play at the critical moment, it would have ended badly for him. What happened? It was just a small insight, yet I nearly failed at such an easy task. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Nevertheless, he had a vague feeling that the so-called world force was not something he could handle with his current strength. It was precisely because he was unprepared yet still touched on the existence of world force that he could not withstand it. The Emperor Qi in his body was rather chaotic, and he wanted to investigate the situation but found that he could not gather his spiritual energy. Thus, he had no choice but to give up for now. After a long rest, Yang Kai slowly regained his strength. His thoughts flashed, and he instantly appeared in the medicine garden. The entire small sealed world had undergone tremendous changes, yet the medicine garden had not changed at all. This was the core area of the small sealed world and also a forbidden zone. Yang Kai had long concealed the medicine garden through various means, obscuring it from the outside world. It was impossible for anyone to even see what was going on inside. Even an Emperor Realm Master would not be able to intrude on the area without his permission. Upon entering the medicine garden, however, Yang Kai discovered that there were many people gathered around this area. Those people were all origin kings and were clearly cultivators from the various cultivation stars that Gun had devoured. They probably discovered the strangeness of the medicine garden and were trying to get a glimpse of what was inside. Unfortunately, they were helpless due to their lack of strength. None of them could enter, so they gathered in twos and threes to discuss ways to enter the medicine garden. That scene amused Yang Kai, as he never imagined that his medicine garden would be so attractive to these people. He had placed billions upon billions of living creatures in the small sealed world for two reasons. 1. Gun had not been picky about what it took in when it devoured those cultivation stars, swallowing people along with rocks and trees equally. Although Yang Kai had the means to eliminate them all, it would be very time-consuming. Thus, he decided to leave them be. The second reason was that he wanted to see what kind of changes the small sealed world would experience after billions of these living creatures moved in. Reality had proven that the small sealed world did undergo various changes. If the previous small sealed world could be described as just an empty shell, then the current small sealed world had been significantly enriched. It was as though a walking corpse had gained vitality. The small sealed world had successfully become a complete world, which was clear from just the changes in its world force. Be that as it may, Yang Kai would not allow these cultivators to have any ideas about his medicine garden, so he lifted his hand gently and an invisible force spread to the surroundings. In the next instant, the many cultivators gathered around the medicine garden looked horrified as they were pushed backwards by something beyond their control. It was almost as if a large, invisible hand was dragging them backwards. It didn't matter whether they were a second-order origin king or a third-order origin king. No one was capable of resisting this force, causing all of them to acutely feel their own insignificance. If anyone dares to approach this place again, they will be killed without mercy. A majestic voice resounded throughout the world like rumbling thunder at that moment. The expressions of all the cultivators standing firm just now changed drastically as they could tell that the voice belonged to the so-called master of the world. How could they dare to remain in place? Thus, they quickly fled. When two small, delicate beings noticed the situation on this side, they flew over from the medicine garden like dancing butterflies, arrived before Yang Kai, and bowed. Sir, they were none other than Mu Zhu and Mu Lu, whom Yang Kai had brought over from the ancient wildlands. Mu Zhu gave Yang Kai a once-over and stretched out her hands to cover her red lips. Sir, are you hurt? Yang Kai was in a miserable state, so it was hard not to notice how bad he looked. Yang Kai waved at them weakly and continued to adjust his breathing. The two wood spirits glanced at each other and nodded at the same time. They suddenly shifted so that one stood in the air in front of him while the other flew to stand behind him. They simultaneously formed a set of seals with their hands to activate some kind of secret technique. An emerald curtain of light appeared out of nowhere and enveloped Yang Kai next. Wisps of light that resembled fireflies flew out of the emerald curtain and filled his surroundings. Then, these bits of light entered his body with every breath he took. Yang Kai was aware of their movements but showed no intention of stopping them. He had long heard that the Wood Spirit clan was exceptional at healing injuries, so how could he not understand what they were trying to do at this moment? As he breathed in the green light, he felt the pain in his body fading away and being replaced by a feeling of comfort. His body gradually restored its strength, and even his soul quickly recovered. Investigating his condition, Yang Kai was a little surprised to find that his body was filled with emerald light now. Moreover, That light was brimming with vitality as it repaired his damaged body. The emerald light was obviously the doing of the two wood spirits. Cracking his eyes open slightly, Xianxia peeked at his surroundings. The small figure floating in front of him had a solemn expression on her face while sweat slowly slid down the tip of her nose. It would seem that providing this kind of treatment was a burden on them too. Xianxia honestly could not tell these two wood spirits apart, but based on their demeanors, the one in front of him was probably Muzhu because Mulu was shy and became embarrassed easily. Seeming to sense his peeping gaze, Muzhu smiled at him and he calmly closed his eyes again. With these two wood spirits assisting him in healing his injuries, Xianxia's entire body relaxed. The entire process took no more than an hour, and by the time he opened his eyes again, he was fully recovered. Muzhu and Mulu seemed aware of the changes too and stopped in unison, causing the emerald curtain of light enveloping him to disappear without a trace. Even the emerald wisps of light faded away. "Thank you," Xianxia said. Muzhu pursed her lips. "You are being too polite, sir." Xianxia stood up, swept his divine sense over the medicine garden, and couldn't help raising his brow. He had planted all sorts of spirit flowers, spirit medicines, and exotic herbs in this medicine garden over the years, but he had never taken care of them properly before. That was because the immortal tree was planted here. The immortal tree had limitless vitality, so combined with the nutrient-rich soil and the many earth vein crystals in the medicine garden, nothing would wilt even if he just randomly planted anything he wanted here. But, looking at it now, the huge medicine garden had been tidied up and organized. The spirit grasses and exotic herbs were neatly arranged at different plots, with some of the shorter plants having already borne fruit. There were blue fruits, green fruits, and red fruits all over the place, making it look very pleasing to look at. Xianxia was certain that everything was thanks to the work of the two wood spirits because he had only planted everything at random before. There had never been such careful planning and structuring before. He also saw many plants that he had never seen before that seemed like they had just sprouted not too long ago. The immortal tree that was only as tall as a person and the firmament tree were particularly conspicuous. They were located at the center of the medicine garden, and as he looked over at the immortal tree, Xianxia saw that two of its leaves were rolled up like tiny beds. Then, he looked at the firmament tree and saw a similar scenario. He chuckled. "Do you usually sleep on those leaves?" Muzhu and Mulu glanced at each other briefly before the former asked, "Is that bad? If it's no good, Xianxia waved his hand casually. "You are the experts here. You can do whatever you want." "Many thanks, sir." Xianxia simply smiled. "What are you thanking me for?" "I should be thanking you instead." The Wood Spirit clan specialized in taking care of plants since ancient times. If one had a wood spirit in their medicine garden, the output of the medicine garden would increase by at least 30%. He had not expected Muna to force two of her clansmen onto him, but that showed just how attractive rare plants were to the Wood Spirit clan. In the beginning, Muzhu and Mulu had not been willing to separate from their clansmen. However, they understood why their matriarch had assigned them this duty after they arrived in this medicine garden. The unparalleled immortal tree that only existed in legends and the incomparably mysterious firmament tree were both existences that could only be read about in ancient books. These two had never expected to find them both here in this small medicine garden. The two wood spirits were stunned the moment they entered the medicine garden the other day, and it wasn't until then that they understood the matriarch's intent. Only the Wood Spirit clan was capable of caring for these two precious treasures properly. Besides, Muzhu and Mulu would also receive huge returns by taking care of them. That was related to the special cultivation method of the Wood Spirit clan, which was not known to outsiders. Muzhu bit her red lip lightly and nervously reported, "Sir, we also planted some things here without your permission. I noticed." He had long discovered that there were many seedlings that had just sprouted in this medicine garden, and although he did not know what they were, he was certain that they were rare spirit medicines since the two wood spirits were the ones to plant them. Of course, he was not going to stop Muzhu and Mulu from planting these things if they wanted to. After all, he would be the one to profit from this when the plants matured. Upon seeing that Xianxia had no objections, Muzhu couldn't help feeling relieved. Every wood spirit collected a lot of rare seeds, so what they had planted in this medicine garden were the seeds she and Mu Lu had collected. If Yang Kai had objected to their actions, they would have been very reluctant to get rid of those plants. Fortunately, Yang Kai seemed to have no intentions of doing so. You can plant whatever you want. You don't need to inform me. I have handed the care of the medicine garden to you, so you can call the shots here. Many thanks, sir. Mu Zhu broke out into a smile. Then, she hesitated as though she had something to say. If you have something to ask, you can go ahead and say it. No need to hesitate. Mu Zhu glanced at Mu Lu. Then she nudged at the latter. Mu Lu blushed and shyly said, Sir, can you expand the medicine garden? Right now, the place is a little small. The medicine garden was of course not small. Many of the herbs he had collected over the years were all planted here, so how could it be small? Nevertheless, it was small to a wood spirit. A medicine garden of this size could easily be handled by Mu Lu or Mu Zhu alone. Therefore, they felt as though there was not enough for them to do. Of course I can expand it. How much do you want me to expand it by? He looked at Mu Lu with a smile. Mu Lu considered it for a moment and said, About double the current size? Good. Is there anything else you want? She lowered her head shyly and whispered, It would be nice if Sir could bring more seeds for us from the outside. And, no problem. Now that High Heaven Palace was a powerful force that literally dominated one of the 4 territories. Searching for some seeds was not a problem at all. Those were all the requests the 2 wood spirits had at the moment, and they looked extremely satisfied after making them. Afterwards, the 2 enthusiastically invited Yang Kai to tour the newly organized medicine garden. It wasn't to take credit for their work. They simply wanted to show him the results of their labor. Yang Kai did not refuse their offer. Hence, he took a stroll around the medicine garden with them. The 2 wood spirits accompanied him, one on each side. They would explain some things to him from time to time, which gave him a little more insight into such matters. He had to admit that the wood spirit clan's understanding of plants was truly unparalleled. They were familiar with the characteristics, growth environment, maturity cycle, and harvesting methods of every spirit medicine here. Half a day later, Yang Kai left after doubling the area of the medicine garden as Mu Zhu and Mu Lu had requested. The newly added parts of the medicine garden were completely empty, and he left it as it was for them to deal with themselves. Over the next few days, Yang Kai spent most of his time meditating in his room. While he was meditating, he thought back on the insight he had gained back in the small sealed world. Although his attempt had failed miserably, it was not without gain. At the very least, he had a better understanding of world force now. A few more days later, he had to serve as a referee for a day again. That night, Yang Kai called up Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao to join the exchange meeting. The last time he came, he had only been there to join in on the fun. However, he came prepared this time as he had something he wanted to exchange. It was rare for so many Emperor Realm Masters to gather together in one place. Therefore, Yang Kai was confident he could obtain some strange and peculiar seeds from them to fulfill the requests of the 2 wood spirits. As for the items he could use for the exchange, he had many monster beast cores of various grades in his possession that would surely cause a stir if he brought them out. He also had all kinds of artifacts and elixirs. In the end, he chose to bring out some Emperor-grade spirit pills as well, and as expected, taking out 2 bottles of Emperor-grade spirit pills aroused the interest of many people. In the end, he managed to exchange for some seeds as he wished, and when he returned to his room, he handed them to Mu Zhu and Mu Lu. The 2 wood spirits were naturally delighted to see that Yang Kai had obtained seeds so quickly. Although they had their own collections, the seeds they had on hand were not enough now that the medicine garden had been expanded. The seeds Yang Kai obtained at the exchange came just in time to solve their urgent need. So they kept asking him to bring more, and naturally he agreed to their requests. However, there were probably no more seeds to be exchanged for at the exchange meeting. Even if these masters had some seeds, they had simply been something they collected by chance. It was impossible for them to treat those seeds like treasures the way wood spirits did. So they wouldn't be bothered to bring many with them. Therefore, Yang Kai could only wait for the martial gathering to finish and figure out a solution once he returned to the Northern Territory. He believed that collecting some seeds would be easy with the power of the entire Northern Territory. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating in his room when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Opening his eyes, he raised his hand and the door opened. A woman dressed as a maid stood outside and bowed politely. "Elder Yang, there is someone here requesting to meet with you." The maid was a disciple Orthodoxy temple had sent to serve them, but since Emperor Realm Masters did not need much in the way of service, most of the time this maid just helped run some minor errands for them. "Who is it?" Yang Kai felt a little curious. Since they are asking to meet me, that can only mean that they hold a status lower than mine. I can't think of anybody who would ask to meet me at this time though. A young woman. She claims that she is here to thank you for saving her life. She seems to be called Wuxia. Yang Kai was stunned. If I remember correctly, she's the girl who fought in the first match in the 8th arena on the first day of the martial gathering. Smiling lightly, his first reaction was to refuse her. He was the referee that day. Hence, it was his job to help her when she was sent flying. He did not expect repayment for what he did. However, he thought about it again. She is already here, so refusing will make me seem a little unapproachable and unkind. The words were on the tip of his tongue when he changed what he wanted to say. "Show her in." "Yes," the maid responded before retreating. Outside the hall, Wuxia stood there respectfully with both hands held flat in front of her. She was holding a set of clean clothing that she had washed previously with a nervous expression. She had no idea whether the person known as Elder Yang would be willing to meet with her. After being rescued by Yang Kai the other day, she rested for a day and recovered fully. She initially wanted to thank him immediately, but unfortunately, she did not know who he was or which sect he belonged to. She had been asking around for the past few days and finally obtained some information today. The referee who rescued her and even fed her a spirit pill turned out to be the famous high-rank guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai's name was familiar to most of the people in the Southern Territory. Refining the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm, being instated as a high-rank guest elder of Azure Sun Temple, and clashing with the elder of Star Soul Palace during the canonization ceremony. News about him had long since spread across the lands. It was just that he had been keeping a relatively low profile for the past 10 years, so he had gradually been forgotten as a result. Wuxia never imagined that she would be so fortunate as to cross paths with such a person. Thus, she couldn't help feeling surprised, and upon learning his identity, she immediately rushed over. Many disciples of Azure Sun Temple came and went while she was waiting there, almost all of them glancing at her strangely. Some even came over to ask the reason she was here, but when they learnt that she was here to meet Yang Kai, they didn't bother her anymore. Just as she was battling with her uncertainties, the maid came back. Wuxia's expression froze as she stared at the maid nervously, but luckily, the maid smiled and said, "Elder Yang invites you inside." "Many thanks." Wuxia nodded politely. The maid didn't say anything else, turning around to lead the way. Wuxia composed herself and followed behind the maid, soon arriving in front of a certain room. The maid stretched out her hand to gesture for her to enter. Wuxia breathed in lightly and stepped into the room. There was only one person in the room, standing by the window with his hands behind his back, staring out at the distant scenery. He turned around when he heard a sound, and when their eyes met, Wuxia immediately recognized this man as the referee of the 8th arena. Luo Sha sect disciple Wuxia greets senior. She quickly stepped forward and gave a half bow. Yang Kai looked her up and down. Then he fixed his gaze on the clothes she was holding in her hands, immediately having an idea of what was going on. Smiling, he asked, "How can I help you?" Wuxia lifted her head and stared at him with big, bright eyes that held no fear while respectfully replying, "Senior rescued me the other day and even gave me a precious spirit pill to aid with my recovery. That's why I came here today to express my gratitude." Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. "I was just doing my job. You are being too polite." To which Wuxia smiled. It might have been Senior's job to save me, but giving me a spirit pill was a kind deed. Although my consciousness was hazy at the time, it's not like I completely lost consciousness. If not for the spirit pill Senior gave me, I would not have been able to continue the competition the next day. Those words were the truth. She might not know what grade spirit pill he had secretly given her was, but if not for that spirit pill, she would not have been able to go all out in the following competitions. She even suspected that it was an emperor-grade spirit pill because only such a pill could have such powerful restorative effects, allowing her to recover completely by the very next day. Yang Kai smiled slightly, neither affirming nor denying her words. It stood to reason that he, a referee, shouldn't have given any spirit pills to a contestant. However, he had done it without anybody noticing, so he believed that nobody else was the wiser and Wuxia would not speak about it. Besides, it was taken after the fight, so even if someone did notice, who would really care? Wuxia took a step forward and held up the clothes she was holding in her hands next. Senior, I washed your clothes and came to return them. Yang Kai nodded. You can put them down over there. He didn't reach out to take them either. It was just an ordinary set of clothes. One he took out to cover her wounds without much thought and had no intention of taking them back. Nevertheless, her actions gave him a good impression of her. Wuxia obediently placed those clothes down to the side then. Turning around, she studied the environment in the room curiously. She didn't show any timidity. Rather, she seemed rather forward instead. Seeing this, Yang Kai rubbed his nose and asked, "Is there anything else?" The door was left open to avoid unsavory rumors, but it wasn't good for a lone man and woman to be seen in the same room alone. Moreover, he was still a referee, so how would it be perceived if he were seen privately contacting a contestant participating in the martial gathering? If word got out about this, he could not guarantee that they would not be slandered. Therefore, his words were politely asking his guests to leave. Wuxia was not a fool and she could perceive the meaning behind his words. Thus, she hurriedly took out a beautiful shirt from her space ring and apologetically said, "Wuxia will forever remember Senior's kindness that day. I didn't know what to give you as thanks, but it so happened that I saw a good shirt while at the shopping district nearby and I bought it. If Senior doesn't mind, please accept it." Her voice became softer and softer as she obviously realized that it was inappropriate for a woman to give a man she barely knew clothes. It was just that she really had no idea what to give him as thanks. Yang Kai's cultivation was no secret. Furthermore, the fact that he could bring out an emperor-grade spirit pill to treat her wounds indicated that he came from an affluent background. With her financial resources, even the things she could afford to buy only by going bankrupt would probably be of no value to him. Rather than wasting her money like that, she figured buying him a new set of clothes would be more appropriate. After all, she had dirted his with her blood. It could be considered an act of reciprocation. It didn't matter how expensive it was the thought that counted. Glancing at that shirt, Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was the first time anyone had gifted him clothes. In addition, it was somebody he barely interacted with before. The funniest point was that it was a gift from a woman. If somebody were to witness this particular moment, it would be hard not to misunderstand the situation. Staring at Wuxia thoughtfully, Yang Kai calmly stated, "As a referee in the martial gathering, it is only natural that I be impartial in the arena. Rescuing you was simply part of my job. Giving you that spirit pill was the least I could do since the fight was over. If it had been anybody else, I would have done the same." The implied meaning behind his words was that she shouldn't overthink things. Yang Kai was a little suspicious as to whether this woman had any special reasons for approaching him. But if she did, wouldn't she be a little too scheming? Upon hearing those words, Wuxia nodded. "It is as you say, Senior." Yang Kai stared at her unblinkingly. Although she wasn't looking at him, she seemed to sense something out of the corner of her eyes and suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable. Lowering her head, she said, "If it is not to Senior's liking, I will take it back." She couldn't help feeling a little sad. Even so, she bowed elegantly. "I won't intrude any further, Senior. I will be taking my leave." "Ah, it's just clothes. Why did I shamelessly take them out?" Thinking about it now, she couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. But to her surprise, Yang Kai suddenly added, "It's a thank you gift, so there's no reason for you to take it back." She glanced up at him with a stunned expression. Before she could respond, Yang Kai took the shirt from her but did not try it on. The main reason was that the clothes were a little too flashy and he would definitely look extremely gaudy in them, so how could he dare wear them? Seeing him accept her gift, Yuj suddenly broke out into a smile. She had 2 small dimples in her cheeks, and her gaze only contained pure happiness. It seems that I worried too much, Yang Kai judged after seeing her reaction. Please get some rest, senior. I will take my leave now. Yuzhua paid her respects again, feeling happy both physically and mentally. Wait a moment. Yang Kai raised his hand. Is there something else, senior? She half turned to look at him curiously. You mentioned the shopping district just now. Is there a shopping district nearby? Yuzhua nodded. There is a big shopping district in Orthodoxy Temple that sells everything and anything. Have you never been there before, senior? Yang Kai shook his head as he really had not known about it and asked, Where is it? It's just below the valley, not far from here. If senior wishes to visit it, I can bring you there, she voluntarily offered. Just point me in the direction. I'll go by myself. She smilingly replied, It's quite all right. Besides, I've finished my match for today, so I have nothing better to do. Yang Kai had no idea what she was thinking. Doesn't she understand I'm trying to avoid scandals? When she heard that he wanted to visit the shopping district, Yuzhua became very enthusiastic and even added, What do you want to buy, senior? I'm quite familiar with the shopping district and can show you around. Yang Kai felt awkward turning down such enthusiastic kindness, so after pondering in silence for a moment, he decided to just go with the flow and nodded. Good. Then, I'll be troubling you. She hurriedly waved her hands dismissively. Senior is being too polite. After deciding on the matter, they immediately walked out together. Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi and wrapped her up with it before flying in the direction of the shopping district that she pointed out. He casually asked about the situation of her battles over the past few days and learnt that she had passed all of them without suffering a single defeat, making him feel some admiration for her. Truthfully, he had noticed from day one that her performance would surely have caught the interest of many people, regardless of the final results of the martial gathering. As long as Luo Sha sect was willing to let her go, he had the feeling that the top 3 sects of the Southern Territory would not object to taking her in. The question was whether Luo Sha sect would be willing to let her go. No, they would surely refuse, as it wasn't easy for them to produce a disciple like her. How could they let her go so easily? Besides, it was unclear whether she herself was willing to leave Luo Sha sect. They chatted away throughout the entire journey, and Yang Kai got a better understanding of her personality. She was a lively and cheerful character, not a calculative or manipulative person. Yang Kai was not repulsed by people like her. Not to mention that she was rather good-looking and her voice was very pleasant to the ears, so it wasn't a bad feeling being around her. The martial gathering has always been a place to change one's fate overnight. If somebody invites you to join a better sect on the day the martial gathering ends, how will you choose? Yang Kai casually asked. Yuzhua's expression turned solemn at those words as she declared, I am greatly indebted to the master sect, and my honored master is no different from my biological mother. I will not leave Luo Sha sect for any reason. After a pause, she looked at him and asked, Senior, are you asking me to join Azure Sun Temple? She looked troubled and didn't seem to know how to respond. Yang Kai waved his hand casually. I was just asking curiously. I didn't have such intentions. Oh, Yuzhua nodded. Then, she suddenly pointed downward. We're here. That's the shopping district. Almost the entire mountain valley of more than a dozen kilometers long was the site of this shopping district, with the ground on both sides of the canyon and even caves on the cliffside lined with shops. Countless cultivators came and went, and the endless shouting was deafening. This was the shopping district of Orthodoxy Temple, so all the shops were the property of Orthodoxy Temple, and some were businesses run by the disciples themselves. Anything and everything was sold here, but although it was generally a lively place, it was never as bustling as this. The main reason for the activity was the recent opening of the martial gathering. Tens of thousands of cultivators from all around the Southern Territory had gathered here, so it was only natural for some of them to come here for a stroll. Before Yang Kai landed, he saw that the cultivators walking about underneath were all dressed differently. with disciples of the same sect wearing similar uniforms walking about in groups of 3s or 5s. Every major sect would have a shopping district like this one. Azure Sun Temple had a shopping district too. But Xianxia had never been there before. Be that as it may, it would not be any inferior to this one. They were not stopped by anybody when they landed in front of the shopping district. So Xianxia and Wuxia entered the shopping district without any trouble. Women were born with an inherent interest in places like these, and Wuxia was already a lively and cheerful girl, so she was all smiles after arriving here. Walking backwards with her hands behind her back as she faced Xianxia, she looked at him and asked, "What is Senior interested in buying here?" Despite walking backwards, it was as though she had eyes on the back of her head, and from time to time, she would shift her shoulders slightly to avoid the crowd. "I want to buy some seeds." Xianxia looked around. He decided to come here out of the blue to buy some seeds. The main reason was that Mu Zhu and Mu Lu had a high demand for seeds recently. Although he managed to exchange for some rare seeds during the last exchange meeting, they were not enough for the two wood spirits' use. When he sent the seeds over to them, the two wood spirits only kept pestering him to bring over more as soon as possible. Xianxia didn't know there was a shopping district here before, but now that he did, he figured he might as well come and check it out. Seeds. Wuxia was a little taken aback by this request as she had not expected him to come here for something so simple, but after thinking about it for a moment, she said, "I know where to find them. Follow me, Senior." While speaking, she turned around and wormed her way into the crowd like a fish swimming in water. She was very nimble and her pace was neither fast nor slow, so he did not fall behind too much. Not long after, the two of them came to a certain shop, one that sold herbs. These shops would generally carry some seeds for sale, but there wouldn't be much in terms of quantity. That turned out to be the case here too, as following Wuxia's inquiry, the shopkeeper only took out a few types of seeds. Xianxia quickly checked through them without turning his nose up at them. He immediately wanted to pay for them and leave, but to his surprise, Wuxia began haggling with the shopkeeper over the price. She was very witty and eloquent, forcing the price down by a fifth of the original price. It was very amusing for Xianxia to watch. Wuxia also tried to snatch the bill, but how could he allow her to pay? It was only natural that he did not agree. After leaving that shop, Wuxia led Xianxia to the next one. She seemed rather familiar with this area, so who knows how many times she had been here before. Approximately half a day later, the pair finished walking the shopping district that spanned more than a dozen kilometers, and Xianxia had gotten quite a good haul. Although the seeds he bought were not priceless treasures, the two wood spirits had not specified much in their request, so he figured he would let them try planting these seeds and see how it went. "Do you still have anything you want to buy, Senior?" She blinked at him. "Not for the time being." He smiled slightly and looked at her. "You still have a match tomorrow, so you should go back early to rest. Many thanks for accompanying me today." Wuxia smiled so widely that her eyes curved into crescent-like shapes as she replied, "It was my pleasure. Senior, please don't hesitate to ask me if you have any other requests." Pausing for a moment, she added, "I'll take my leave now. Senior, you should also go back and rest soon." Xianxia nodded, and only then did Wuxia fly up into the sky. Halfway up, she turned around to look at him again and waved at him energetically. Watching her leave, he weighed the bag in his hand that was filled with seeds before casually stuffing it into the sealed world bead. He simply placed the bag in front of the medicine garden as he was certain that Mu Zhu and Mu Lu would be able to find it. Afterwards, Xianxia turned around and flew towards the Spirit Peak that was the temporary accommodation for the people from Azure Sun Temple. News about Wuxia of Luoxia sect coming to find Xianxia spread like wildfire among all the people of Azure Sun Temple, and Murong Xiaoxiao even dropped by just to ask about it, wondering if Xianxia and Wuxia had some sort of secret relationship between them. It left Xianxia feeling rather speechless. Even Gao Xueting looked at him strangely when this matter came up. Needless to say, Xiao Baiyi's expression of contempt made Xianxia's blood boil. The following days passed by calmly without anything remarkable happening. In a few more days, Xianxia would need to come out of retreat, go to the mountain valley, and serve as a referee for a day. As time went on, More and more cultivators were eliminated from the competition, and those that could continue to stand in the arena were more or less famous talents. During this period, Wuxia stood on the 8th arena again. Her opponent was, once again, another person in the third-order Dao source realm. This battle was even more difficult than the one she faced on the first day. But even so, she resolved the fight and taking advantage of her flexible tactics and keen battle sense, she used everything she had to knock her opponent out of the ring. Unfortunately, Xianxia could tell that it would be impossible for her to make it to the top 10 even though her abilities were outstanding because her cultivation was a huge shortcoming. If she was also in the third-order Dao source realm, she would surely make it into the top 5 in this martial gathering. Xianxia did not go to the exchange meeting between the Emperor Realm Masters again, as there was nothing to be gained from it now. However, Gao Xueting came back to deliver a message to him. Many of the Emperor Realm Masters wanted to exchange for the Emperor-grade spirit pills in his possession again, even saying he could set his price. His only response was to ignore them all. Taking out the Emperor-grade spirit pills to exchange them for rare seeds was something he did as a one-time thing. How could he possibly bring out even more Emperor-grade spirit pills that everybody was coveting? On the 20th day of the martial gathering, the results of the individual rankings came out. The first-place winner was not a disciple from Azure Sun Temple, nor even the disciples of any of the 3 top forces. Instead, it was somebody from 8 Paths sect. Moreover, it was somebody Xianxia knew. That person was the daughter of the previous sect master of 8 Paths sect, Suzy. The fact that the competition was won by a small and unknown sect was a huge blow to the pride of the 3 top sects. Xianxia and Suzy had not interacted much with each other, of course. All he knew was that she had feelings for Luo Yuan. Back when he refined the extraordinary treasure pills in the Four Seasons realm, she had asked to exchange for one of them from him, originally planning to gift the pill to Luo Yuan to aid him in becoming an Emperor Realm Master as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Luo Yuan had not appreciated her sentiment and stuffed the extraordinary treasure pill into her mouth, forcing her to swallow it instead. After so many years, Suzy's cultivation finally reached the peak of the third-order Dao source realm, and it would not be hard for her to become an Emperor Realm Master with the extraordinary treasure pill from back then as her foundation. Nevertheless, she completely overwhelmed tens of thousands of young talented individuals in the Southern Territory and brought glory to 8 Paths sect by winning the individual competition. For that reason, a little-known sect like the 8 Paths sect once again caught the attention of many masters. The truth was that ever since the day Luo Yuan became an Emperor Realm Master, 8 Paths sect was no longer the same small sect it had been back in the past. It had expanded its influence greatly, while Luo Yuan had assumed the position of sect master. It was easy to imagine how much honor and glory Suzy's victory in the individual rankings of the martial gathering had brought to 8 Paths sect. The current 8 Paths sect was just slightly poorer in heritage, with Luo Yuan being the only Emperor Realm Master overseeing the sect. But, in time, when both he and Suzy had fully spread their wings, they were bound to lead 8 Paths sect to prosperity. It should not be forgotten that the reward for obtaining first place in the martial gathering was permission to enter the secret cultivation areas of the 3 top sects. Combining that with the supplementary effects of the extraordinary treasure pill, Suzy would surely advance into the Emperor realm in short order. Truly made one green with envy just thinking about it. The second-place winner was actually Shui from Azure Sun Temple. This result did not disappoint, and at the very least, he had overpowered the participating disciples of Orthodoxy Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land. The third-place winner belonged to the Orthodoxy Temple, while Heavenly Martial Holy Land missed out on the top 3 spots this time around, causing the elder leading their team to look extremely vexed. He was probably troubled by how he was going to assume responsibility for the disgrace. As the results continued further down the rankings, most of the disciples from the major sects were ranked in front, highlighting the heritage of these forces. Now that the individual rankings were over, the remaining 10 days would be used for group battles. The competition venue was still the same mountain valley, but hundreds of Emperor Realm Masters spent a whole day removing all small arenas and reorganizing the valley into 10 large ones. Each arena could fit up to about 100 people fighting at once. In the individual rankings, only one referee was needed for each battle, but that would not work for the group rankings. Every arena needed 5 referees to ensure that there were no casualties in each battle. It went without saying that Xianxia was also recruited. Just as before, everyone took turns to act as a referee, rotating once every 3 days this time. In order to compete for the group rankings, the disciples fought with everything they had, and the battles were very flashy and intense. Every method and every trick came into play during these battles, and it was quite the spectacle. It was also very difficult to imagine that they were doing all this just to obtain the first place in the rankings. Still, it was no wonder, seeing as the rankings would determine the reputation of their sects. Who would dare to be sloppy about it? The disciples Azure Sun Temple sent out were all elites, and regardless of their individual rankings, they were invincible in the group rankings. Their opponents couldn't even lay a finger on them in the first few matches, and it wasn't until they met the disciples of the other two top sects that they had more difficult battles. On this day, Xianxia was meditating as usual when the maid came to report that Wuxia was asking to meet him again. Ever since the first time she came here, she would visit every few days. However, she always had legitimate reasons. It was mainly to send some seeds to him. When she saw that he had been very interested in those seeds back at the shopping district, she went back and asked her sect members to help collect more, and every few days she would come to deliver them. This was the third time she had done so already, and although these seeds were not expensive, Xianxia had a vague feeling that something was not right. This young woman's gaze was gradually becoming more and more attached over time. Xianxia was not inexperienced in these matters, so how could he not know her intentions? Perhaps he had planted a seed in her when he saved her back then, and that seed was slowly showing signs of taking root in her due to their constant contact these days. Of course, Wuxia was very careful to conceal her feelings. But Xianxia was not blind, so it was impossible for him not to notice after so much time. As such, he felt that it was necessary to have a serious talk with her. He really did not want to get entangled with any more women right now. Besides, he still had yet to figure out what was going on with Jiyao. Hence, he asked the maid to show her in. Soon, a head popped out from behind the door, and Wuxia smilingly said, "I hope I'm not bothering you, senior." After meeting several times, she realized that Xianxia did not put up any pretenses. Thus, she had gotten very familiar with him. "You are already here, so what does it matter if you did bother me?" Xianxia looked at her, rolling his eyes. After meeting several times, they had naturally become much more familiar with one another. Wuxia stuck out her tongue, slipped into the room, took out an animal skin bag like it was a priceless treasure, and handed it to Xianxia. "I found some more seeds for you. Have a look." Xianxia reached out to accept them before he quietly murmured, "You don't need to keep searching anymore. I have enough now." Wuxia was taken aback by those words for a moment before she grunted non-committally in reply. Her expression seemed a little disappointed, but she quickly cheered up again and asked, "Senior, what are you collecting these seeds for?" He smiled. "My wife asked me to, so how can I be careless about it?" "Your wife?" She was obviously startled. "Senior, you have a wife? Why didn't I hear about this before? I've been asking around about him a lot over the past few days, but I didn't hear about this at all." Xianxia nodded, picking up his teacup as he took a sip and calmly replied, "I have a few." "A few?" Wuxia couldn't help feeling a little out of sorts and immediately sank into a state of desolation. She was no longer as lively and cheerful as before. She clearly seemed rather absent-minded upon learning that Xianxia was married, moreover, to several women at that. Then, after making small talk for a bit, she took the initiative to leave. Xianxia saw Wuxia off at the door, and watching her slightly hunched back as she left, he slowly shook his head. He had no choice but to reveal some of his personal information to her in hopes of ending this mess quickly. The group ranking battles continued on in full swing, and as the battles progressed, the ones remaining were all elites, so the fights became more intense as a result. The heritage of many sects across the Southern Territory was showcased in these battles. The longer they remained in the competition, the stronger the influence of the sect behind them. Needless to say, none of the top 3 sects were eliminated from the competition. Unsurprisingly, the last 3 groups competing against each other belonged to the top 3 sects. The group from Azure Sun Temple finally lived up to expectations and won first place in the competition in the Dao Source Realm category by an overwhelming margin. Although they lost in the Origin King Realm and the Origin Returning Realm categories, those losses were not a big deal. The final results of the rankings were out. Hundreds of Emperor Realm Masters, as well as tens of thousands of participating disciples, gathered in the mountain valley once again. Following that, Xiao Yuyang announced the top 10 winners for each category of the competition and the rewards they were to receive. The cultivators and sects whose names were called out received great honor. On the other hand, those who lost secretly vowed to themselves to wash the shame clean in the next martial gathering. The Southern Territory martial gathering was now over, but nobody left. According to tradition, Orthodoxy Temple, as the host of the martial gathering, would throw a huge banquet on the final night of the martial gathering. It didn't matter whether it was the Emperor Realm Masters who came to provide support or the tens of thousands of disciples who participated in the competition. All were invited to the banquet. The banquet would be held in the evening, and since there was still some time until then, Yang Kai returned to his living quarters to wait. Not long after, the maid came to report that Yu Zhuo was asking to meet him again, and he couldn't help feeling a headache coming on. Pondering in silence for a moment, he ordered, "Tell her I'm not here." Although he had not made himself entirely clear the last time, the meaning behind his words had been obvious enough. He did not know what Yu Zhuo was thinking, but he really did not wish to continue with this ambiguous relationship. The maid glanced at him curiously and could not understand why he refused to even meet with Yu Zhuo when he had been very kind towards her previously. Nevertheless, it was not her place to interfere and she could only retreat obediently. Outside the hall, the maid turned to Yu Zhuo and said, "Elder Yang is not in." Yu Zhuo exclaimed, "But I saw him return." The maid smiled. "Perhaps he went out again." Yu Zhuo clearly did not believe those words, as she had seen Yang Kai return to this place with her own eyes, and there had been no trace of him going out again. So how could he not be in? Just as she was about to ask the maid to check again, she suddenly seemed to realize something and forced out a smile before bowing. "Many thanks." The maid shook her head. "It was nothing." Yu Zhuo turned around and her eyes abruptly reddened. She sullenly flew off in the direction of her living quarters, but halfway there, she stopped and turned around to stare at the place where Yang Kai was living. She energetically waved her hand in that direction before hurriedly rushing away. Yang Kai stood by the window, and upon seeing her actions he sighed. He could only wish for her happiness in his heart now that things had come to this, hoping that she could put this behind her as soon as possible. That night, the mountain valley was extremely lively as tens of thousands of people were gathered together. Countless tables were set up all across the entire mountain valley, and many maidservants made their way among them. Even the disciples of Orthodoxy Temple were busy as they constantly served up food and wine. The banquet spread out in all directions. It was rare to see such a grand occasion, and drinks flowed freely, making the atmosphere extremely festive. At the place where everybody from Azure Sun Temple was gathered, Yang Kai looked around and asked curiously, "Where is Senior Sister Gao?" He did not see Gao Shueting anywhere all evening. Morong Xiao Xiao replied, "Senior Sister mentioned that she was feeling under the weather, so she didn't come. Is she okay?" He looked concerned. Morong Xiao Xiao blushed a little and quietly replied, "It's nothing. She'll be fine with some rest." Looking at her expression, Yang Kai wisely did not inquire further into the matter. People kept coming over to propose a toast, so the people from Azure Sun Temple couldn't just sit around relaxing. When Zishan gave an order, and several Emperor Realm Masters had no choice but to bring their wine glasses with them to offer toasts to others. On the way back, Yang Kai's expression changed suddenly as he turned his head to the side and saw a figure flashing by, rushing into the darkness and disappearing out of sight. What was that? He frowned. Putting down the wine glass in his hand, he chased after the figure, and a moment later, he saw a person waiting for him approximately several hundreds of meters ahead. He walked over and cupped his fists. "Senior brother Luo." Luo Chun turned to look at Yang Kai and quietly said, "Come with me." "Where?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow. It had been Luo Chun who quietly sent a divine sense transmission to him just now, asking him to come over. Speaking of which, There had not been much interaction between them, although the two of them both belonged to Azure Sun Temple. This person was even less talkative than Xiao Bai. At the very least, Xiao Bai would offer a comment once in a while. On the other hand, Luo Chun was practically no different from a mute. He wouldn't make a sound even if he was hit with a stick. He seemed to be an outlier even in Azure Sun Temple, and according to Murong Xiao Xiao, none of the many elders in the temple had a particularly close relationship with him. Yang Kai did not have much interaction with Luo Chen either, and hadn't exchanged more than a few words with him before. Thus there was no friendship between them at all. Hence, Yang Kai seriously had no idea why Luo Chen called him out in the middle of the night. "Senior Sister Gao wishes to meet you," Luo Chen responded as he led the way. "Senior Sister Gao." Yang Kai was stunned. At the same time, he couldn't help criticizing in his heart. Why are they acting so secretively? If Gao Xueting is looking for me, she could have come to me directly. Why send Luo Chun to deliver the message? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, he followed behind Luo Chun. But after a while, he frowned. "Senior brother Luo, this is not the way back." Judging by the direction they were going, they seemed to be flying out of Orthodoxy Temple, and it was making Yang Kai feel more and more suspicious. However, Luo Chun, who was leading the way, refused to give him any explanation whatsoever. Yang Kai couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, and his figure came to a sudden stop as he stared at Luo Chen's back. In response, Luo Chen stopped and looked back at him. "Senior brother Luo, what is going on?" He frowned at Luo Chen. Luo Chen repeated, "Senior Sister Gao wishes to meet you." Yang Kai asked, "Why does Senior Sister want to meet me?" Luo Chen said, "I am only responsible for delivering the message. I don't know anything about the specifics." Yang Kai stared at Luo Chen for a long time before he took out a communication artifact, poured some divine sense into it, and contacted Gao Xueting himself. Luo Chen's behavior was making him feel very suspicious. Therefore, he couldn't afford to care about offending the person in front of him anymore. "Let's contact Gao Xueting and figure out what's going on for now." Yang Kai quickly received a response from the communication artifact, and upon reading the message, he looked stunned. It turned out that Gao Xueting really wanted to meet him, but she didn't mention the reason. She only said that he would know once he arrived. Putting away the communication artifact, he bowed to Luo Chun with a slight sense of shame. What he did just now showed that he did not trust Luo Chun, but facts had shown him that he was simply overthinking things. Luo Chun seemed unaffected and continued to lead the way without saying a word. After a while, the two left Orthodoxy Temple and nobody stopped them. Yang Kai followed Luo Chun and sped into the distance. About an hour later, Luo Chun stretched out a finger and pointed at a tall mountain in the distance. "Senior Sister Gao is waiting for you over there." Yang Kai tilted his head to look at Luo Chen. "Are you not going?" Luo Chun shook his head, turned around, and left. Yang Kai was speechless. Serves you right for not having any friends. Nobody can handle such an attitude. I wonder how Gao Xueting managed to make him move. Glancing in the direction Luo Chun had pointed, Yang Kai saw a peak not that far away. Thus, he continued heading in that direction. Landing at the top of the mountain peak, he glanced about his surroundings, but there was nobody around. He used his divine sense to scan his surroundings, but there were no signs of life around. "Senior Sister Gao," he shouted, but there was no response. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling that the events of tonight were getting stranger and stranger by the moment. First, Gao Xueting entrusted Luo Chun with a message for him, but he didn't see her anywhere now that he had arrived at their supposed meeting place. Could it be that she hadn't arrived yet? Feeling suspicious, he took out his communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it again. He wanted to ask Gao Xueting about the situation. However, there was no response from her this time around. Just as Yang Kai was focused on fiddling with the communication artifact, a shadow silently appeared from the darkness behind him. The shadow had appeared like a wisp of black smoke, without any warning nor the slightest indication whatsoever. What was even stranger was that Yang Kai didn't seem to notice it at all, even though it was so close at hand. The black shadow slowly condensed into a blurry figure that looked like it could be blown away by the wind. The figure lifted a hand, and a black dagger appeared in its grip. Then, it stabbed the dagger towards Yang Kai's back slowly. The moon was hidden by the clouds and the wind was strong. The world was quiet, with only the sounds of the birds and insects coming from all directions. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was still fiddling with the communication artifact, scowling deeply, unaware of the crisis coming from behind him. At that moment, the sounds of the birds and insects disappeared abruptly, as though they had been frightened by something. All the sounds of the night vanished in that instant, and at the same time, the dagger that had slowly been moving towards Yang Kai suddenly burst forward at an unimaginable speed, stabbing violently into his back. A sharp pain burst out, and the Emperor Qi in Yang Kai's body exploded outward. The communication artifact in his hand turned into a cloud of dust as his body tensed, becoming as tough as metal. The forearm-length dagger didn't manage to stab any further than a finger length into Yang Kai. So despite being aimed at his heart, it instead became trapped in place by his muscles. The black shadow holding the dagger swayed erratically for a moment. The position where its eyes were located shone with a light of surprise. It seemed that it had not expected its certain kill attack would be blocked like this. Although it had managed to stab its dagger into Yang Kai, its actions had not achieved the desired effect. Considering the situation briefly, it immediately understood the crux of the problem. There was something wrong with this man's body, making it incomparable to an ordinary cultivator's. Without giving that black shadow any time to react, Yang Kai turned around with a furious glare and punched out. A violent burst of qi exploded outward. However, it directly penetrated the black shadow's body and hit empty space, leaving a black tear behind. Its position had been revealed, so it no longer tried to remain hidden. Putting more force into its dagger, it thrust forward, trying to finish Yang Kai off. Yang Kai didn't flinch, but even so, he was pushed so hard that he was steadily forced backwards. The ground under his feet looked like it had been plowed as two long gouges appeared in it. He stretched out his arm and grabbed at the dagger that was stuck in his abdomen, ignoring the fresh blood trickling down his hand from his fingers that had been sliced open by the blade, and stared at the figure in front of him, trying to get a clear look at their face. That moment just now could have been described as a fine line between life and death. It both shocked and enraged him. What shocked him was that the other party's actions had gone completely undetected until it was almost too late. He didn't notice anything whatsoever. So clearly this person's assassination techniques were beyond superb. Who could it be with such skills? What enraged him was that he had been ambushed so unexpectedly. The only reason he managed to stop the danger was not that he had noticed a murderous intent, but that he instinctively sensed something was wrong and shifted his body so that the attack avoided his vital points. If not for that, he would be in a terrible state right now. Hong hong hong. Waves of violent force were transmitted through the dagger and exploded inside his body. The explosions caused his waist area to become a bloody mess, and he had no choice but to use his Emperor Qi to resist while golden blood spurted out of his mouth. Yang Kai roared, "Who are you?" He had been led to this place by Luo Chen, and before he came, he even contacted Gao Xueting to confirm. Therefore, he had not given it much thought at the time. Who could have expected that he would be ambushed here? This was obviously a premeditated assassination, but Yang Kai could not figure out who he had offended so greatly that they would try to kill him in this manner. More importantly, what roles did Luo Chen and Gao Xueting played in this entire process? Yang Kai did not want to think too much into it, but he had no choice but to do so. Nevertheless, his top priority at the moment was to resolve the immediate crisis he was facing and figure out the identity of the assassin. Luo Chen and Gao Xueting's involvement could come later. The Black Shadow did not answer Yang Kai's question and simply continued to push forward. Yang Kai scanned the Black Shadow with his divine sense but couldn't uncover its true identity. He couldn't even detect any life aura coming from this Black Shadow, as if it was nothing but an illusionary phantom without physical form. Furious, Yang Kai punched out again. The Black Shadow ignored the attack and allowed it to land on his body, but unsurprisingly, it was completely ineffective. A numb and tingling sensation spread out from Yang Kai's waist area, shocking him into the realization that the dagger was poisoned. He did not know what kind of poison it was that could take effect so quickly, but in any case he had no time to investigate. Space principles fluctuated as he spread out his palm to grab at the black shadow. The black shadow grunted as its seemingly ethereal body suddenly became much more corporeal. Yang Kai was overjoyed at the sight. His brute force attacks had not been effective against his opponent, and even his Emperor Qi had not been able to injure this strange assassin. He would have faced a disastrous ending if even his space principles were incapable of working against this enemy. But fortunately, they had not let him down. The black shadow clearly could not withstand the pressure of space being condensed around him and showed signs of revealing his true form. Yang Kai shouted as he sent a moon blade flying, slicing through the black shadow's body. Fresh warm blood splattered out as the black shadow was cut into two but fused together again in an impossible manner. Nevertheless, a pained expression appeared on its blurry face. The moon blade might not have delivered a killing blow, but injury was unavoidable. Before Yang Kai could do anything else though, the black shadow suddenly released its dagger and retreated. How could Yang Kai allow the black shadow to come and go as it pleased though? Reaching out, he aimed his hand at the black shadow and clenched his fist tightly. The space surrounding the black shadow instantly solidified. This move was apparently beyond the black shadow's expectations, as it could be said that it was an indefensible attack. Only then did it realize how dangerous it was to confront the person in front of him openly. It was no wonder its higher-ups told it to kill this person silently. Otherwise, this person might really ruin their grand plans. Exile! Yang Kai suddenly shouted, and the space that captured the black shadow instantly began to collapse. A black hole suddenly appeared behind the black shadow, and a terrifying suction force came out from it, as though it was trying to swallow the black shadow up. This black shadow is too dangerous. Even my moon blade can't cut him down. Yang Kai was in no mood to figure out who the black shadow was anymore. Kill first, talk later. Exile was one of Yang Kai's space techniques that could literally exile a target into the void. No matter how resilient or impervious the black shadow was to damage, it would still have no way to escape once it was lost in the void. There, it would eventually die of old age in the void crack. Feeling the chaotic nothingness coming from the black hole, the black shadow became a little panicked. When a sharp whistle sounded from its mouth, a dozen figures suddenly appeared from all directions, each of them holding their artifact in hand as they indiscriminately blasted Yang Kai with attacks. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically, as he had not expected this person to have so many helpers. Moreover, all these ambushers were Emperor Realm Masters. Lifting his gaze, Yang Kai suddenly noticed that the figures were extremely familiar. They were faces that he had recently interacted with, and some were even people he had met and chatted with earlier today. These people were the Emperor Realm Masters of the major sects and clans in the Southern Territory that had led their respective disciples to participate in the martial gathering. It was just that the aura radiating from these people at this moment was one that made Yang Kai's heart pound wildly. He looked up at them and saw that every one of them was wrapped in a faint black qi. Demon qi. The scene before him could not be more familiar. How could Yang Kai not realize that these Emperor Realm Masters had been taken over by the demon qi? Their hearts and minds had been demonified, but how could there be demon qi here? In that brief moment of hesitation, Yang Kai's body was shrouded by violent waves of attacks. At the last instant, a small bell appeared out of nowhere and rapidly spun as it grew taller than a person. Covering Yang Kai, vivid scenes of mountains, rivers, birds, fish, and beasts seemed to come alive. It was the mountains and rivers bell. The dozen Emperor Realm Masters were attacking with everything they had. So even if Yang Kai had thick and tough skin, he didn't dare to take their attacks head-on. Besides, not only was he poisoned, he also had a dagger still stuck in his waist. Hong hong hong. A series of explosions rang out as lights flashed out from the mountains and rivers bell while it defended against all the attacks. Afterwards, it suddenly became smaller and smaller until it fit into Yang Kai's palm. Following that, he turned his head to look in the direction of the black shadow. The black shadow that was about to be swallowed by his exile secret technique had broken free of its shackles while Yang Kai was distracted. In the darkness, that pair of indifferent eyes stared at Yang Kai deeply for a moment before its body exploded and transformed into countless wisps of black smoke, which scattered in all directions and vanished in the blink of an eye. Seeing that its ambush had failed, it decisively retreated. Yang Kai gritted his teeth as the grief and anger in his heart compounded each other. He had never suffered such a huge loss before since he began his journey on the martial Dao. He nearly died at that person's hand, but he didn't even manage to get a glimpse of their true appearance. He didn't even know anything about the origin of the other party. It was a great disgrace. Yang Kai had no time to investigate anything though, as there were still a dozen Emperor Realm Masters wielding their Emperor artifacts once again to attack him. It was clear that they were buying time for the Black Shadow to escape. Yang Kai pulled out the dagger from his waist and used his Emperor Qi to staunch his wound before his figure flickered and appeared in front of an elderly man with a white beard. Yang Kai's fist flew out, punching the elderly man directly in the face. That elderly man with a white beard immediately flew backwards from the force and lost consciousness even before he hit the ground. He was only a first-order emperor, so how could he withstand Yang Kai's assault? The rest of the Emperor Realm Masters remained undaunted though, showing no intention to escape, for people rushed out from both the left and right sides. Meanwhile, the others held out the Emperor artifacts and bombarded everything in front of them with relentless attacks, regardless of whether it was an enemy or an ally. Yang Kai glanced about coldly and with a shift of his body, avoided a ball of fire. Two people from the opposing side rushing towards him failed to notice the attack coming at them and were turned into dust by their own allies as a result. Not even bones were left behind, so nobody would ever know which sex elders had died there. The mountains and rivers bell shot out again to cover three people on the right, unleashing an irresistible suppressive force. Those three also noticed that they were in a tight spot and wanted to escape. However, it was already too late. The moment the bell tolled, they lost control of their strength, and their Emperor Qi became chaotic. Wobbling, they fell to the ground, unable to move, and were swiftly covered by the mountains and rivers bell. In the meantime, Yang Kai lost no time as he flashed to the side of a beautiful woman and grabbed her by the back of her neck before pushing his Emperor Qi wildly. He first sealed her cultivation before striking her on the back of her head to knock her out. After that, he tossed her into the mountains and rivers bell. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the dozen Emperor Realm Masters that had ambushed him had been defeated. When the remaining half saw that the situation was turning sour, they stopped trying to fight him and unanimously scattered in all directions to flee. Yang Kai wanted to chase after them, but half of his body had become numb from the poison. Thus, he could only grit his teeth and watch as they escaped. Sweeping his divine sense in all directions, he confirmed that there were no other dangerous elements before reaching out to toss the two people he knocked out into the mountains and rivers bell to suppress them. After that, he hid inside the sealed world bead. He appeared directly in the medicine garden with a pale complexion and went directly to sit down cross-legged in front of the immortal tree. When Mu Zhu and Mu Lu heard the commotion, they came to check out the situation and were shocked as soon as they saw Yang Kai's current state. They hurriedly surrounded him, one in front and one at the back, to treat his injuries. The emerald light enveloped him, and supplemented by the vitality of the immortal tree, Yang Kai instantly felt much better. The truth was that all the injuries he suffered were secondary. Even though the dagger had stabbed into his body and pierced his internal organs, such wounds were nothing to him with his current physical constitution and powerful restorative powers. The problem lay with the strange poison on the dagger. Yang Kai did not know what kind of poison it was that could affect him even with his current physique and cultivation, which was in the second-order Emperor realm. Not to mention his body as a half-dragon. His Emperor Qi surged, washing over the numbed half of his body, and with the help of the two wood spirits, that half gradually regained its feeling. Yang Kai was very fortunate in a sense. If it had been any other third-order Emperor Realm Master in his situation, they would have died from this strange poison. It was just that he now had a half-dragon body, and the dragon clan had strong resistance against various negative states. Poisons were naturally among them. The poison on the dagger might have been very strong, but it was not strong enough to poison a member of the dragon clan to death. An ordinary great dragon would not have been affected by this poison at all. Unfortunately, it took some effort for Yang Kai to purge this poison from his system since he was only a half-dragon. The two wood spirits were not only good at healing wounds, but they were also experts at detoxification. With the assistance of these two, it only took a quarter of an hour before Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood he threw up was not the usual golden color and instead had a green, oily look to it. Moreover, it was pungent and foul-smelling. The blood landed on the ground with a soft hissing sound. Following that, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and stretched his body. There was nothing wrong with his condition now, but as he recalled the ambush, he couldn't help feeling a lingering sense of fear. Ever since Yang Kai broke through to the Emperor realm, he rarely ran into opponents that could put up a fight against him. He even killed several third-order Emperor realm masters. Hence, it couldn't be helped that his mentality had undergone some subtle changes. He finally understood that the world was vast and there were capable people everywhere. The price of underestimating his opponents was nothing but pain and suffering. It was only thanks to his half-dragon body that he managed to survive this near-death experience. Without it, that sneak attack from behind by the Black Shadow might have killed him instantly, and it was also his half-dragon body that allowed him to survive the fatal poison from that dagger. It was only thanks to the toughness of his half-dragon body that his body could lock the dagger in place and prevent it from advancing further or being retrieved. It had allowed him to avoid receiving fatal damage, slow down the spread of the poison, and survive the ordeal. Yang Kai was still filled with doubts when he thought back on what he went through tonight. The only reason he came to that mountain was that Luochen had used Gao Xueting's name to bring him along. If not for that, he would never have gone there for no reason. At the same time, it was clear that the Black Shadow's ambush had been premeditated. How are Luochen and Gao Xueting related to this matter? Yang Kai had contacted Gao Xueting beforehand and received a response from her. Otherwise, he would not have trusted Luochen so easily. Moreover, the demonification of those dozen Emperor Realm Masters gave Yang Kai the feeling that something even more nefarious was happening behind the scenes. The Southern Territory had just resolved the last demon incident. In the 10 or so years that Yang Kai had been in Hung Luo Star Field, the Southern Territory had been hunting down the demon spirits that had escaped from Spirit Sword Peak, and it was said that the demon spirits had all been cleaned up, so where did so many demonified masters pop out from? While mulling over it, Yang Kai suddenly came to a shocking realization. The dozen Emperor Realm Masters who attacked him were all people who came to participate in the martial gathering, but he didn't even notice any abnormalities in them until today. If they all quietly underwent the demon transformation, then what about the others here? There are hundreds of other Emperor Realm Masters and tens of thousands of elite disciples from all over the Southern Territory within this mountain valley right now. It would be catastrophic if some or even all of them had fallen too. Not daring to continue with that line of thought, Yang Kai emerged from the small sealed world. The mountains and rivers Bell stood there quietly on top of the mountain peak while the surroundings were a complete mess, with traces of the huge battle from earlier still remaining. Faint sounds of movement came from inside the bell as the emperors who were suppressed within were clearly trying to break free. However, the suppression of the mountains and rivers bell was extremely powerful, so how could it be so easy to escape? Yang Kai struck the bell with a punch, causing a loud clanging noise to ring out, and the inside quietened down following several groans coming from within. When Yang Kai took back the mountains and rivers bell, he saw the 5 Emperor Realm Masters that he suppressed lying collapsed on the ground. He reached out to grab the white-haired elderly man. Pushing his Emperor Qi, Yang Kai investigated the body of the elderly man as his expression darkened. The situation was exactly as he had feared. The elderly man had undergone demonification, but it would seem that the demon transformation had only happened recently and the demon Qi had not corrupted him too much. He could still be saved. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai's aura went through an astonishing change, instantly becoming ancient and desolate. It was as though he had stepped out of ancient times and was quite incompatible with the world of today. Shaman strength. Yang Kai wasn't just an Emperor Realm Master, but also a Shaman King proficient in various shamanic spells. From his previous experiences, Yang Kai knew that shaman strength was definitely the most effective method to restrain demon Qi. Reaching out to press his hand against the elderly man's head, he began chanting in a strange and broken language. A layer of hazy light instantly enveloped the elderly man, and soon after, he began glowing with a faint blood-red light. Bloodlust spell. Inside that ancient world, Yang Kai had fought fiercely against the demon race for many years and had many experiences in treating people who had undergone the demon transformation. The bloodlust spell was very effective in resisting demon chi's erosion, and supplemented by his shamanic spell, it shouldn't be difficult to reverse the elderly man's demonification. However, the bloodlust spell was created to stimulate a cultivator's blood essence, and this elderly man was not young anymore, so doing this would slightly reduce his lifespan. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was in no position to consider that right now. He had to quickly figure out what happened today so that he could plan for the future. After blessing the elderly man with the bloodlust spell, Yang Kai began chanting a new spell, the demon exorcism spell. The elderly man began trembling as his expression distorted, like he was suffering from great pain before wisps of black smoke flowed out of his 7 orifices. That black smoke dissolved without a trace the moment it separated from the elderly man's body. That was the demon chi that had been corrupting him, and it was being purified now by Yang Kai's spell. All of a sudden, the elderly man's eyes jerked open without warning. Those eyes were pitch black. He grimaced in pain, howling and snarling at Yang Kai like a wild beast despite being restrained completely. The way he acted was as though he would only be satisfied if he could tear Yang Kai's body to pieces with his bare hands. This scene reminded Yang Kai of numerous previous encounters. Inside the ancient world, the demon race and the barbarian race had fought fiercely, trying to wipe each other out. The sight of flesh and blood flying in all directions. If he had not seen it for himself, it would have been hard for him to imagine just how cruel the conflict between the two races was. Fortunately, the elderly man's struggling and roaring soon subsided. At the same time, the demon chi flowing out of his 7 orifices lessened, and the darkness in his eyes gradually faded. More than 10 minutes later, the elderly man lay limply on the ground, covered in so much sweat it was like he had just been fished out of the sea. Blinking in confusion, he muttered, What happened?" Yang Kai stared down at the elderly man from above and asked, "Do you recognize me?" The elderly man's vision gradually focused, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Aren't you Elder Yang of Azure Sun Temple? Do you remember what happened to you?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. The elderly man frowned and pondered for a moment, but a short while later, his expression changed drastically as he shouted, What happened? The last thing this old master remembers is..." He seemed to have some recollection of what happened just now and was not completely oblivious to the situation. Yang Kai explained, "You were taken over by demon chi and underwent demonification." "When and how did it happen?" "Demonification?" The elderly man's expression changed and became as pale as could be. Shaking his head wildly, he muttered over and over, "That's impossible! Impossible!" He seemed to refuse to believe those words. The Southern Territory had been chasing and killing those demons for more than a decade now, so it was clear that he understood what demonification entailed. He had also met people that had undergone the demon transformation before, and those people would experience a huge change in temperament. Unable to recognize their family and friends, even willing to kill their wives and children without batting an eye. However, he never imagined that something like this would happen to him and couldn't help feeling scared. Yang Kai grabbed the elderly man by the collar and shouted, "What do you mean by impossible? Just look at those 4. The elderly man turned in the direction Yang Kai pointed and saw 4 people collapsed on the ground next to him, each of them surrounded by a pitch-black demon chi. The pupils of his eyes contracted abruptly as he had no choice but to face reality. There was no way to explain away the strange events that had happened to him. Think about it carefully. Was there anything suspicious that happened to you recently? The elderly man hesitated for a moment before he recalled, "This afternoon, Lady Han and I were invited by Elder Feng to meet with Temple Master Lei, and then, I don't remember much after that." "Feng Ming and Lei Gu?" Yang Kai's expression darkened. There were only 2 people this elderly man would address as Elder Feng and Temple Master Lei in the entire Southern Territory. But if those 2 were the culprits, Yang Kai abruptly turned his head to look in the direction of Orthodoxy Temple with a worried look on his face. "That's right." The elderly man slowly shook his head and continued, "No, it can't be the doing of Temple Master Lei. "Elder Yang, where are you going?" Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Yang Kai suddenly soar into the sky at an astonishing speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Staggering to his feet, the elderly man felt incredibly weak. He turned to look at the 4 people lying unconscious on the ground, then looked at the traces of battle in the surrounding area. Slapping his thigh in frustration, he sorrowfully muttered, "A great catastrophe is approaching." He faintly felt that a storm was brewing, one that would shake the foundations of the world. There were 4 demonified people here though, so he could not just leave them be. He worried that they might bring harm to their surroundings once they regained consciousness. However, he also had some friendship with these 4 people and could not bring himself to kill them. He could only think of a way for him to restrain them and bring them back to let Yang Kai heal them. If Elder Yang can rescue me from the demon transformation, he might be able to save these 4 too. At this moment, Orthodoxy Temple was a chaotic mess. The sounds of killing came from all directions as countless figures were trying to flee while corpses lay collapsed in pools of blood everywhere. One of the 3 top sects in the Southern Territory had turned into Hell's Cape in less than an hour. One after another, Emperor Realm Masters wrapped entirely in black chi wandered back and forth, killing people as though they were chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Their pitch-black eyes were filled with cruelty and madness. On the other hand, more than 100 Emperor Realm Masters had formed a defensive perimeter, shielding all those who fled back to the mountain valley as best they could. That was originally the place where the banquet for the last night of the Southern Territory Martial Gathering had been held tonight. Feng Ming held a communication artifact in his hand, checking the information inside. He frowned and turned to Lei Gu, who was standing next to him. "I just received news from that side. They failed." Lei Gu's clothes fluttered in the wind, and although his entire body was wrapped in black demon chi, it was clear that he had not lost his sentience. His situation was not as simple as being corroded by the demon chi. Rather, his body had been possessed by a demon spirit. At this moment, Lei Gu was no longer the Lei Gu of Orthodoxy Temple. The same went for Feng Ming. Upon hearing those words, Lei Gu roared furiously. How could they possibly fail? It was a foolproof arrangement. Just how did they screw it up? I don't know the exact details, but that person got away. Feng Ming shook his head. Wastes. All of them. Lei Gu's expression turned sullen. It was precisely because they feared that person's space divine ability that they tried to get rid of him first, lest he disrupt their plans. Contrary to expectations, though, the ambush group failed to kill him. These results greatly dissatisfied Lei Gu. Nevertheless, he knew that if even that person could not finish the job, it would not have gone any better even if he had gone personally. I can only say that the heavens have other plans in mind. It looks like I still underestimated that boy's abilities. Speed things up. We have to try and wrap things up before word gets out about this incident, Lei Gu ordered. Feng Ming nodded and shot into the air with a flicker. Yang Kai's figure flashed under the night sky as he wore a tensed expression. His heart and mind were both feeling a sense of calm and worry at the same time. He initially suspected that this matter was related to Luo Chun and Gao Xueting, and reality had proven that it was indeed related to them. However, what made him feel relieved was that it was not as though they actually conspired against him. Luo Chun and Gao Xueting were most likely under the influence of demon chi and were being controlled by somebody else. Yang Kai suddenly recalled something at that moment. Luo Chun and Gao Xueting seemed to have gone out together during the day, and if he remembered correctly, it was because they had been summoned by Lei Gu. Their situations were probably no different from that elderly man from earlier. It was just that there was something Yang Kai could not figure out. Wasn't the demon spirit situation in the Southern Territory settled? How did the demon spirits pull off such a huge operation like this? They deliberately chose this period during the Southern Territory Martial Gathering, so it was clearly a large-scale and thoroughly planned-out trap. Could not have occurred over just a day or two. It had to have been in the works for a long time now. A short while later, Yang Kai returned to Orthodoxy Temple, but the sight that entered his vision when he gazed around made his face twitch in response. The sect defending array of Orthodoxy Temple had been activated, and the translucent curtain of light was like an inverted bowl shielding it without any gap. Before he arrived, He had heard screams coming from inside, and it was clear that many had been killed or were being attacked. Then, he looked at a certain spot inside Orthodoxy Temple where black demon chi soared to the sky. His expression changed drastically. If I remember correctly, that is where the banquet was being held tonight. Before I left, there were hundreds of Emperor Realm Masters and tens of thousands of elite disciples from the Southern Territory gathered in that place. Don't tell me. Have they all been killed or corrupted already? Thinking about it, he realized that it was unlikely. If that was the case, then there would be no need for Orthodoxy Temple to draw him away from this place. Among the hundreds of Emperor Realm Masters, a number of them were in the Third Order Emperor Realm, and if all of them had been demonified, he would not have been able to stop them or escape either. The reason Orthodoxy Temple diverted him away from this place was that they were afraid word of this situation would leak. Hence, they wanted to get rid of him first. His proficiency in the Tao of Space was not a secret, and if they failed in their initial attempts to capture or restrain him, they would not get another. From the looks of it, the situation was dire but not to the point where it was irreversible. Yang Kai had the feeling that when Zishan and the others would not be affected by the demon chi so easily and might still be fighting back right now. His figure flickered and, stopping in front of the sect defending array, he glanced up and swept his gaze around. What he saw nearly made his eyes pop out with rage. Many cultivators were fighting for their lives inside Orthodoxy Temple, and it was clear that many had realized something was wrong and had tried to flee, further adding to the chaos. However, the sect defending array was blocking their way, so how could anyone escape? All of them had been sealed inside, and as a result, many were killed on the spot by the demons who were chasing after them. Some had hurriedly run back inside to find another way out when they saw that there was no hope of escape. Blood-curdling screams, sounds of people begging for mercy, and cries of sorrow rang out from within. People who had still been alive during the day had turned into piles of flesh and pools of blood everywhere. It made Yang Kai's blood boil with anger, but as his eyes swept across the scene, it suddenly froze on a certain spot only several dozen meters away. A corpse lying on a small slope stood out to him. It was wearing a familiar set of clothes and had a familiar face. There was a large, gaping hole in its chest, and its internal organs were faintly visible from that wound. The blood flowing out from its wound had stained the slope it was lying on. The blood had yet to dry, and its eyes were slightly open. Lying there with its head tilted to the side, it was completely motionless. That pair of eyes that used to be so dazzling had now gone dull and lost their brilliance. Wuxia. Yang Kai's lips parted and he called out softly. Unfortunately, he did not receive any response. She died? The person who came looking for me time after time for the past month died just like that. He could barely believe his eyes. Her sweet and clear voice still echoed in his ears, and her figure as she turned around to wave goodbye to him was still incredibly clear in his mind. Yang Kai could still remember her nervous attitude as she held the freshly washed clothes in her hand when she first came to thank him, as well as the slight expectation in her eyes when they repeatedly met to talk. Long ago, he had once made the mistake of sleeping with a woman when he was intoxicated, and it had led to a series of hurt feelings and unfulfilled dreams. Due to his fear of being ambiguous and mistakenly leading a beautiful woman on again, he did not dare nor want to continue his interactions with Wuxia. For that reason, he had turned her away at the door just hours ago. It could be considered as him breaking things off cleanly with her, but now, that energetic figure was lying on the cold, hard ground. Moreover, she was staring in his direction, as though she had received a vague premonition in her last moments. Her eyes remained open in death, looking straight at him, who had returned too late. The blood in his body suddenly turned cold and bitter as he forced himself to look away from those lifeless eyes that seemed to be boring a hole into his soul. He did not dare to look into her eyes again. Lowering his head, a shadow was cast across his face, as he clenched his fists tightly before lifting his gaze once more and roaring into the sky in a fit of rage. Lei Gu! About 100 kilometers away, Lei Gu was standing in the sky when he heard this shout and turned to look in the direction it came from, coldly snorting as he muttered, "He came." His eyes flashed, and he rushed over there. Yang Kai's shout was clearly heard by many cultivators who were fleeing for their lives. and in the next moment, many rushed over from all directions and stopped in front of him. Separated by the sect defending array, they all seemed to scream, "Senior, save us!" Yang Kai lifted his eyes and his gaze swept over those panicking faces before it shifted and landed on a figure standing behind them. Lei Gu's burly figure came into view and stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. He had a cold expression on his face. His eyes were completely pitch black, and his entire body was shrouded in demon chi. As soon as he appeared, he casually waved his hand. Yang Kai's pupils contracted at the sight, and he shouted at the cultivators in front of him, "Run!" But how could they escape? Lei Gu was a third-order emperor, and now that he was possessed by a demon spirit, killing was second nature to him. An invisible slash swept out horizontally, cutting dozens of people in two from the waist up. The sect defending array was splattered with a river of blood in an instant, and those people wailed in agony. As they were all cultivators, being cut in two would not kill them instantly. Rather, they experienced an unbridled fear and horror before their death. Their screams and wails added an endless gloom to the surrounding world. "I can't believe you came back." Lei Gu looked at Yang Kai coldly and sneered. "As I thought, it was you." Yang Kai gritted his teeth. Lei Gu laughed mockingly. "So what? What can you do to me?" Yang Kai stared at the sect defending array blocking his way, and forcefully suppressing the boundless anger and guilt he was feeling, he calmly asked, "Do you think a mere sect defending array is enough to stop me?" Lei Gu replied, "You can go ahead and try it." Yang Kai pointed at Lei Gu. "If I don't trample flat Orthodoxy Temple, I will no longer be surnamed Yang." At that moment, a voice shouted from the inside, "Yang Kai, Orthodoxy Temple has become a demon nest. Hurry up and get reinforcements." Yang Kai was stunned as he could tell that the voice belonged to Zishan, so he couldn't be bothered about Lei Gu anymore and shouted loudly, "Temple Master, what's the situation on the inside? We can hold on for a little while more, so quickly alert Star Soul Palace." Upon hearing those words, Yang Kai's heart sank. He knew that the situation inside must be pretty bad. Otherwise, when Zishan would not ask him to head for Star Soul Palace, but even if he left for Star Soul Palace now, the trip would take him several days at the very least due to the distance. Thus, he replied, "Temple Master, rest assured. I'll take care of this." Lei Gu grinned. "Yang Kai, I'm sure it wasn't easy for you to achieve your current cultivation. I don't want to make things difficult for you either. Why not join me instead? With your strength, only great things will await you in the future." "Join you? In your dreams?" Yang Kai yelled as his body trembled and he roared, "Dragon transformation!" A majestic dragon's roar rang out. At the same time, a dazzlingly golden dragon phantom appeared above his head briefly before it flashed into his body. Amidst a chorus of crackling sounds, Yang Kai's figure expanded explosively. 50 meters, 100 meters, 150 meters, 200 meters. Lei Gu's gaze slowly moved upward as the confident expression on his face changed to one of disbelief. Staring at the behemoth before him in a daze, he blurted out, "A dragonkin?" He finally understood why that person failed in the assassination. Yang Kai was a dragonkin, and although his dragon vein seemed a bit unusual, it was obviously not weak if he could utilize it to this degree. The dragon clan had incredibly powerful bodies and a natural immunity to most poisons, so it was not strange that that person had failed in the assassination. Nevertheless, Lei Gu never imagined that Yang Kai could perform this kind of transformation. If he had known earlier, he could have made more preparations so that person might have been able to kill Yang Kai in a single strike. Mastery over the Tao of space and a powerful dragon vein. Lei Gu's expression sank. If we don't get rid of this child, he will surely become a huge disaster in the future. Before Lei Gu could recover from his shock, Yang Kai suddenly lifted his hand and summoned his embodiment. Communicating through their thoughts, the embodiment immediately understood Yang Kai's intentions. Following that, he let out a loud roar and his body began growing as well. 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. Lei Gu's face twitched at this sight. Everything he was witnessing here was utterly incredulous. Yang Kai becoming so massive was unexpected but still somewhat acceptable, But where did this giant stone man come from? How was it even bigger than Yang Kai? It looked like a Shihua, but did such a large Shihua exist? Smash it! Yang Kai had such a grand figure now that even his voice sounded like a dragon's roar. The moment his voice rang out, both he and embodiment raised their arms above their heads, clenched their fists, and brought them down with great force. It was as though two huge mountains were falling from the sky, and upon impact, two massive depressions appeared on the curtain of light that made up the sect defending array. Just recently, the embodiment had destroyed the sect defending array of Full Sky Sect via brute force, and Full Sky Sect's heritage was not that different from Orthodoxy temples. No matter how strong the sect defending array, there was still a limit to what it could withstand. Therefore, Yang Kai had no doubt that he and his embodiment could break through this spirit array if they joined forces. When the depressions appeared, Yang Kai grinned happily, but unfortunately, the craters in the light curtain bounced back before he could react, and at the same time, a strong force was transmitted through both their fists. Yang Kai was caught off guard and was blown away as a result. His 200-meter-tall body flew through the air before it came crashing down like a large mountain, rolling away and flattening a large part of the forest behind him. A rumbling sound rang out at the same time from nearby, and as he turned his head to look in its direction, Yang Kai saw his embodiment in a similar situation. Furthermore, his embodiment's body was larger than his own and consequently created a larger commotion than he did. Yang Kai tried his best to adjust his posture and finally managed to stabilize his body while, on the other side, his embodiment had done the same. Their gazes suddenly met, and they both saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. The sect-defending array of Orthodoxy Temple was clearly very different from the one at Full Sky Sect. Meanwhile, Lei Gu also let out a breath of relief as he secretly rejoiced at his luck. Thank goodness for the spirit array's special characteristics that allow it to reflect brute force. With the power of those two monsters, I'm afraid there isn't another sect-defending array in this world that can stop their frenzied attacks. Again, Yang Kai shouted as he strode forward, looking clumsy and awkward in his half-dragon form. Nevertheless, he arrived in front of the spirit array in a flash and threw a punch straight at it. Hong! The curtain of light sunk in again before bouncing back with a correspondingly violent force. This rebound shook Yang Kai's arm so badly that it went numb and he was forced backwards unsteadily. The same was true for his embodiment. Seeing this, Yang Kai's heart sank with the realization that the situation was not looking good for him. The sect-defending array of Orthodoxy Temple was capable of reflecting any kind of brute force attack, so no matter how much strength he put into his attack, it would simply be rebounded back at him. It was truly the nemesis of both himself and his embodiment. If Full Sky Sect's sect-defending array had similar properties, his embodiment would not have been able to destroy it so easily that day. Laughable! Lei Gu sneered at the sight. I gave you an opportunity, but you didn't appreciate it. There's nobody but yourself to blame now. Don't regret your decision when my demon race's grand army arrives and destroys this world. Demon race grand army. Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly at those words. However, he couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to the other party's nonsense now. Dragon language sounded from his giant maw while at the same time, a dazzlingly golden dragon phantom manifested above his head and struck out. This attack landed on the sect-defending array and created a visible layer of ripples on its surface. However, there was no sign of the force being reflected. When Yang Kai saw this, he understood the situation immediately. The sect-defending array had the ability to reflect physical attacks, but could only disperse chi-based ones. In other words, it was impossible to break the spirit array through brute force, rendering the greatest advantage he and his embodiment possessed useless. Looking at the situation, Yang Kai and the embodiment no longer hesitated. They brought out their strongest divine abilities and blasted them at Orthodoxy Temple. Amidst the archaic dragon language, wave after wave of Dragon Clan secret techniques transformed into golden dragons and shot out unendingly. Similarly, the fires covering the embodiment's body burned fiercely, turning the world around him into a sea of flames, burning down the sect-defending array. For a time, layer after layer of ripples spread out across the surface of the light curtain as it flashed wildly. Lei Gu coldly snorted at the sight, and an array jade appeared in his hand. He placed his other hand on the jade and stabilized the spirit array. He had been possessed by a demon spirit and his nature had changed greatly, so much so that he was practically a different person altogether. But even so, he could easily control everything that Lei Gu himself possessed. That array jade was, naturally, the controller for Orthodoxy Temple's sect defending array, and driven by Lei Gu's strength, the spirit array immediately became impregnable again. Yang Kai's eyes nearly popped out from rage. How do I enter Orthodoxy Temple if I can't destroy this sect defending array? How do I save Wen Zishan and the others? How do I avenge those who died here today? For a moment he was consumed by anxiety. Do I really have no choice but to head towards Star Soul Palace to seek help? But that will take too long. Who knows what will happen to Wen Zishan and the others during that period? In the worst case, they will all undergo demonification. For Lei Gu to choose to act at this point in time indicates that he is very confident of his plans. Turning his head to look around, Yang Kai saw that the flames blazing brightly on his embodiment's body were definitely affecting the spirit array. But unfortunately, judging by the situation, it would not be able to break through in short order, and him working together with his embodiment would not make a significant difference. Lei Gu snorted coldly, "Junior, I will make you wish you were dead if you dare to ruin my plans." A flaw had truly appeared in his plans as Yang Kai was not dead. News of this incident would surely spread now. In other words, his plan had failed. The only saving grace was that it was not a complete failure. Many Emperor Realm Masters and tens of thousands of elite disciples had fallen into their trap, which was better than nothing. With so many people demonified here, they would definitely become a force that was not to be underestimated, and they would open up the path for the next plan. All of a sudden, Yang Kai stopped and backed away. Glaring at Lei Gu coldly, he executed a secret technique before shouting, "Temple Master, can you hold on for a day?" Lei Gu frowned when he heard this, as he did not understand what Yang Kai meant by a day. Looking at the current situation, the best Yang Kai could do was to go to Star Soul Palace for help. Unfortunately, Star Soul Palace was very far away, and it would definitely take him more than a day to make a return trip even with his space techniques. When Zishan's voice came from inside Orthodoxy Temple, "We'll do our best," another person's voice rang out. "Little brat, why are you still wasting time here? Hurry up and go to Star Soul Palace." It was the voice of Ma Qing, the Holy Master of Heavenly Martial Holy Land. He sounded a little frustrated as it was clear that he had not expected Yang Kai to still be procrastinating here without leaving. Yang Kai stared at Lei Gu deeply before he shouted, "Good. Everyone, stay strong. Give me 1 day and I will save you all from this disaster." After saying that, he turned to leave. Catching a glimpse of a certain cold corpse lying on the slope out of the corner of his eye, Yang Kai felt an inexplicable pain in his heart, as though it was being gripped tightly by a giant hand. With a flicker, Yang Kai disappeared from Lei Gu's field of vision. Following Yang Kai's departure, Lei Gu stopped injecting his chi into the array jade, and the flashing light of the sect defending array gradually subsided in response. Then, he turned to look at the embodiment and called out, "Divine Spirit Shihua?" The embodiment stood tall, looking down at Lei Gu across the spirit array. His eyes were burning flames that danced continuously. He was connected to Yang Kai's mind, so there was no need for much communication between them for him to understand what Yang Kai was planning. At the same time, he was also filled with fury and guilt over Yuju's death. He stayed behind to divert Lei Gu's energy, so that the latter was unable to focus on attacking Wen Zishan and the others. The other reason he stayed behind was to wait for an opportunity to destroy the sect defending array. It would be great if he could destroy it before Yang Kai returned, but even if he couldn't, he could reduce some of its power as preparations for the next part of the plan. Seeing that the embodiment was not speaking, Lei Gu shouted solemnly, "Aren't divine spirits supposed to be noble beings who stand above all others? Since when have they become mere servants to the whims of a human? You are the greatest embarrassment to divine spirits possible." If the embodiment was truly Shihua, he might have been angered by those words. However, his base was Yang Kai's soul clone, so why would he be affected by such empty provocations? When the embodiment did not react, Lei Gu frowned and gave up on this useless effort before turning around to head back inside. Before Lei Gu could leave, though, the embodiment ignited his flames again, sending them crashing against the sect-defending array. The corner of Lei Gu's face twitched as he hurriedly controlled the array jade in his hands to reinforce the spirit array and resist the power of the flames. A short distance away, Yang Kai's figure navigated through the sky. It only took a moment for him to return to the mountain peak where he had been attacked before, where he saw the white-haired elderly man meditating and adjusting his breathing. The four others, still wrapped in demon chi, remained unconscious on the ground around him. Upon noticing motion, the elderly man opened his eyes to see that Yang Kai had returned and was overjoyed. "Elder Yang, quickly go to Star Soul Palace to seek help. Report to them about what happened in Orthodoxy Temple and ask the Great Emperor to take action. Otherwise, the entire southern territory will be in danger," Yang Kai said anxiously. "Ah?" The white-haired elderly man was taken aback for a moment but quickly nodded. "Good." Pointing to the four people, he added, "What about them? Go." Yang Kai turned around and glared at the elderly man with a gaze that was akin to the eyes of an enraged beast that was about to swallow its prey. The elderly man did not dare to say anything else in the face of that vicious glare. He realized that time was precious and hurriedly summoned his flight-type artifact, ascertained the direction, and headed directly towards Star Soul Palace. After the old man left, Yang Kai waved his hand and transported the four unconscious people affected by demon chi into the small sealed world. He suppressed them at a certain spot there before subsequently bringing out a large pile of materials and getting to work. Going to Star Soul Palace to inform them about the news and asking the Great Emperor for help was certainly one of the ways to resolve this incident. However, Yang Kai was not optimistic about the prospects for that solution. It wasn't that he did not trust in the Great Emperor's strength, it was just that it would take too much time. The dust would have settled by the time the Great Emperor arrived. If he wanted to resolve this catastrophe and avenge the dead with certainty, he had to rely on other things. Fortunately, Yang Kai had other options. The image of that corpse lying on the cold, hard ground kept flashing through his mind. Those dim and lifeless eyes felt like they were carved into the depths of his soul, staring at him, making him suffer with every breath he took. Strictly speaking, they had only known each other for less than a month and didn't even have a deep friendship between them. Killing was very normal in the pursuit of the martial Tao, and the death of one person should not have caused such a large emotional fluctuation in him. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was filled with endless remorse at this moment. Her action of turning around to wave at him goodbye turned out to be a final farewell. Quickly, a giant space array was constructed as many materials were smelted and fused atop the mountain peak, and in less than half a day, it was completed. Yang Kai did not have time to do any extra inspections of the space array as he hurriedly stepped onto it, glanced in the direction of Orthodoxy Temple, and activated it. A light flashed brightly, and his figure disappeared. A moment later, he appeared on top of the space array at High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, frightening the person on guard duty. Bian Yuqing was guarding the space array as usual, and when she saw Yang Kai, she immediately got up and cupped her fists. "Palace Master!" Then, her eyes focused on a spot around his waist and exclaimed in horror, "Palace Master, are you hurt?" Although the wound caused by the Black Shadow's sneak attack was no longer an issue, the bloodstains remained and could not be concealed from her eyes. "Where is the head manager?" Yang Kai turned and asked. Bian Yuqing was slightly taken aback by his sharp tone, and she could tell that something was a little off about him today. He was giving off an aggressive aura and there was an air of danger about him. It was as though he was a volcano that was about to erupt, and it frightened her greatly. She did not know who had injured him or provoked him, but it was her first time seeing him in this state. Thus, she hurriedly replied, "Head manager just returned yesterday and should be resting right now. Call her over." "Yes." She quickly took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it. Lifting her head a moment later, she said, "Please wait for a moment, Palace Master. Head manager will be here soon." No more than a dozen breaths later, Hua Qingxi appeared from the outside and glanced at Bian Yuqing suspiciously. Just moments ago, Bian Yuqing had called her and asked her to come to the space array area immediately. Since Bian Yuqing had sounded terribly anxious, Hua Qingxi didn't dare to delay and rushed over as quickly as she could. Nevertheless, she couldn't hide her astonishment when she saw Yang Kai standing there with such a dark expression. Before Hua Qingxi could say anything, she heard Yang Kai's voice asking her a question. How many Emperor Realm Masters can we mobilize right now? Blinking once, Hua Qingxi organized her thoughts and asked in return, Palace Master, are you referring to High Heaven Palace alone or the entire Northern Territory? The entire Northern Territory. May I know why you want to mobilize them, Palace Master? Murder, revenge, and annihilation. He coldly spat out a few words through gritted teeth. Shocked, Hua Qingxi realized that something serious was happening. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't be giving off such tremendous murderous intent, so she solemnly replied, with enough time, we can easily gather 300 or 400. High Heaven Palace had been leading the other 3 top sects during this period as they continued their efforts to subordinate all other great forces in the Northern Territory. Although it had not been long since they started, many sects had already chosen to submit. There was no other choice. The top 4 sects in the Northern Territory had joined hands in this endeavor, so who else in the Northern Territory could stop them? Since they had chosen to surrender, they had to obey whatever orders High Heaven Palace had for them, whether they were willing to or not. Good. You have half a day. Mobilize all the Emperor Realm Masters you can muster and have them gather here. I will return to mobilize them at that time. Yang Kai turned around and stepped onto the space array again, but after a moment of silence, he said in a solemn tone, Tell them that if they dare make excuses or refuse to cooperate in any way, I will wipe their forces from the face of the Northern Territory. Yes. Hua Qingxi's complexion paled. She wanted to ask for further details, but before she could, his figure had already disappeared from the space array. Afterward, both Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing glanced at each other in confusion, with the former asking, What happened to Palace Master? Bian Yuqing shook her head. I don't know either. He didn't say anything. Hua Qingxi frowned slightly. She had the vague feeling that Yang Kai had encountered a very troublesome matter. However, what could cause such a huge issue that he needed to mobilize so many Emperor Realm Masters to deal with it? She had noticed the bloodstain on his body, of course, and although she was not clear on the state of his injuries, it could be seen from that alone that their enemy this time was very powerful. Therefore, she did not dare to treat this matter lightly. After a brief discussion with Bian Yuqing, they both took out their respective communication artifacts and began spreading the word. After that, the both of them stepped onto the space array, one after the other, to begin rallying the masters from all over the Northern Territory. Some time ago, Yang Kai set up many space arrays across the whole of the Northern Territory so that it would be easier to travel around. Otherwise, how could they gather help in just half a day? An hour later, more than half of the Northern Territory was in pandemonium over an order from High Heaven Palace. Countless Emperor Realm Masters were anxious and uneasy, wondering why High Heaven Palace had suddenly called upon them. Are they trying to burn all bridges? But how will that benefit High Heaven Palace? Needless to say, many wanted to fake being sick or make up excuses so that they could skip this. Unfortunately, the message from High Heaven Palace made them too afraid to not go. Yang Kai had already threatened them with annihilation, so who would dare to blow him off after that? He was the one who wiped out Seeking Passion sect. The place where High Heaven Palace was currently occupying was where Seeking Passion sect used to be. Nobody wanted to be the second Seeking Passion sect. After all, if Yang Kai truly wasn't joking about this matter, he was perfectly capable of destroying anyone he wanted to. There was a constant stream of people teleporting to High Heaven Palace through the space array. It started out with 3 people, followed by 5, 10, then 20. The hall gradually began to fill with people and became overcrowded. A few latecomers instantly felt relief upon seeing so many other Emperor Realm Masters from the Northern Territory gathered here. It would seem that High Heaven Palace was not planning to get rid of them after achieving its goals. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many Emperor Realm Masters gathered in one place. Some people gathered around Bian Yuqing to ask about the situation, but unfortunately, she was as clueless as they were. Yang Kai had rushed back here, issued some orders, and then left again in a hurry. Therefore, she had no idea what was going on either. Being completely bewildered herself, she could only ignore their questions. Lucky for her, nobody dared to act aggressively here. So when they saw that she was ignoring them with a cold expression, they had no choice but to retreat and even smile at her ingratiatingly. Bian Yuqing couldn't help feeling a little amazed at this. The Emperor Realm Masters she had to look up to in the past were now the ones that had to act in accordance with her will. This kind of respect was something Blue Feather Sect could never have given her. She knew better than anybody that these Emperor Realm Masters were not afraid of her, as she was just a First-Order Emperor, and many of these Emperor Realm Masters in this room were more powerful than her. If not for the name High Heaven Palace behind her, such a situation would never occur. Thus she felt a little proud and honored. Whilst High Heaven Palace was in a tumultuous condition, Yang Kai had already teleported to the ancient wild lands. He stepped out from inside the small tree cave just in time to see a stone spirit probingly looking in this direction. Since he had no idea which stone spirit this was, he could only ask, "Is Elder around?" The stone spirit raised his hand and pointed at the tree cave where Elder lived, and Yang Kai rushed over in that direction. It didn't take long before he saw Elder inside the tree cave. Elder glanced at Yang Kai in astonishment and asked, "Little friend, why are you here again?" It had not been long since Yang Kai left this place. Less than 2 months in fact. But Yang Kai did not have any time to waste, so he simply bowed solemnly and declared, "I came to ask the Stone Spirit Clan for help." Elder nodded. "Good." Yang Kai was stunned. "Elder, are you not going to ask what this is about?" He did not expect Elder to agree so readily. Elder chuckled. "From the way you look, it seems as if you have run into something troublesome. The Stone Spirit Clan doesn't have many friends. So how can we stand by and do nothing when one of those few are in trouble?" Yang Kai bowed deeply. "Many thanks for fulfilling my request, Elder. But I must let you know that this matter is occurring in the Southern Territory." "The Southern Territory?" Elder raised his stone brow. The ancient wildlands was located in the Eastern Territory, so a matter in the Southern Territory seemed a little out of their reach, but thinking back on the space array arranged by Yang Kai, he instantly understood. This matter also involves the demon race. "The demon race?" Elder exclaimed in shock. Yang Kai glanced at Elder and asked thoughtfully, "Elder, do you know about the demon race?" Elder replied with a stern expression. "Aside from the divine spirits, there is no one else in this world that has a deeper understanding of the demon race than the Stone Spirit Clan. The divine spirit had their source inheritance, which not only granted them incredible power, but also a certain amount of memories and experience from all previous divine spirits who carried this source in the past. As such, all divine spirits, regardless of what kind, had inherited memories of their ancestors. For that reason, they had some knowledge of the demon race, even though the matters involving the demon race had occurred a very long time ago. The stone spirit did not have the convenience of receiving such an inheritance, but they had extraordinarily long lifespans. Elder himself had experienced the changes of several eras and even personally fought against the demon race in the past, so how could he not know the horrors of the demon race and what formidable enemies they were? "The demon race appeared in the Southern Territory?" Elder asked gravely. Yang Kai said, "A demon cave appeared in the Southern Territory more than 10 years ago, and somebody broke the seal on it, releasing thousands of demon spirits. Those demon spirits were capable of possessing the bodies of cultivators, making them very difficult to defend against. For more than 10 years, the Southern Territory has been hunting down these demon spirits, and it was thought that they had been wiped out. But last night it became clear that was not the case. Apparently, many more demon spirits had been hiding in the dark, and they set up a huge trap, targeting the cultivators of the Southern Territory. All the major sects in the Southern Territory, including hundreds of Emperor Realm Masters and tens of thousands of elite disciples, have been caught in this trap. I was fortunate enough to escape their clutches, but I need to rush back to rescue them as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be too late." "Such a thing happened." Elder was shocked. Although he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, He couldn't help being shocked when Yang Kai mentioned the involvement of hundreds of Emperor Realm Masters and tens of thousands of elite disciplines in the Southern Territory in the matter. Any matter involving the demon race isn't just an issue for the Southern Territory, it affects the entire star boundary. The Stone Spirit clan might live in seclusion, but we cannot stand idly by in this situation. This matter is extremely urgent. Let us depart now. Many thanks, Elder. Pleasantly surprised, Yang Kai nodded and quickly led the way. Upon leaving the tree cave, Elder pounded the cane in his hands against the ground a few times, and the stone spirits immediately walked out of their respective tree caves while many wood spirits flew over. Elder conveyed Yang Kai's message with a few simple sentences, horrifying both the stone spirits and the wood spirits. It was clear that they knew the terrors of the demon race. Without wasting any time, they filed into the small tree cave under Yang Kai's lead and stepped onto the space array. Yang Kai had made special preparations when he arranged this space array 2 months ago. He intentionally made it very large in preparation for the day when the stone spirits would need to make use of it. Nevertheless, he never expected this day to come so quickly. The stone spirits were so large that Yang Kai could only teleport them one at a time, but he worked quickly to organize this deployment. Then, he turned to Elder and said, "For the time being, please don't act rashly when you arrive at that place. I don't know how many demon race there are or whether they have reinforcements. For now, please stand guard around the space array while I arrange more reinforcements. After everyone is assembled, we will defeat the enemy in one fell swoop." "Good. Rest assured, little friend, we will not disappoint your trust." Elder nodded as he stood by the space array. After sending off all the stone spirits besides Elder, Yang Kai soared up into the sky and rushed straight towards a certain direction. His Emperor Qi flowed freely as he completely ignored his consumption, teleporting over and over again, causing his figure to repeatedly flicker across the sky. In less than an hour, the towering palace appeared in his field of vision. It was none other than the palace belonging to Luanfeng, the South Divine Venerable of the ancient wildlands. Before Yang Kai could land on the ground, he heard an angry shout, "Who goes there?" A charming woman flew towards him from the front. She was dressed very revealingly, and the monster Qi around her was extremely powerful. She clearly had the strength of a third-order Emperor Realm Master, not weaker than Inflate and the others. Yang Kai glanced at this woman and felt that she was a little familiar. Although he was certain she was one of the 32 Monster Kings, he could not remember which Monster King she was, and right now he didn't care as he was in no mood to deal with her. So he flicked his sleeve angrily and shouted, "Move aside!" This Monster King was furious. She might be a subordinate of the Divine Venerables in the ancient wild lands, but no one had ever dared to talk to her in such a manner. Even the other Monster Kings did not dare to do so as they knew how terrifying it was when this woman became enraged. She was just about to teach Yang Kai a lesson when she noticed that this person seemed a bit familiar. Upon a closer look, she became both surprised and happy all at once. "Isn't that him?" Her furious expression instantly transformed into a smiling one as she called out, "So it is." Halfway through her sentence, though, Yang Kai brushed past her and rushed forward. He landed directly in the middle of Luanfeng's palace and turned to look around his surroundings. Then, under the shocked gaze of the many maids, he shouted loudly, "Luanfeng!" That Monster King was completely ignored but did not dare to lose her temper at him. Everybody knew that this human was related to the Blood Gate and the divine spirit sources inside. She couldn't wait to get into his good books, so how could she dare to offend him so easily? I wonder what kind of luck Fei and the other two have for them to be able to follow him around all the time. It makes me so envious of them. My cultivation is no worse than Fei and the others. Moreover, both my looks and figure are outstanding. I might be able to get into a favorable and advantageous position if I can take the opportunity to get closer to him. Those thoughts were swirling around in her head when she heard Yang Kai's furious roar and her expression twitched violently, quietly thinking to herself, "What is wrong with this guy today? He looks like he is here on a punitive expedition. I wonder what his purpose is." Uncertain, she didn't dare to approach him rashly, choosing to hover nearby and observe anxiously, feeling extremely conflicted. If he starts fighting with the Divine Venerable, should I help? I will suffer if I offend the Divine Venerable, but if I offend him, I can forget about obtaining my ancestral source and awakening the power of a divine spirit. Why are you being so loud? A cold voice rang out. Luan Feng appeared not far away from Yang Kai with a frosty expression. Her eyes were so cold that ice was practically forming on her face. Furthermore, her expression was filled with disgust and repulsion when she looked at him. She secretly felt extremely troubled. Why is this brat here again? Is he still unsatisfied after taking advantage of us and robbing us blind? Isn't his greed a little too much? She was annoyed, and her tone reflected her annoyance. However, she couldn't help feeling worried when she saw his expression. I didn't provoke him, right? I have a favor to ask of you. Yang Kai didn't bother beating around the bush and went straight to the point. So, he's here to ask for a favor. Upon hearing those words, she immediately felt more confident again. It's all fine as long as he is not here to cause trouble for me. Luan Feng lifted her hand and adjusted her sleeves while calmly asking, is this the attitude of somebody asking for help? Coming to my palace and making such a ruckus? It's clear that he is looking down on me. Besides, how dare he ask me for a favor in such an arrogant manner? Although she was afraid of the power behind him, that did not mean she could give up on her dignity as a divine spirit. She secretly decided to take him down a peg or two, lest he remained so defiant in the future. Just tell me if you'll help me or not. Yang Kai completely ignored her complaint and continued in an extremely aggressive and harsh tone. Yang Kai's response left Luan Feng feeling both furious and amused. You don't even say what it is that you want my help with. How can I respond to your request? You can't expect me to agree if you ask me to die, right? Of course what I'm asking for is within your abilities. Luan Feng spat disdainfully. This queen doesn't owe you anything, does she? That's why I said I'm asking you for a favor. This rotten brat is becoming more and more hateful. Luan Feng ground her teeth. What will happen if I help? What will happen if I don't help? If you help me this time, I will owe you a favor. If you won't help, then I'll leave immediately. She sneered. Why would I want a favor from you? Yang Kai looked at her coldly, nodded in acknowledgement, and took off into the sky. She was taken aback. Is he really going to leave? Just like that? Why is he acting simply on what I say? Is he crazy? He didn't even give me any time to consider. Although she hated his arrogant attitude, it would be bad if he held a grudge against her in the future. Thus, she could only lift a hand and shout, this queen's palace is not a place you can come and go as you please. What do you want then? Yang Kai paused mid-stride and turned back to look at her, his gaze so cold that the chill was almost tangible. When their gazes met, Luan Feng's heart jumped to her throat, and she suddenly realized that something seemed to be wrong with him today. He might have been somewhat annoying before, but he had always been reasonable. This time, he almost seemed like a different person altogether. It looks like he is really in great trouble. Moreover, it's something that has greatly infuriated him. Where are you going? She asked. It's none of your damn business. That is not the attitude one should be taking when asking for a favor. Luan Feng was so livid that she was tempted to slap him hard. Unfortunately, she knew that he was not weak and she might not be strong enough to kill him if she really forced his hand. More importantly, the consequences of confronting him was not something she could afford to bear. Gritting her teeth bitterly, she shouted, there won't be a next time. That meant that she agreed to help. Yang Kai didn't waste any more time and got straight to the point. Call Fan Wu and Song Go over, and summon the other 29 monster kings from the ancient wildlands. He turned around and landed back in the palace, standing not too far away from her. Luan Feng was shocked. What are you planning to do? She initially thought that he was only asking her for help. But how could she have known that he would make such an outrageous demand? He not only wants Fan Wu and Song Go, but the 29 monster kings too? That's the most powerful force the entire ancient wildlands can gather. Could this bastard be trying to start a war against a great emperor? As soon as the thought crossed her mind, Luan Feng felt a chill running down her back. She might be a divine spirit, but she was aware of her own limits. There were only so few great emperors in total, and each of them was an existence acknowledged by the world itself. If they really fought against a great emperor, not many from the ancient wildlands would survive the battle. Not to mention, great emperor sects had deep and profound heritages. She felt a jolt of fear as she looked into his eyes. I have always known that this boy is incredibly reckless and fearless, but isn't this being a little too bold? Of course, she was overthinking things. What are you standing around gawking for? I want to see them all here within an hour. Hurry up and contact them. Yang Kai suddenly felt annoyed when he saw Luan Feng standing there stupidly. He had given High Heaven Palace half a day, so he also needed to finish things up here in less than half a day. He didn't have the time to care about anything else anymore. Suppressing the panic in her heart, Luan Feng was no longer in the mood to care about how rude he was being, and her beautiful brow knit together. Just what do you want us to do? You can at least tell me that, right? Kill some, rescue others. Who is the enemy? After asking this question, Luan Feng felt her heart pounding violently again. She was very afraid that the name of one of the great emperors would come out of his mouth. Unexpectedly, though, he lowered his gaze as 3 words came out of his mouth. The demon race! The demon race? Luan Feng's expression changed greatly as she asked, Has the demon race invaded? When did that happen? Although she had never seen a demon herself, she had some understanding of the demon race from the source inheritance she received. More than 100,000 years have passed since this land last saw a member of the demon race. Where did they pop out from again? Yang Kai, however, just lifted his gaze and glared at her. Are you going to keep wasting time here with me? I want to see those 2 and the 29 monster kings here within an hour. If they can help me, I promise to allow all of them to inherit divine spirit sources in the future. Luan Feng was stunned for a moment before she gritted her teeth with a pained and bitter expression. It would be fine if nobody ever learned about what he just said. However, the 29 monster kings would throw themselves at his feet if they so much as got wind of this news. Even the 3 great divine venerables stepping forward together would not be able to control them. On the other hand, those 29 monster kings would bear a grudge against her forever if she refused his request today. It would be a huge embarrassment for them when that happened. You're too ruthless, she coldly snorted before commenting. An hour is not enough. Some of the monster kings' territories are too far from here, so they won't be able to reach this place in an hour's time. How long? 4 hours. Fine. Then, I will wait here for the next 4 hours. After saying that, Yang Kai closed his eyes and remained where he stood, refusing to budge. Luan Feng glared at him before heading into the depths of her palace. He did not know what she was busy doing, and he had no intention of monitoring her either. In any case, there was nothing else to say. If Luan Feng knew what was best for her, she would definitely help him to the best of her abilities. If not, it wouldn't be too late to make her pay for this at a later date. Besides, the Northern Territory was still assembling and would need some time to finish their preparations as well, so this was not going to slow down his plans. Luan Feng was clearly mad at him, and when she departed, she dismissed all the servants in the surrounding areas and left him standing there like a lone javelin. Not a single person came to serve him tea or even offer him a chair. The meaning behind their lack of hospitality was obvious. A moment later, though, a fragrant scent wafted over. Somebody landed next to Yang Kai, and noticing the movement, he opened his eyes to look only to see a seductive and charming woman looking at him with a smile on her face. It was none other than the monster king he met earlier. When their eyes met, that seductive woman smiled and politely said, "Dumir greets you, sir." She was already dressed in rather revealing clothes, and now she was intentionally or unintentionally showing off her assets. She was using everything she had to fawn over him, and her smile was brighter than a flower. "What do you want?" Yang Kai glared at her coldly. Dumir waved her hand nonchalantly. "It's nothing. This mistress is a monster king serving under the South Divine Venerable and has long admired Sir Yang's power. Now that I meet you, I can see that Sir really deserves his reputation." While speaking, She gave a wave of her hand and took out a chair from her space ring. She diligently said, "Sir, please have a seat." He gently nodded, and the frosty expression on his face reduced slightly as he adjusted his robes before taking a seat. Leaning in suddenly, Dumir softly said, "Lady Divine Venerable has a bit of a short temper, so please don't blame her for neglecting you, sir." She exhaled an orchid scent while she spoke, and a delicate fragrance lingered around the tip of Yang Kai's nose, making the murderous aura and rage he was exuding soften considerably. His tumultuous emotions also gradually calmed down too. Turning his head around, he looked at her calmly. "What if she heard you speaking badly about her behind her back?" Dumir's expression stiffened for a moment. Then she shyly said, "I was only saying it to you, sir. I'm sure you won't spread it around." Yang Kai swept his eyes over her and asked curiously, "What is your original form?" She pursed her lips and smiled. "I am a flower monster, sir." Lifting her hand mid-sentence, she snapped her fingers and a golden yellow flower instantly appeared between her fingers. It gave off a strong fragrance that was very intoxicating. Yang Kai nodded in response. It's very rare for plants to gain sentience. It was much more difficult for plants to become monsters compared to creatures with flesh and blood bodies. He never imagined that the monster king in front of him would be a flower spirit. In addition, she managed to cultivate to become a monster king. It was truly an extremely rare case. Dumir murmured bashfully, "Sir praises me too much. I also experienced a lot of hardship, and it took many years for me to achieve the success I have today." At the same time, she secretly observed his reactions, and seeing that he had no intention of continuing the conversation, she bit her lips and tried another approach. "Sir, I heard that Ingfei, Shilei, and Xiaowu Wei are working as your subordinates. Is that true? Why ask something you already know?" She pouted. "What can 3 smelly men do? I'm sure they can't even do their job of serving you well. I don't know what the Divine Venerables were thinking. They should have sent a woman to take good care of you instead. At the very least, a woman can take care of your daily life, sir. Are you very good at taking care of people?" He gave her a sideways look, to which Dumir eagerly said, "Sir, would you like to try? You look pretty frustrated and bogged down with troubling matters. This isn't good. With a battle approaching, it's best if you can empty your mind so you can focus your strength. If Sir is willing, this mistress can display a few of her skills." After saying that, she looked at him eagerly while waiting for his reply. However, she didn't get any reaction from him even after a long time, so gritting her teeth, she made up her mind, walked behind him, placed both hands on his shoulders before leaning close to his ear. "Sir, just relax. You can leave the rest to me. I'll definitely satisfy you." A soft fragrance in the wind tickled his ears like an invisible hand, causing his emotions to ripple. It also calmed the anger and various negative emotions that he had been suppressing. 2 delicate, seemingly boneless hands pressed against his shoulders and head, kneading with a gentle pressure. An almost imperceptible monster chi and spiritual energy also fluctuated, quickly making Yang Kai feel as if he was floating in a sea of flowers. The world was vast. The sea of flowers was boundless, allowing his mind to obtain peace. Seeing Yang Kai's tense expression gradually softening and the aura around him slowly stabilizing, Dumir smiled and became even more attentive than before. After Luan Feng relayed her message, various figures came out from all directions of the ancient wildlands. Each one of them had impressive monster chi that surged strongly. Many monster commanders looked up into the sky, not understanding the reason why their kings were being summoned. An hour later, more than a dozen monster kings had gathered in Luan Feng's palace while the rest were on their way. It would not take long for all of them to gather here. A group of monster kings had come to the courtyard where Yang Kai was in and were either sitting or standing, staring directly at Yang Kai and Dumir. Despite being surrounded by so many people, Dumir didn't feel the slightest shame. Instead, she became even more attentive towards Yang Kai as she massaged him, her long and slender neck held high like a proud rooster. "Bitch! Slut! Shameless woman!" Looking at the way Dumir was acting, a glamorous female monster king couldn't help scolding Dumir with a disdainful expression. A furry male monster king standing next to her smiled and added, "You can join her." She snorted coldly, "I am not that immoral." Looking her up and down, that male monster king sneered, "Why are you pretending to be so innocent? Which monster king from the ancient wildlands has not gotten a taste of you before?" She raged. "I'll rip your mouth off if you speak again." He reached out to hug her. "What will you use?" "Scram." "All right, stop making a fuss. Does anybody know why the Divine Venerable called us here?" Another monster king stepped forward and asked with a puzzled expression. The entire group of monster kings shook their heads. Nobody knew why they were gathered here. They simply came after receiving a summons from their respective divine venerables. They might not understand the situation, but one thing was certain. This matter was related to Xianxia. Otherwise, he would not appear here. However, Xianxia was calmly sitting there and enjoying Dumir's service. They could hardly go up and disturb him while he was sitting there without moving. All the monster kings recognized him. They also knew what kind of power was backing him. Hence, they naturally refused to make things unnecessarily difficult for themselves. Time passed slowly, and Monster King after Monster King arrived at this place. In less than 4 hours, all 29 Monster Kings had been gathered. Similarly, Luanfeng, Songgo, and Fan Wu also showed up. Upon seeing these three, the Monster Kings bowed in greeting. On the other hand, Xianxia finally opened his eyes. The light in his eyes was full of energy, and he had to admit that while Dumir might behave a little frivolously, she was truly good at serving others. She was a flower spirit, so it would seem that she had an innate divine ability that could soothe a person's emotions. "Is everybody here?" He turned to look around him. Fan Wu's expression was rather unpleasant, as although he had heard the general story from Luanfeng, Xianxia's actions made him a little uncomfortable. When it came down to it, the ancient wildlands was the territory of the monster race. Since when was a human allowed to make decisions here? As such, he fell silent for a moment before nodding. "They are all here. Good. Then let's go." Xianxia got up and headed towards the place where the Stone Spirit clan lived. The 29 Monster Kings stared at the 3 great divine venerables curiously. But at this point, what could the 3 of them say? They had no choice but to raise their hands, and all the gathered figures rose into the sky in an instant to follow closely behind Xianxia. Fan Wu and the other 2 caught up and flew side by side with Xianxia, but none of them spoke up. Seeing this, Xianxia took the initiative to speak. "Many thanks for being so understanding. I will forever remember the help you offered today, and will surely pay you back handsomely in the future." Luanfeng coldly snorted. "That's not the attitude you had before." She was still holding a grudge over his arrogant and imperious manner previously. Things would have gone so much smoother if he had adopted this attitude earlier. He turned to glare at her. "Aren't you ashamed to say that? What's the matter? I can't even argue back now." Her temper flared up as she glared at him, refusing to back down. Xianxia snapped back. "If you hadn't destroyed my space array back then, would we need to rush around like this today? We could have arrived at our destination directly from your Phoenix Nest Palace. But now what? We have to travel for at least an hour. If this causes any delay in my plans, you will see how I deal with you." Luanfeng blinked at him when he brought up the events of the past, feeling a little guilty. It was true that she had destroyed his space array at that time, but who could have imagined that he would be in such a rush today? She turned her head away and muttered, "What are you shouting at me for? How could I have known that this would happen? Enough. Now that things have come to this, there's no point arguing about it further." Fan Wu jumped out to mediate between them. Regardless of the circumstances, the ancient wildlands did not wish to fight against Xianxia. So he quickly changed the subject. "Little brother Yang, why don't you tell us what is going on now?" Luanfeng had only told them that Xianxia wanted to recruit the strongest combat power the ancient wildlands could assemble, and that it seemed to be related to the demon race. However, she could not explain the situation to them clearly. Now that they had decided to take action, it was only natural to learn more about the situation. Upon hearing those words, Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to argue with Luan Feng anymore and pondered in silence for a moment before explaining. 10 years ago, I was invited by somebody to explore an ancient cave mansion in the southern swamp of the Southern Territory. They had time on the road anyway, so he briefly told them about what happened in the ancient cave mansion more than 10 years ago, as well as what happened afterwards. Then, he explained the situation at the Southern Territory Martial Gathering again. When the three great divine venerables heard that the demon spirits had been resurrected and the Southern Territory had suffered a demon invasion, all three of them were shocked. Then, their expressions changed greatly once more when they heard that the temple master of Southern Territory's Orthodoxy Temple had been possessed by a demon spirit and set up a massive trap to ensnare hundreds of Emperor Realm Masters and tens of thousands of elite disciples. They glanced at each other with the sudden realization of how serious the situation was. Are you saying that hundreds of Emperor Realm Masters from the Southern Territory are still trapped within Orthodoxy Temple right now? That was the case when I left. There's no way for them to escape as long as the sect defending array isn't destroyed. I don't know what the situation inside is like now. Song Go stroked his chin as he muttered. Hundreds of Emperor Realm Masters. I wonder how many have already been corrupted by demon chi. Since Yang Kai had been ambushed by more than 10 demonified Emperor Realm Masters, they could be certain that those were not the only ones. There were probably a lot more than that. After all, the martial gathering had lasted for a whole month. If Orthodoxy Temple had planned this all in advance, they could have infected many more people with demon chi. Those people might look no different under normal circumstances, but they would create extensive damage once an outbreak occurred and lead to even more people being affected by demon chi. If the cycle continued, everybody inside would have become a demon by now. I hope the situation isn't too disastrous. He sighed. Luan Feng frowned. If Orthodoxy Temple has been plotting this for a long time, why did they lead you away and try to assassinate you? Isn't that akin to lifting a rock only to drop it on their foot? Yang Kai coldly replied. Maybe they just didn't expect to fail at killing me. That was the reality of the situation, and he still felt a sense of lingering fear whenever he thought back on the assassination. If his assassin had not been unfamiliar with his body constitution and was unaware that he had a half-dragon form, he could very well have died already. Luan Feng, however, shook her head in response. What I meant was, why didn't they leave you inside the temple? They could have left you stuck knee-deep in trouble, and you would have been incapable of escaping. There was no need to assassinate you. Song Go said. It's no secret that little brother Yang is proficient in the Tao of space. I have a feeling that they were afraid he might escape after noticing that the situation wasn't right. It would be safer to kill him off first. Luan Feng felt that those words made great sense when she thought about it and gave a nod. Fan Wu suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Those demons really arranged a grand and complicated game of chess. What do you mean? Yang Kai looked at Fan Wu suspiciously, wondering what it was that shocked Fan Wu so greatly. Fan Wu proceeded to explain. Just think about it. If you didn't happen to escape the assassination, what would have happened to Orthodoxy Temple? Frowning, Yang Kai considered it for a moment. In the worst case, all the surviving cultivators would experience demonization. That's right. Fan Wu clapped his hands. And if those demonified cultivators were to return to their respective sects and act quietly? Yang Kai followed Fan Wu's logic and was shocked. The entire Southern Territory would have been in danger. Fan Wu added. With so many top masters corrupted, the entire Southern Territory would quickly have fallen to the demons. At that point, even the great emperors would have a hard time rectifying the situation. Yang Kai felt a chill when he heard those words as he realized that Fan Wu's conjecture might be exactly what Orthodoxy Temple had been planning. If he had not escaped the assassination by chance and gotten the chance to reveal this plot, who would have known about the calamity within Orthodoxy Temple? Song Go spoke up. If Orthodoxy Temple dared to target all the people within the Southern Territory, they must have gathered a lot of demons under their cause. With just our numbers? Yang Kai quickly said. Rest assured, you're not the only ones. I also recruited many others for this mission. I'm not going to let a single demon escape from Orthodoxy Temple this time. Others? Song Go looked at Yang Kai curiously, but when he saw that Yang Kai was not willing to go into further details, he stopped asking questions. He had been worried that Yang Kai was acting out of anger without any real plans. Since there was a plan in place though, then there was nothing to worry about anymore. Yang Kai continued, "In any case, be careful not to be infected by demon chi when you are fighting against those demons, and be especially on guard against being possessed by those demon spirits. I have personally witnessed people who were possessed by the demon spirits and they exhibit no outward signs whatsoever. They don't look any different even after being possessed. It's all very subtle." "We know." Fan Wu nodded. They had not deliberately suppressed their voices during their conversation, so they were naturally overheard by the monster kings behind them. That was also part of Yang Kai's intention. The monster kings were incredibly shocked to learn that they were going to fight against people under the control of demon chi. That was not something they had ever experienced before. Furthermore, they did not know which was stronger between demon chi and monster chi. Regardless, this was a good chance to do well and stand out. If they could catch Yang Kai's attention, becoming a divine spirit in the future was no longer unattainable. Luan Feng had not told them about Yang Kai's earlier promise. It wasn't because she was worried that Yang Kai might go back on his word, but rather that it would stir up the monster kings too much, causing them to be eternally grateful towards Yang Kai if they learned of it. That would fundamentally shake the rule of the three great divine venerables in the ancient wildlands. Rushing all the way, the group arrived at the residence of the Stone Spirit clan within an hour. Elder had not left yet and was standing by, waiting with the Muna, matriarch of the Wood Spirit clan. They couldn't help glancing at each other when they saw the three great divine venerables and 29 monster kings descending from the sky. They were secretly amazed as, although they knew Yang Kai had quite a lot of influence among the monster race in the ancient wildlands, they had not expected it to be this exaggerated. Yang Kai had brought along all the top masters in the ancient wildlands with him. When the two parties met, Elder exchanged a few words with the three great divine venerables before they stepped onto the space array under Yang Kai's leadership. By the time the flash of light had subsided, they had arrived on a mountain top. 8 stone spirits had arrived at this place a long time ago and were now guarding all approaches to the space array. Seeing movement on the space array, they all turned to look in its direction. The three great divine venerables and 29 monster kings appeared one after another. Glaring at each other, they were quickly separated and formed into 2 groups. The relationship between the stone spirits and the monster race of the ancient wildlands had never been harmonious, and it was only over the past 10 years that they started getting along a little more peacefully thanks to Yang Kai. After Yang Kai finished transporting the people from the ancient wildlands to their destination, he told them to wait for him before turning around and stepping onto the space array again. It was crowded inside the main hall where the space array was located in High Heaven Palace. Nearly 200 Emperor Realm Masters had been gathered in this place, with at least half of them whispering among themselves while the rest were standing to the side alone. As time passed, impatient emotions gradually began to spread. If not for the masters of the top 4 sects watching them like hawks, the Emperor Realm Masters of these sects would have broken out into a riot by now. They had answered the summons of High Heaven Palace to come here without knowing the reason why. Moreover, their questions remained unanswered even after asking head manager Hua Qingxi. It was to be expected that they were feeling extremely uneasy. They kept wondering whether High Heaven Palace was quietly raising the butcher's knife to slaughter them. But how would that benefit High Heaven Palace? Inflate, Xiaowu Wei, and Shilei were each standing at one corner of the hall, their monster chi overflowing as they swept their eyes around coldly. Anybody who made eye contact with them would quickly lower their heads and dare not make any mistakes afterward. Meanwhile, Hua Qingxi, Bian Yuqing, Yi Hen, and Nanmen Dejun had gathered together with the contingent from Ice Heart Valley. Ice Heart Valley had sent 5 Emperor Realm Masters in total, with Ji Yao leading the team with a frosty expression, preventing anyone from approaching too close. The people from Dragon Palace and Full Sky Sect had also gathered here, so aside from the few Emperor Realm Masters left behind to guard their sects, the rest had all assembled here. Li Jiao and Mi Qi were also talking amongst themselves, both at a loss, not knowing what Yang Kai was up to this time. Amidst the quiet whispering, a brilliant light flashed from the space array to reveal Yang Kai's figure. Everybody turned to look at him, some of them having solemn expressions while others were filled with doubt. Not everybody had seen Xianxia before after all. They only knew that he was the palace master of High Heaven Palace. Those that knew what he looked like naturally had solemn expressions. On the other hand, those who did not know could sense that this young man was very imposing, not one to be trifled with. "Greetings, Palace Master Yang." A sparse smattering of voices rang out. Only then did the Emperor Realm Masters meeting him for the first time confirm who he was and hurriedly cupped their fists in greeting. "Palace Master." Hua Qingxi stepped forward. Meanwhile, Xianxia glanced around with a harsh and penetrating gaze. Seeing that there were quite a lot of people, he seemed satisfied and his expression softened significantly before he asked, "Is everyone here?" Hua Qingxi replied, "Those that could arrive within half a day have more or less arrived. Only the people from Dragon Tiger Sect and Profound Cloud Pavilion have not arrived yet." There were only slightly more than 200 Emperor Realm Masters gathered inside this hall, and there were definitely far more Emperor Realm Masters across the entire Northern Territory than those present. However, Xianxia had given them a deadline of half a day. For that reason, Hua Qingxi had only sent out selected notifications. Those who obviously could not make it to High Heaven Palace within half a day had been left out. Even gathering this much manpower was only possible thanks to the numerous space arrays that Xianxia had arranged across the entire Northern Territory, all of which connected directly to High Heaven Palace. If not for those space arrays, not even a quarter of this number would have made it here by now. It was only by relying on teleportation via those space arrays that they could gather more than 200 Emperor Realm Masters within half a day. Dragon Tiger Sect and Profound Cloud Pavilion. Xianxia nodded indifferently before he waved his hand dismissively. "Those that haven't appeared don't need to appear ever again." His tone was calm and indifferent, without even the slightest hint of malice in it. Nevertheless, all the Emperor Realm Masters present could sense a feeling of animosity behind them and secretly sighed to themselves. These two sects will no longer be able to gain a foothold in the Northern Territory. They might even be eradicated by this madman. They couldn't help grieving for those two sects and seething with a trace of hatred towards Xianxia for his oppressive actions at the same time. A sect that emerged less than 30 years ago currently held control over the futures of all the cultivators in the Northern Territory, as well as the rise and fall of the various sects. Nobody would believe it even if word got out about this. Unfortunately, there was nothing that they could do. The other party was extremely powerful. The annihilation of Seeking Passion sect was evidence of what the other party was capable of. Therefore, they didn't dare to express discontent despite the resentment and anger in their hearts. "Everyone, I'm sure you must be wondering why I summoned you to High Heaven Palace today. I will now tell you why. Firstly, it is to rescue people, and secondly, it is to kill." A middle-aged man cupped his fists and asked, "Palace Master Yang, who do you want us to rescue and who do you want us to kill?" With so many masters gathered together, it could not be a small matter. Practically a fifth of the combat power in the Northern Territory had been gathered in this place, so he could not imagine what kind of situation would require gathering this much strength. Even the top 4 sects had practically emptied their headquarters for this undertaking. Xianxia glanced over at this man. He did not know which sect's sect master he was, but despite only being a first-order emperor, he had a righteous air about him and met Xianxia's gaze without flinching. Xianxia nodded lightly and explained, "The people we are rescuing are the cultivators of the Southern Territory. Like everyone here, they are the masters of the major sects and clans." Cultivators of the Southern Territory? The inside of the hall exploded in a clamor of voices. They could never have expected that what was happening today would involve the Southern Territory. This was the Northern Territory after all, and there was an enormous distance separating the two territories. As the saying went, distant water could not quench an immediate thirst. They were too far away to provide timely aid during a crisis. So why did Palace Master Yang muster the forces of the Northern Territory if he wanted to rescue the people from the Southern Territory? Something else concerned them even more though, and that was what happened to the masters in the Southern Territory that would require so many people to rescue them. Although they didn't live in the same territory, they were all masters and couldn't possibly be weak. There were undoubtedly many emperors in the Southern Territory, And if even those masters could not solve this problem, then what could we do even if they could travel there? The ones we are going to kill are demons, Yang Kai shouted, suppressing the clamor of discussion. The entire great hall fell silent in an instant as everyone stared at him with wide eyes. Even Ji Yao's expression, which was generally cold and indifferent, slightly changed. Yang Kai couldn't care less about what they were thinking at that moment as he continued on. Hundreds of Emperor Realm Masters in the Southern Territory have been caught in a trap set up by people who underwent demonification. They are currently trapped inside Orthodoxy Temple with no way to escape. They may be infected by demon chi at any time and are in danger of falling prey to demonification themselves. Right now, their only hope of salvation is us. That is why I need all of your help to breach the sect defending array of Orthodoxy Temple, kill the demons, and rescue everyone from the Southern Territory. The words he spoke sounded unbelievably far-fetched. So much so that everybody was left reeling in shock and instinctively thought that he was joking. For one, who could know about what was happening in a place as far away as the Southern Territory? Yet Yang Kai's words were filled with certainty. The existence of something like demons was too difficult to even conceptualize, and while it was rumored that someone infected by demon chi would succumb to becoming a demon themselves, where would so much demon chi even come from in the first place? That is the situation. I don't care whether you believe me or not. It doesn't matter anyway. You will understand the truth once you arrive. During this mission to the Southern Territory, however, you must keep one thing in mind. Protect yourselves well. Do not allow yourself to be contaminated with demon chi. More importantly, you need to be on guard against demon spirit possession. If the former situation appears, this king may still have a chance to save you. But if it's the latter, that will be your fate. Depart. Hua Qingxi was stunned for a moment but quickly came to her senses and immediately began leading the gathered Emperor Realm Masters onto the space array. The space array in High Heaven Palace was quite large and could transport 20 to 30 people at once, and with Yang Kai here, there was no need to power the space array with source crystals. He only needed to manipulate his space principles to activate the space array. Following the flashes of light, group after group of people disappeared. Regardless of what they were thinking inside, they were sensible enough not to raise any objections here and simply followed the instructions given to them docilely. A plain-looking woman and an elderly man stood together somewhere in the crowd. Both of them were second-order emperors, and there were both sect masters of first-class sects in the Northern Territory, which were only marginally weaker than the top 4 sects including High Heaven Palace and Ice Heart Valley. The only difference between them was the lack of a third-order Emperor Realm Master and having a smaller number of emperors in their sects. Aside from that, their heritage was nothing to laugh at. The two of them stood together, secretly communicating with each other via divine sense transmission. The woman commented first, "High Heaven Palace is too much. First, we were told to rush here within half a day. Then this boy didn't even ask whether we agreed to this undertaking or not before demanding we risk our lives fighting against demons just like that. How can such a thing be permitted?" The elderly man nodded. It is indeed going too far. Just recently, all of them had been forced to submit before the strength and prestige of High Heaven Palace, so they already held grievances in their hearts. And now, they were suddenly dragged into battle against demons to rescue a group of Emperor Realm Masters from the Southern Territory that they didn't even know. It was inevitable that the resentment in their hearts considerably deepened. The woman continued, "Does he really think that the Northern Territory belongs to High Heaven Palace now? If things are like this now, what will our futures be like?" The elderly man smiled bitterly. "Life will become difficult. What else?" The woman glanced sideways at him. "Do you plan to keep being suppressed with no power to resist like this?" The elderly man was shocked. "Resist? How do you plan to resist?" "I advise you not to have any unnecessary thoughts. The heritage of High Heaven Palace is standing right in front of your eyes. Do you see those 3 monster race masters? They're all monster kings, each one as strong as a third-order emperor. How can we match up to them?" The woman coldly snorted. "A just cause will gain public support, but an unjust cause cannot. High Heaven Palace terrorized the entire Northern Territory this time around, so which sect doesn't hold some resentment towards them? Besides, who would willingly allow others to control them? If all the major sects in the Northern Territory join forces and work together, what will happen to High Heaven Palace then? The elderly man thoughtfully said, "You want to recruit others?" The woman explained, "That's the only thing we can do for the sake of our futures. If High Heaven Palace knows what's good for them, they will back down. Even if they refuse to accept reality, can they really fight back against the entire Northern Territory? It's impossible even with the help of the other three top sects. The key point is whether the hearts of the people can be united." The elderly man nodded lightly. "After this incident, I have the feeling that everybody will feel a sense of crisis and gain an awareness of how dire our situation is. They probably won't let a chance to fight back slip through their fingers. After all, the knowledge that their lives and their freedom are lying in the hands of somebody else will make them very uneasy. We should go around after this incident to gauge the willingness of the others. If the opportunity exists, it won't be too late for an in-depth discussion into the matter." "Good. Let's not talk about this anymore for now. It's our turn, and we don't even know where we are being sent." The woman and the elderly man mounted the space array with a few other Emperor Realm Masters, and soon they were enveloped by a flash of light and a wave of dizziness washed over them. It felt like their entire being was passing through the endless void. Despite how strong the two of them were, they were left with stars floating in front of their eyes, and their knowledge seas had become somewhat choppy. When they finally recovered from the dizziness, an uncomfortable feeling spread out throughout their bodies. There was a feeling of solid ground beneath their feet. The woman's complexion was a little pale, and her footsteps were a little unsteady, but she still clearly heard a shout entering her ears. "Don't just stand there blocking the way. Hurry up and get down. There are more people coming from behind." Before checking who was talking to her, she hurriedly stepped aside while circulating her secret art to relieve the uncomfortable feeling in her head. However, the expression on her face was filled with doubt. It wasn't as if she had never used a space array before. After all, she had arrived at High Heaven Palace today via teleportation through their space array. She also used this network to travel around in the Northern Territory before on multiple occasions. However, not once had she felt this kind of dizziness. It was her first time experiencing this kind of sensation. Logically speaking, that shouldn't be possible. She was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could she fail to withstand the backlash of a single teleportation? When her vision finally cleared up and she looked around, she was greeted by the sight of many familiar and unfamiliar faces that were all somewhat pale at the moment. They had apprehensive expressions and were clearly feeling rather uncomfortable. The elderly man was also standing beside her, and when their eyes met, they both looked at each other in confusion. At that moment, a soft whisper came from the side. The voice was not loud, but everybody here was in the Emperor realm, so who among them didn't have excellent hearing? Both the woman and the elderly man were shocked when they heard this voice, and together with many others exclaimed in astonishment, "The Southern Territory? That's impossible, right? Is this really the Southern Territory? We were just in High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory a moment ago. How did we arrive in the Southern Territory in the blink of an eye?" Their first reaction was disbelief. However, an investigation of their surroundings with their divine sense revealed that the topography and climate in this place were hugely different from the Northern Territory. It seemed that they were truly in the Southern Territory. Thinking back on the feeling they experienced during the teleportation just now and the records they had seen in ancient books, a sudden realization flashed across their minds. A thought that they could barely believe came to them as they all turned to look at the space array in unison, a scorching gaze burning in their eyes. A cross-territory space array. It was not impossible for them to travel from the Northern Territory to the Southern Territory in an instant. It could be done with a cross-territory space array, but such a thing was extremely rare in the entire star boundary. Only a few great emperor sects possessed such space arrays, and all of them were inheritances that came from ancient times. Nobody knew if they could even still be used. It was something the woman and the elderly man had never thought of before, but listening to the whisperings around them finally woke them up to the fact. Did we just use a cross-territory space array? The more they thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Only by using a cross-territory space array could they suffer from such strong teleportation backlash. After all, they had crossed a distance of tens or even hundreds of millions of kilometers in an instant. It was incomparable to the teleportations that they had experienced previously. Where did High Heaven Palace get their hands on a cross-territory space array? High Heaven Palace was currently occupying the former site of the Seeking Passion sect, and most of the Emperor Realm Masters in the Northern Territory had been to the Seeking Passion sect at least once in their lifetime. They had a thorough understanding of Seeking Passion sect's heritage and were keenly aware that Seeking Passion sect could not have owned a cross-territory space array. It had long been rumored that Xianxia, the Palace Master of High Heaven Palace, was proficient in the Tao of space. So could it be that he is even capable of arranging a cross-territory space array? If that is the case, then it is a huge deal. The woman and the elderly man looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The whispers surrounding them became louder and louder, and the frequency of the words Southern Territory seemed to increase as well. Some people sounded like they couldn't believe it, while others reacted like these two and stared at the space array on the ground with burning gazes. If this was truly a cross-territory space array, then it was a huge treasure. Just like how Xianxia saw the benefits in the circulation of materials between the two territories, these old foxes could see them too. Any sect could make a fortune just by having a space array that connected the Northern Territory and the Southern Territory. Just to be on the cautious side, the woman wanted to find somebody from High Heaven Palace to inquire about the matter. However, she froze mid-motion when her gaze swept over her surroundings. The elderly man had yet to recover from the shock of being transported via this space array and arriving in the Southern Territory in an instant. But when he saw her expression, he couldn't help being taken aback as he sent her a divine sense transmission. "What's wrong?" The woman did not respond. She simply continued to stare in a certain direction. Puzzled, the elderly man followed her gaze and was instantly stunned. There were 9 stone men who were tens of meters tall standing there. They had angular bodies, and all of them were so imposing that just looking at them gave people a strong visual impact. The bodies that seemed to be formed from piling a bunch of stones together were full of indescribable power. Nobody dared to doubt their combat prowess. I assent that the legendary Stone Spirit Clan? Weren't they said to be extinct? Why are there so many of them here? It would have been one thing if that were all, but standing opposite the stone spirits were a number of equally imposing figures. There were not many of them, only about 30 or so, but be that as it may, the monster chi coming from each individual figure was overwhelmingly powerful and extremely terrifying. The woman and the elderly man had been so fixated on the shocking existence of the cross-territory space array that they had failed to notice this shocking monster chi until now. But when they studied these figures carefully, their expressions changed drastically. These members of the monster race were all monster kings. None of the people here was a match for them. The woman and the elderly man watched as the 3 monster kings from High Heaven Palace mingled with these other members of the monster race, laughing and chatting with each other. A careful count indicated that there were a total of 32 of them. In other words, there were 32 monster kings in this place. What kind of force was this? It should be said that most of the so-called top sects only had 1/3 order Emperor Realm Master each. For example, Fire Dragon Palace only had Li Jiao. Full Sky Sect only had Mi Qi. Ice Heart Valley only had Bing Yun, and even Seeking Passion Sect only had 2 just before its destruction. Faced with such a comparison, the strength represented by these 32 monster kings was extremely terrifying. To put it bluntly, the 200 Emperor Realm Masters from the Northern Territory gathered here probably couldn't defeat this group of monster kings even if they all fought together. The only way they might stand a chance against the monster kings was if they actually coordinated and cooperated with each other perfectly. Are they also part of the reinforcement that the Palace Master of High Heaven Palace recruited? Where did a group of monster kings like them pop out from? Why were we completely unaware of the existence of these monster kings before? Gudong. There were various gulping sounds as people swallowed nervously. Everybody's attention had finally shifted from the cross-territory space array to these monster kings. The monster kings obviously felt the sudden attention on them too, and many of them teasingly grinned back. The monster chi radiating from them became even more terrifying than before. completely terrifying many of the Emperor Realm Masters from the Northern Territory. They were afraid that the Monster Kings might suddenly go on a rampage and massacre them. The woman suddenly remembered a rumor she heard in the past, and her pupils contracted as she adjusted her focus to two men and a single woman standing in front of the 32 Monster Kings, secretly sending a divine sense transmission to the elderly man. 32 Monster Kings. Doesn't that number remind you of anything? Remind me of what? The elderly man responded subconsciously. I heard that in the Eastern Territory, there is a place known as the Ancient Wildlands which retains its ancient wild aura unchanged from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Ruling that land are 4 great divine venerables, each with 8 powerful monster kings under their command. The elderly man felt his mind going blank. The 4 great divine venerables, each with 8 powerful monster kings under their command. Aren't there exactly 32 of them here right now? He had heard of this rumor before too. Nevertheless, a rumor was just a rumor, and nobody would dare to believe that rumor unless they personally saw proof. There were supposedly 32 Monster Kings in the ancient wildlands, and there just happened to be 32 Monster Kings here too. The elderly man paled visibly as he muttered, "Are you saying that they are from the ancient wildlands? But that's in the Eastern Territory," she rebuked. "So what if it's located in the Eastern Territory? We just came from the Northern Territory ourselves. So that's how it is." It turns out that the 3 Monster Kings from High Heaven Palace are from the ancient wildlands. The existence of Inflate, Xie Wu Wei, and Shilei was not a secret. It was just that nobody in the Northern Territory could not figure out where Xianxia managed to find and recruit 3 Monster Kings, who he then placed in High Heaven Palace as guards. It wasn't until this moment that they finally found the answer to this question that had puzzled them all for such a long time. That makes sense. Those stone spirits, which are rumored to have gone extinct, probably came from the ancient wildlands too. The elderly man gently nodded before he suddenly felt his breath catch in his throat, and he tremblingly asked, "If those stone spirits and the Monster Kings are from the ancient wildlands, then who are those 3 standing in front of them?" The woman turned her head stiffly to look at him. She had already considered that question a long time ago, and at this moment, she slowly uttered 2 words, stressing each word carefully. "Divine spirits." The elderly man immediately lowered his head, considered it for a while, and replied, "I think that what we talked about earlier was extremely ill-considered. We need to put more thought into it before making a decision." They originally wanted to contact all the other Emperor Realm Masters in the Northern Territory to rebel against High Heaven Palace after this incident. However, they were now witnessing firsthand the powerful forces that Xianxia could casually bring out at any moment. There were stone spirits, monster kings, and even divine spirits willing to answer his call, so who would dare to oppose him? These masters might all live in the Eastern Territory, but with the existence of the cross-territory space array, traveling from the Eastern Territory to the Northern Territory was as easy as taking a stroll. For them to appear here at this moment could only mean that there was another cross-territory space array in the Eastern Territory. If they provoked High Heaven Palace and caused this group of monsters to march into the Northern Territory, they would still be no match even if they rallied every sect in the Northern Territory together, and that was not even taking into consideration a lack of unity among them at that point. The woman nodded with deep approval. "Actually, it's not that bad to have a leader in the Northern Territory. It's better than having us scattered about, unable to coordinate with one another." Those words were probably only to comfort herself. More than 200 Emperor Realm Masters from the Northern Territory were gathered here. Moreover, they were all worldly people, so if this woman and the elderly man could guess the origins of the stone spirits and the Monster King, it was reasonable to assume that the others could too. Seeing so many Monster Kings and even divine spirits waiting around obediently, how could they dare to have any complaints? They quietly looked down at their feet and dutifully waited by the side. There was no need for other people to see how shocked they were. Mi Qi and Li Jiao were standing together, and many expressions flashed across the former's face. He was secretly thanking his lucky stars he had not completely fallen out with High Heaven Palace back then. If not, there wouldn't even be ashes left of Full Sky Sect. Even he might have died without knowing how. On the other hand, Li Jiao was perfectly calm and composed. He had raised a ruckus on Dragon Island with Xianxia before, after all. Besides, he also knew about the intimate relationship Xianxia had with a dragon girl. Although he was a little surprised by Xianxia's methods and prestige, he was considerably calmer than the rest. He even had an inexplicable sense of superiority. If Xianxia had called upon the Dragon Clan from Dragon Island, then that would truly be exciting. Unfortunately, he had no idea what stance Dragon Island had taken with Xianxia at the moment. It stood to reason that Xianxia was probably Dragon Island's greatest enemy after he caused such a big mess back then. But the crux of the matter was that Xianxia was now married to a dragon girl. While everybody was still reeling from shock, Xianxia led the last batch of people and appeared on the space array. All attention instantly focused on him as he swept his gaze over the crowd and loudly announced, "This is the Southern Territory. Orthodoxy Temple is located not far away. Moments from now, I must ask all of you to work together to aid me in the rescue efforts while preventing the demons from escaping. Firstly, you must protect yourselves well. Don't let yourselves be corrupted by demon chi. Secondly, capture those who have been affected by the demon chi. Try not to kill them if you can and keep the killings as minimal as possible." "We can't just kill them?" The crowd was in an uproar. Even Fanwu frowned and asked, "Why spare their lives if they have already been demonified? If they were not allowed to kill, then their only option was to capture the enemy alive. Everyone here might be rather powerful, but capturing an enemy alive was far more troublesome than killing them. What's more, what was the point of capturing these people? It was easy to be demonified, but it was hard to cure. In his opinion, there was no need to spare their lives anymore if they were already corrupted by the demon chi. I have my reasons. Of course, if there's no other choice, I would rather you kill them than to let a single demon escape from this place," Xianxia said with a solemn expression. "Do you understand?" "Understood," over 200 Emperor Realm Masters from the Northern Territory shouted together. Nobody dared show any disrespect anymore. After all, there was a group of monster kings and 3 possible divine spirits eyeing them dangerously at this very moment. "For now, please surround Orthodoxy Temple and act according to my orders." With a wave of his hand, he took the lead and headed in the direction of Orthodoxy Temple. "Let's go!" The group of people followed closely behind him, and a short time later, an almost imperceptible curtain of light appeared in their field of vision. It was the sect-defending array of Orthodoxy Temple. Everybody was secretly surprised to see the state of the spirit array. It was only a glimpse, but this spirit array was part of the heritage of a top sect. As they approached the sect-defending array, Xianxia gestured to the left and the right with his hands, and the 200 emperors immediately split into 2 groups, flying out in an orderly fashion around the light curtain. A person would stop and take up a position at fixed intervals. In this way, they completely surrounded Orthodoxy Temple in less than a quarter of an hour. Inside Orthodoxy Temple, Lei Gu, who was wrapped in demon chi, received the news at the exact moment Xianxia and the others made their move. Turning his head, he glared at the demon standing next to him and asked, "Are you certain?" The demon bowed. "Sir, there is no mistake. There are over 200 people, each of them in the Emperor realm." This demon was dressed in the attire of someone belonging to Orthodoxy Temple. Moreover, he was a first-order emperor. He was most likely one of the elders of Orthodoxy Temple, but it was clear that he was currently being possessed by a demon spirit. Lei Gu's eyes flashed as he frowned and muttered, "How is that possible?" The trap he laid in the Southern Territory had been prepared meticulously and executed precisely. He had taken advantage of the martial gathering to secretly plot against hundreds of Emperor Realm Masters and tens of thousands of elite disciples. He had been confident that it was foolproof, but contrary to his expectations, a crack appeared in his plan in the form of Xianxia at the very last moment. Lei Gu never imagined that Xianxia, who had been missing for more than 10 years, would suddenly appear to participate in the Southern Territory martial gathering. That was why he arranged for Xianxia to be lured away and secretly assassinated. But who could have known that even that person would fail at this mission? It frustrated Lei Gu to no end. Only now did he learn how adept a person proficient in the Tao of space was at escaping and surviving. However, only a day had passed. So where did that bastard find so many powerful reinforcements? Unfortunately, the demon's subordinate sounded so confident that Lei Gu had no choice but to believe his words. To be on the safe side, though, Lei Gu decided to take a look in person. After giving instructions to the other demon, Lei Gu flew out to the main gate, and looking out into the distance, his expression turned grim. Sure enough, Yang Kai, who had left less than a day ago, had returned. Moreover, he brought a lot of reinforcements with him. In addition to Shi Hua, who had remained in this place to monitor the situation, there were 9 more stone men and hundreds of Emperor Realm Masters and Monster Race Masters gathered around Yang Kai. Lei Gu looked to the left and then to the right. There were people standing in the air at fixed intervals outside the sect defending array of Orthodoxy temple, and when they noticed his arrival, they all looked over in his direction. They really are Emperor Realm Masters, and there are so many of them too. Although Lei Gu was not sure how many people Yang Kai brought in total, it seemed that the report by that demon earlier was fairly accurate. Where did he find so many Emperor Realm Masters? Only 1 day has passed. Even if he went to all the major sects in the Southern Territory without rest and reported this news to them, it would still be impossible to muster up so many reinforcements in such a short period of time. Lei Gu's expression twisted into a grimace. He had the nagging feeling that the situation was about to turn against him. If the plan this time failed, it would definitely be because of Yang Kai. A great hatred welled up in Lei Gu's heart. After so many years of planning, everything was about to fail because of one person, so how could Lei Gu not be vexed? It's true. He's been demonified. Ji Yao stood beside Yang Kai and commented. When she saw Lei Gu, she couldn't help feeling a little surprised as she stared at him carefully. It was her first time seeing demon chi or a cultivator who had undergone demonification. Even though she was only seeing it for the first time, that black chi surrounding Lei Gu's body gave her an extremely uncomfortable feeling. It was a kind of rejection that came directly from the depths of her soul. Is that the demon chi? How abominable! Lei Gu, today you die! Yang Kai shouted through gritted teeth. Meeting his enemy left him feeling incredibly livid. Lei Gu looked grim but did not make any kind of reply. Instead, he turned around and left. He had no intention of saying a single word to Yang Kai. The only reason he came here was to see if the report he received was accurate, and since he had confirmed it was, there was no need to stay any longer. Yang Kai was slightly surprised when he realized Lei Gu had decided to perish here, as well, before he immediately raised his voice and shouted, "Temple Master, are you there?" Yang Kai's voice, which was supported by his Emperor Qi, sounded like the rumbling thunder and transmitted into the depths of the Orthodoxy temple easily. A hearty laughter immediately came from inside along with a shout. "I'm not dead yet. Temple Master, hold on a bit longer. I'll rescue you soon." Yang Kai shouted again. When Zishan's voice rang out, "Good!" Although he did not know what the situation was like on the outside, Yang Kai must have brought back reinforcements since he had returned after leaving. All their hopes of being rescued lay on Yang Kai's shoulders, so they could only choose to trust him unconditionally. "Little brat, hurry up. Your temple master is going to become a demon if you waste any more time." Ma Qing's frustrated voice also rang out. When Zishan snapped, "Nonsense. You're the one who is going to be demonified." Yang Kai grinned at those words. This is good. If they can still quarrel, then it means that the situation inside has not yet become dire. Collecting himself, Yang Kai lifted one hand up high and his voice sounded in all directions. "Everyone, prepare yourselves." A loud clanging sound rang out as swords were unsheathed and countless Emperor artifacts were summoned. Monster Qi and Emperor Qi surged up and condensed. The hand Yang Kai held up in the air was brought down in one swift motion while he shouted, "Attack!" The moment the word left his mouth, a pitch-black moon blade slashed forward and struck the surface of Orthodoxy Temple's sect defending array. A crackling sound rang out where the blade struck against the light curtain, and a slight dent was formed. Countless ripples spread out from where the curtain of light sunk inward. In the next moment, hundreds of attacks of various shapes, sizes, and colors blasted at the sect defending array from all directions, causing the light curtain to sway and flicker. For a moment, The sky went dark, and the surrounding world energy became chaotic as various principles intertwined like a great storm. Before the surface of the sect defending array could be stabilized, it flickered unsteadily from the continuous rain of attacks. It looked like it was about to collapse at any moment, but contrary to expectations, the light curtain managed to resist the initial barrage of attacks and did not immediately shatter. The sect defending array of Orthodoxy Temple was truly extraordinary. If somebody was presiding over the spirit array, they might be able to repair it quickly. However, the spirit array was relying on its own defensive capabilities at the moment. It didn't even have a host. For that reason, the self-repair effects were minimal. It wasn't that Lei Gu was unwilling to remain here and preside over the spirit array. It was just that he knew that the tides had turned against him. With so many masters working together, the spirit array would not last any longer even if he was supporting it. Rather than wasting his time here, it was better to do something useful instead. Who knows? There might still be a chance of turning things around. The first wave of attacks had just ended when the second wave of attacks began. Moreover, it was even fiercer than the previous round. The entire world dimmed as the heavens and earth seemed to invert. An indescribable sense of enthusiasm surged up in the hearts of these Emperor Realm Masters. There had never been an instance where so many masters worked together before, so the prestige alone was terrifying in and of itself. As part of this historic moment, the reinforcements brought by Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a sense of pride and accomplishment. A rumbling sound rang out before the spirit array collapsed. The curtain of light that had been protecting Orthodoxy Temple for thousands of years burst apart like a soap bubble that had been popped. Charge! Yang Kai roared as he raced to be the first to rush inside. Following closely behind him was Ji Yao. Her figure was ethereal. However, she turned her head to look to the side as she rushed into Orthodoxy Temple. The corpse of a woman was sprawled across a small slope there. That woman had a curvaceous body and beautiful looks, but unfortunately, she had died with her eyes wide open. Ji Yao did not know who this woman was or how she was related to Yang Kai. However, Ji Yao clearly noticed him glance in this fallen woman's direction for a moment, and a look of pain had flashed across his eyes when he saw her corpse. Ji Yao's eyes flashed slightly as she pointed a finger out. A snowflake floated from her fingertip and landed lightly on the woman's corpse. The snowflake did not melt, however, and instead released an extremely cold energy, sealing that woman's corpse in a block of ice in the blink of an eye. A group of demons wrapped in black chi came rushing towards the charging masters suddenly, every one of them wearing a wooden expression, seeming as though they had no sentience. They were no different from walking corpses that were dressed in different attires, but they were clearly disciples of various major sects in the Southern Territory. Waving the weapons in their hands, they fearlessly rushed at the emperors and monster kings. Yang Kai was the first to reach the line of battle. His figure shifted erratically, passing the demons one by one, reaching out and lightly striking them in the back of their necks as he flew by. A group of demons instantly fell out of the sky like dumplings and crashed into the woods below. He did not kill them as he knew that these people were infected by demon chi and had undergone demonification which, while incurable for most, was not for him. If a massacre were to take place here, the Southern Territory would surely suffer severe damage to its foundation. Be that as it may, Yang Kai had no time to look after these disciples one by one, so he could only knock them out as quickly as possible. Fortunately, they were not flying too high. Falling from this high would not be deadly. Not to mention, there were trees below to break their fall. The people following Yang Kai imitated his actions. While using their Emperor Chi to protect themselves and prevent the demon Chi from invading them easily, they knocked out the enemies in front of them in rapid succession. The demons that were rushing at them were all below the Emperor realm, so there was no way they could pose any real threat. Even if these demons did not fear death after their demonification, they were still no match against Emperor Realm Masters in a fight. One by one, the demons fell unconscious and crashed to the ground. It was quite a sight to behold. Even so, there were too many demons. A rough estimation showed that there were at least 1,000 of them. This was still only in the direction of the gates. If all the demons from other parts of Orthodoxy Temple were included in the count, Yang Kai estimated that the number of disciples from the southern territory that had been demonized in this one day had reached tens of thousands. More than 10 people, with Yang Kai in the lead, plunged into the ranks of the people who had undergone demonization like a sharp knife, leaving a path of bodies behind them wherever they went. "This is too easy." One of the elders of Full Sky sect in the First Order Emperor realm laughed loudly. Yang Kai gathered so many masters together and made things seem so grand and dangerous that I couldn't help feeling nervous at first. I thought that these demons would be something terrible, but after fighting against them, it's clear they're nothing special. It seems that strength is the root of everything, whether they be demons or not. He was not the only one who had this kind of mindset, as most of the reinforcements who came into contact with the demons for the first time were thinking similar thoughts. The demon chi coming from the bodies of those demons was indeed strange, possessing a strong corrosive aura filled with malice and madness. However, these people were protected by their emperor chi. Furthermore, many of them had donned artifact armor. They had nothing to fear against that flimsy demon chi. The liberators progressed forward smoothly like they were chopping melons and slicing vegetables. Although these 10 or so people were surrounded by thousands of enemies, they were talking and laughing as usual while maneuvering through the crowd. The demons might have been numerous, but with the power of these 10 or so people, they could probably knock out all these demons within a quarter hour. If they regrouped with the others after that, they would be able to head straight to the depths of the Orthodoxy Temple, and Lei Gu would have no place to escape to. Unexpectedly, though, many of the demons suddenly flushed bright red and swelled up like they were balloons. Their stomachs expanded like they were 10 months into a pregnancy, and torturous and pained voices sounded of their throats. The demon chi in their bodies also began to fluctuate wildly. The sudden change shocked many, and their movements slowed down considerably. Nevertheless, they all felt an imperceptible sense of crisis looming over them. "Be careful." Yang Kai's expression changed, grabbing one of the demons that was experiencing these changes as he shouted, trying to knock them unconscious. However, the demon's eyes bulged as he glared straight at him, its swelling body showing no signs of stopping whatsoever.